Chapter 583. Swoosh. That person flashed and disappeared. He only swayed for a moment, and then disappeared. Did the gods will really exist? Duanda's face turned pale. In the small iron cage in his sleeve, the spirit mouse shot out 9 dazzling beams of light from the top of its head. The ancient god is brilliant, but the god's will after death is the embodiment of the evil side. It is an undefeatable demon. At this time, no one else paid attention or saw it because the 3 half-step experts of the Xiao family were charging over. They couldn't be distracted. Little Yi, I will pull out your tendons, pull out your bones, and light you up into a sky lantern. Xiaoji's voice was cold. He stretched out a hand and took out the 3,000-meter-tall purple copper 8 trigrams furnace. Purple flames overflowed into the sky, collapsing a mountain on the spot. Rocks flew through the air, creating a powerful deterrent. Because they couldn't fly now, it was very difficult to dodge. Clang! Dongfang Yi swung the wolf tooth club and smashed the rocks that were tens of thousands of kilograms in all directions. The barbarian's divine strength was shocking and had the power to pull mountains. Thump, thump. Sentient enlightenment was dressed in white and held a Bodhi tree branch in his hand. It was like a small dragon biting a leaf. It was vigorous and full of vitality, flowing with a hazy mist. With a gentle sweep, a large number of rocks fell to the ground. Everyone's expression changed. They couldn't see the depth of this beautiful girl. She didn't counterattack and only defended passively. However, this made many people of the Xiao family afraid. No one could fly. Apart from Yi Fan, who had the row incantation, the others couldn't move as fast as usual. They could only run on the ground. Rise! Yi Fan stood between 2 cliffs that were almost connected. He suddenly roared and lifted one with each hand, lifting both cliffs up. He threw his right hand and a cliff that was hundreds of meters tall smashed towards the 3 half-step experts. They couldn't fly and couldn't dodge, so they could only take out their weapons and smash it. Boom! Smoke and dust rose into the sky. The 3 half-step experts sneered and activated their ancient treasures. Although the stone mountain couldn't hurt them, it slowed them down. Buzz! The void trembled. Yi Fan's entire body shone with boundless light as he lifted up the other stone mountain. His blood energy surged, and his essence energy surged like a tide, all of it pouring into this stone mountain. His divine force was like an ocean that would never dry up. Right now it was completely activated. A stone mountain that wasn't that large was a bit frightening. The entire mountain was shining. Boom! Yi Fan threw it out with all his might, this time towards the Xiao family's experts on the other side. There were no half-step experts there. They were all Dragon Transformation Secret Realm cultivators. A sun that covers the sky. In the distance, many spectators cried out in alarm. That mountain shone with incomparable brilliance. It truly was like an enormous sun as it streaked across the sky. It was extremely terrifying. In order to fool others, Yi Fan turned his divine power into a green-gold color. Even his body was flashing with a green-gold luster. His divine power was shocking as it poured into the stone mountain like an ocean. Retreat! Xiao family's people's expressions all changed. There was no way to fly. This kind of stone mountain pressed down, releasing such a terrifying energy fluctuation. It was truly frightening. Inhuman. He can throw a mountain with just a lift of his hand. His divine power is like an ocean. We can't fight him head-on. They quickly discovered that this stone mountain was excessively terrifying. Every inch of it was filled with boundless divine power, submerging even the sky. Hong! The green gold stone mountain fell. Many magical treasures were shattered by the divine power, and the brilliance poured down like a silver river. Not good. The 3 half-step experts were alarmed. They each took out their magical treasures and attacked the stone mountain. Pop! The stone mountain shattered, and rubble flew everywhere. However, the divine power became even more ferocious. It was like a torrential downpour, filling the sky and descending like blades. Ah! Finally, miserable cries rang out. Some people suffered a calamity, and more than 10 people were crushed into meat paste. Their names were erased from this world, and the survivors were trembling in fear. Yi Zhoutian, I will skin you alive. Xiao Mingyuan's older brother shouted loudly. I will personally take revenge for Mingyuan. The half-step expert Xiaoji said fiercely. His face was ashen. You all miss him so much. I will think of a way to reunite you brothers, or even uncle and nephew. Yi Fan replied. At this time, he could only retreat when facing the half-step experts. However, he continued to shoot arrows. The 10,000 deaths bow was as brilliant as the sun, and the divine arrows couldn't be stopped. Pooh! Blood splashed out, blossoming in the void. A head exploded, and a headless corpse fell to the ground. Pooh! Ah! Miserable cries rang out continuously. Another person's chest was pierced by a divine arrow, and his torso was broken into two. Yi Fan's expression was cold, and his attacks were merciless. The Xiao family always found trouble with him, wanting to kill him. At this time, he continuously shot down their experts. Even though Yi Fan knew that he couldn't deal with the 3 half-step experts, he still didn't give up. He activated the All Secret, and his power increased tenfold as he continuously shot arrows. In the blink of an eye, he shot out 18 divine arrows, all of them several li long. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, it was as if 18 comets smashed into the great earth. Boom boom. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. The void collapsed, and large black cracks extended in all directions. The 3 half-step experts subconsciously avoided, and didn't face them head-on. The 18 stone mountains collapsed one after another from these 18 arrows, no longer existing. Rubble flew in all directions, and some crashed into the crowd while others hit the clouds. The ancient Great Emperor's cave has appeared. Many people cried out in alarm. After Yi Fan shot down the 18 stone mountains, a vast underground palace appeared. It was like an ancient cemetery, but also like an immortal palace. South then west, great luck. In this instant, the old blind divined again, and pointed out the way forward. Yi Fan, Dongfangyi, and the others immediately entered the underground palace. The 3 half-step experts followed closely behind, and the others were even more in an uproar as they all rushed in. This was most likely the place where immortals were buried. There might be ancient scriptures inside, and there might even be holy weapons of extreme Tao. No one wasn't moved. Suddenly, one of the Xiao family's half-step experts cried out miserably, filled with terror. The underground palace was very dark. Yi Fan and the others looked back and saw a black shadow grabbing that half-step expert's neck with one hand and raising him into the air. The Xiao family's half-step expert flailed and struggled violently, but he couldn't break free at all. Yi Fan and the others felt a chill run down their spines. That was a half-step expert. God's will. Duanda's voice trembled. Retreat, leave the underground palace. Let's make a divination, it's a great omen. The old blind divined urgently. The Xiao family's half-step expert let out a final cry. His limbs hung down powerlessly, and his divine will also dissipated. He died just like that. God's will. He was no different from a human, but he was extremely powerful. He had strangled a half-step expert with one hand, and everyone who saw this scene was incomparably terrified. Unfortunately, the underground light was dim, and his back was facing everyone, so they couldn't see clearly. Who is he? To be able to strangle a half-step expert to death, he's at least a peak Holy Lord level existence. The others didn't know, and they were all very shocked. You. Good. Go invite my father Grand Preceptor Xiao. Xiaoji was shocked and angry. He turned around and left. They weren't the only experts. The others were all looking for ancient scriptures. The Xiao family's other half-step expert was a step too slow, and his neck was grabbed by the God's will. It was like picking up a little chick, and it didn't take much effort at all. He died with just a miserable cry. Go, let's leave this place quickly, or else no one will be able to live. Duanda's face was pale. Thinking about the various rumors of the God's will, his fat body trembled. Yi Fan, Dongfangyi, the old blind, and Zhu Yuqing followed behind. They quickly left the underground palace and rushed to the surface. However, many people didn't know the ins and outs. They thought that the immortal mansion had opened, so they swarmed in, wanting to obtain the immortal fate. Miserable cries rose and fell continuously. The underground palace was like an azurous field, and a large pile of corpses was piled up. Not good, there is a demon in the ancient tomb. Even the half-step experts are far from being his opponent. Quickly go and report to the emperor. At this moment, everyone finally realized that something was wrong. No matter how they looked at it, this person didn't seem human at all. His every movement didn't have the slightest bit of humanity, and he could crush a supreme elder to death with a single move. Fatty Duan's entire body was drenched in cold sweat as he said, "To think that I, Duan, was born at the age of 5 and roamed the ancient tomb for more than 20 years. This is the first time I've encountered the legendary God's will. And I finally have an opponent." The few people were nervous and speechless. This damned fatty's skin was really thick. He even said that he roamed the ancient tomb unhindered, yet he still had the lonely appearance of an expert. "Over 100 people have died, let's go." Behind them, cries of fear could be heard. Everyone panicked and fled for their lives. No one dared to stay. "That's not an underground palace, it's a chaotic burial ground. I saw the scene underground, it's an expanse of ancient tombs, and there are things crawling out of the tombs." Someone saw this scene and shouted out, making others feel even more uneasy. Normally, if they saw shady people and shady horses, they wouldn't care at all. However, this was the immortal graveyard, and they definitely couldn't provoke the non-humans that jumped out. "Motherfucker, I also seem to have seen an old tomb just now." Duanda's expression was unnatural. He walked in the ancient tomb all year round, but right now he still felt a bit uneasy. There is something wrong with this damned place. There were great emperors that came here before, but it might not have been the emperor's manor. The cliffs are endless, and this is the land of 9 extremes. Didn't I already deduce that? Everything is going to be destroyed. The old blind man muttered. Everyone couldn't help but think back to the diagram Yi Fan carved. There was an immortal lying on his side, as if his corpse was lying here. This place might really be worthy of its name, a place where immortals were buried. Hong. Suddenly, the distance shook violently. Everyone was shocked. That place was surging like ocean waves. An expanse of mountain rocks rose and fell like ocean spray, and then they shattered. What happened? Everyone was shocked. There were actually 365 mountains that collapsed at the same time. It was as if raging waves were surging, rising and falling one after another. Terrifying energy fluctuations sent many people flying high into the sky. Heavens, could it be that a saint took action? This is too terrifying. Wang. The void was like a tattered painting scroll, trembling intensely. Then the 365 mountains on the ground forever ceased to exist, turning into smoke and dust. Everyone's faces became pale, not daring to believe everything that was happening. Their hearts felt heavy, as if they were going to suffocate. More than a dozen people stood in the air above the ruined land. They were the imperial lords of the 4 divine dynasties of the Central Plains, the divine monks of the Western Desert, the demon lord and the battle lord of the South Mountains. They could fly, so they weren't restricted. Hong. An ancient mountain slowly rose from the ground like a bright moon rising from the sea. It was magnificent and magnificent, drawing everyone's attention. The divine mountain didn't reach into the clouds, but it was majestic and majestic, giving others the misconception of an emperor within a mountain. It was majestic and intimidating. The cave of an ancient great emperor, they found the true entrance. The old blind man's expression changed. Duanda was also stunned. After carefully observing it, he said, "There is always someone better. I thought that I was the only one who completely comprehended burial studies. I never expected these great powers to have people who understand as well." At the base of the great mountain was a pair of enormous stone gates. There were 2 ancient characters carved on them, but not a single person recognized them. "These are archaic divine characters." Someone cried out in alarm. A few older generation figures frowned. "I know why there are deities who only think about this devil. There is an archaic deity buried here, an ancient cave that we cannot understand." The old blind man said to himself, "The human race's great emperor should have come here before. He definitely left behind some profound mysteries here, or perhaps he confirmed something." Duanda's expression changed continuously. Before the archaic times, were there really undying, unmatched deities? Feeling was stunned. He held the Bodhi green branch in his hand, the golden lotus imprint between his brows flowing with immortal light. Could there really be immortals before the archaic times? What does this place have to do with the immortal domain? The barbarian was filled with doubt and confusion. Deities only think. Ancient deities. Immortals. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He suddenly thought of the spiritual sense he heard in front of the desolate hut. There were the words "Undying Heavenly Emperor" in it. He raised his head and stared at this ancient residence, his heart filled with shock. The Undying Heavenly Emperor came here before. The human race's great emperor came here before. Could there really be some great secret? Chapter 584. The Divine Mountain was majestic. There were no plants growing on it, but there was no lack of vitality. There was immortal energy swirling about, wands dancing about, and a refreshing fragrance wafted out. Undying divine medicine. Everyone cried out in alarm. There was a medicinal fragrance from so far away. So it was definitely a divine medicine that had survived from the archaic era. An uproar broke out. Many people rushed forward, but not many people dared to act blindly without thinking. It was because there were more than 10 great figures above them who hadn't taken action yet. Central Continent's Divine Dynasty Lord, Southern Mountains Demon Lord and War Lord, as well as Western Desert's Divine Monk. All of them had dignified expressions. They didn't move at all as they stared at the stone doors. The ancient stone doors were 8 zhang tall. They were tightly shut, dry and clean. Everyone frowned, thinking that it would be extremely difficult to open. In the end, a great figure from the ancient splendid dynasty walked out from the crowd, walking forward step by step. When he got close, he forcefully pushed. With a loud rumbling sound, one of the stone doors moved half a foot wide, revealing a small crack. Everyone was shocked. They thought that this place was sealed, and that it would definitely take a great deal of effort. They didn't expect it to be so easy. At this moment, the medicinal fragrance became even stronger, flowing behind the stone doors. Many people felt as if they were floating in the air. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva, as if they were going to ascend into the heavens. Swoosh! The dozen or so great figures in the sky turned into an expanse of divine light as they swooped down, standing in front of the cave in a single line. No one dared to compete with them. These people were the current rulers of the world. Even if there were great figures, they still wouldn't dare to make these people their enemy. Amitabha Buddha. An old monk chanted a Buddhist chant. The so-called Amitabha Buddha was the title of an ancient emperor, but it was hard to say whether or not he was born in Western Desert. It was because there were rumors that he came from an ancient star outside this region. I'll open the way. Southern Mountains Demon Lord walked up. With a shake of his hands, the great doors opened with a honglong sound. He walked in with large steps. What a strong fragrance. There really is an immortal medicine. What a pity, with these dozen or so people here, the other great figures might not even take action, let alone us. Behind them, everyone was discussing. Many people were unwilling, and there were great figures' eyes flickering as they waited for an opportunity to take action. A pair of stone doors opened wide, and dense mist rushed out. This was innate spiritual energy. Everyone rushed over like a swarm of bees, sensing the aura of the divine medicine. Damn it, we've suffered a huge loss this time. That's the legendary immortal medicine. We definitely won't have anything to do with it. Duanda was dispirited, listless, and indignant. Boom. Loud noises rang out from within the cave. Someone had started a great battle. Needless to say, for the sake of fighting over the divine medicine, there were extremely powerful experts taking action. Let's go in and have a look. Dongfang Yi couldn't help but rush forward first. Blind Old Man performed a divination at the last minute, and the tortoiseshell scattered in all directions. He shouted, "It's a daunting experience but not a dangerous one. This is a great opportunity. Let's go." This old thing scuttled and jumped like a live rabbit. He didn't look old and clumsy at all. He was very excited and confident. Is this old man on aphrodisiac? The barbarian mumbled. He was agile, but he was overtaken by the blind old man. Yi Fan enlightened passion, and Duanda followed him into the immortal's cave. Spiritual energy surged, and their bodies were baptized. Every inch of their flesh and blood was brimming with power. There really is a divine medicine here. Duanda couldn't hold himself back anymore. His eyes continuously spun about, thinking about all types of methods and arrangements in necropolis. He wanted to take action. Even though this cave looked grand and imposing from the outside, it couldn't be considered vast. However, once one entered, they discovered that they were in another world. It was incomparably vast. At this time, over 1,000 people had already entered. They stood in the first floor of the ancient cave, but it wasn't crowded at all. Even if another 2,000 people came, it wouldn't be a problem. The divine medicine is over there. There was a jade field up ahead. A fragrance wafted through the air. Green leaves supported immortal flowers, flowing with brilliant colors and dazzling brilliance. There is more than one stalk of divine medicine. No, this should be a medicine king. Everyone continuously sighed in admiration. Everyone's eyes became red, truly wishing they could immediately rush over. This was a priceless treasure. With a stalk in hand, even an exceptional emperor would have to bow down. Within a medicinal field made from 5-colored divine jade, the black soil was fertile. 6 stalks of ancient medicine were sparkling and translucent, flowing with immortal mist. The fragrance they released made many people gulp down their saliva. From time to time, there would be earth milk dripping down from the stone walls above, seeping into the soil to nourish these 6 stalks of ancient medicine. Even though it isn't an undying divine medicine, it is an ancient medicine king. It has already grown for 80 to 90,000 years. Heavens, it actually produced so many stalks at once. It truly is heaven-defying. Everyone sighed in admiration. Many people's eyes were about to pop out. In this world, not even a single medicine king could be seen. Even though it couldn't compare to an undying divine medicine, it could still be considered an immortal treasure. A single medicine king could extend one's life for at least 400 years. In the present world, apart from the undying medicines recorded in ancient texts, what other spiritual objects could do this? It was second only to the immortal peach tree in the jade pool. Medicine kings were extremely difficult to nurture. They needed to be continuously watered by earth spirit milk, grow for 80,000 years, and only then could they be called medicine kings. Who could wait for such a long time? 80,000 years. Even an undying dynasty wouldn't last more than double this amount of time. Central Continent Emperor Lord, Southern Mountains Demon Lord, and Western Desert Divine Monk surrounded the medicine field. Not far away, there were people fighting a great battle. There were other supreme experts who weren't convinced and fought their way over. The crowd was restless. No one could face them calmly. Many people wanted to rush over and fight a great battle, but they were intimidated by those 10 or so individuals. So they were all hesitant. Heavens, how long has this cave existed for? The medicine kings have flourished and withered for who knows how many generations. Someone cried out in alarm. Within the medicine field made of multicolored jade essence, next to the 6 medicine king stalks, there were a few ancient medicine traces that had long since turned to mud. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of years ago these ancient medicine king stalks had already rotted away. It was clear that these 6 stalks were nothing more than the seeds of those ancient medicine kings. It was unknown just how many generations they had been multiplied. 6 stalks of medicine king stalks, every single one of them different. Some bloomed with illusory rainbow-colored flowers, their petals as translucent as jade. Some produced agate-like fruits that were fragrant and intoxicating. Every single stalk could extend one's life by 400 years. 6 stalks added together was already equivalent to half an undying divine medicine. Many people's breathing became hurried, finding it hard to control themselves. What right do you all have to divide it? Everyone, let's go together and steal it. Finally, there were some powerful individuals who couldn't hold back any longer. They rushed forward and took action. The others didn't care anymore. Not even the Emperor Lord or Demon Lord who tried to stop them. Bang! Dong! This ancient cave was in chaos. Everyone took action, crazily rushing forward. All types of magical treasures were brought out, striking towards those 10 or so great individuals. If not for the formation patterns protecting this place, it would have long been turned into ashes. With so many people taking action, there was no lack of powerful individuals. This type of power was enough to destroy a part of heaven and earth. Amit Ba Buddha. The Western Desert Divine Monk chanted, but it was completely useless. A large iron hammer descended from the sky, smashing down on his bald head and releasing a rumbling sound. This place became noisy. In the blink of an eye, quite a few people lost their lives. The 6 stalks of ancient Medicine King were all uprooted, and those 10 or so great individuals had no way of dividing them evenly. They all used their own methods to seize them. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. Those who succeeded ran towards the second layer of the cave, not daring to stay for too long. The others chased closely behind them. The medicine field was completely empty without anything left. The barbarian used all of his strength to strike the stone walls, feeling incomparably regretful. Pooh! Duanda's head popped out from the soil of the medicine field. He spat out a mouthful of black mud and cursed. Motherf asterisk cur, I almost succeeded. I ate a mouthful of mud for nothing. During the struggle, he was slapped into the black mud by an exceptional emperor lord. The others were incomparably shocked when they saw him jump out alive and kicking. Yi Fan walked over and put away the herb field, which was a few square meters in size. He wanted to keep it as a medicinal herb in the future. I dug up an earthen pot in the past that was even better than this medicine field. Its origins were mysterious, but unfortunately, it was stolen by a bastard. Duanda clenched his teeth and cursed. Yi Fan. Dongfangyi. The two's expressions were calm. They did not say anything out of fear that Fatty Duan would notice something was wrong. 6 stalks of king medicine, they can prolong one's life by 2,400 years. I am truly unwilling to let those bastards take them. The old swindler rubbed his hands. The situation is stronger than the people. Can we win against those 10 or so supreme experts? The barbarian said. Let's hurry up and leave. Otherwise, everything will be snatched away by them. I think there might be a true immortal divine medicine here, Duanda said as he ran inside. The second layer of the cave was just as spacious. It was not crowded at all with thousands of people rushing in. It was still spacious and empty. At this time, the battle had reached its climax, and no one was willing to let go of the king medicine. A saint's weapon! Someone cried out in alarm. In the depths of this cave, there were more than 10 pieces of broken copper. They emitted an ancient and mysterious aura, their luster dim. A broken copper bell has been split into more than 10 pieces, but the formation patterns inside are not destroyed. Someone saw through it with a glance. Even the divine lords were stirred up and rushed forward to kill. Although this copper bell was damaged, it was only a crack on the surface. The heaven and earth patterns it produced were still there, and the bell's deity was even sleeping inside. Dang! Even though the bell had long since shattered into pieces, its power was boundless. When one of the pieces was struck, dozens of people nearby turned into a bloody mist, their bodies and souls extinguished. Too terrifying, the saint weapon's reputation is not in vain. Everyone didn't feel fear, instead becoming even more envious. A group of people rushed forward, including several supreme experts. Dang! Another bell sound rang through the air. This time, it was an emperor lord who held 2 pieces of copper in his hands, releasing a divine sound. Pooh! A half-step supreme expert who was the closest to him had his head separated from his body. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. When the bell waves swept out, he didn't have the slightest bit of power to resist. He turned into a bloody mist and disappeared without a trace. This was the weapon of an ancient saint. Even though it had long been damaged to the point of being almost ruined, the palm-sized piece still possessed this type of power. This is a divine object. If it can be reassembled and completely restored, when the bell waves sound, who under the heavens can stop it? A few supreme experts were moved. If they grasped this type of saint weapon, with it floating above their heads, where couldn't they go? They would be unrivaled under the heavens. Pung! Duanda spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. His hand was firmly holding onto a piece of the bell wall. It was a foot long, covered in rust, and its luster was dim. Yi Fan and the others were quite shocked. More than 10 pieces of copper had been seized by those supreme experts. Fatty Duan being able to snatch food from the tiger's mouth was beyond their expectations. Motherfucker, whoever wants to reassemble that divine bell in the future will have to pay a sky-high price to buy it from me. Fatty Duan clenched his teeth. He actually had this idea. Everyone went crazy. There were divine objects in every level of this ancient cave. Everyone quickly rushed inside, because they believed that there were definitely unworldly treasures. Ancient scriptures, undying divine medicines, great emperor holy weapons, they were most likely in the innermost depths. Everyone was extremely excited as they ran with extreme speed. Of course, they were all under the leadership of the supreme experts. If a certain great power didn't have a supreme expert, then it would be impossible for them to obtain a single treasure. It was because many supreme experts had gathered here. A great lake blocked their way. No one expected it to be so vast. It stretched as far as the eye could see, just like a blue sea. Swoosh! A few supreme experts directly crossed over and flew towards the center of the blue lake. The others couldn't fly, so they clenched their teeth and stepped on the water to quickly run forward. White jade heavenly stairway. Does it lead to outer space? Everyone cried out in alarm. When they arrived at the depths of the great lake, everyone saw a silver river falling from the 9 heavens. There was a heavenly stairway in front of them made of jade that led into the depths of the heavens. It suspended in midair and curled up with mist. Many people were driven mad. Not many people could fly, so it was impossible for them to climb up that heavenly stairway. Voila! Suddenly, the sound of water breaking rang through the air. A small boat rode over from the distance, and there was a person standing on it. He wore a woven rush raincoat and a conical bamboo hat. In his hands was a bamboo pole. Divine will, he truly appeared this time. The old blind man shivered. Chapter 585. A small boat broke through the surface of the boundless blue lake. A man of medium build stood on the boat. His woven rush cape was old and his bamboo hat was tattered, hiding his true appearance. Who is this? He came from the depths of the blue lake. Could it be that he entered before us? Many people were puzzled and doubtful. The lake was clear and crystalline. The small boat slowed down and slowly approached. The man threw down the bamboo pole and stood with his hands behind his back. Unfortunately, they still couldn't see his face. At this moment, the dozen or so great figures were the first to feel that something was wrong. The Central Province Divine Dynasty's Emperor Lord, South Mountains Demon Lord and War Lord, Western Desert's Divine Monk were all shaken, and their expressions changed. Who are you? A peerless Emperor Lord asked. He had already lived for almost 3,000 years and looked down on the world, but at this moment he felt a horrified feeling. On the bamboo raft, the man remained unmoved. He still kept his hands behind his back and silently urged the boat forward. Nothing in the outside world could move his heart. Who exactly are you? My Emperor Lord is talking to you. Did you hear him? An old man came forward. His hair and beard were all white. He was a supreme elder-level expert. Pop. The man on the small boat looked over coldly. He raised his hand and pointed forward. Blood blossomed from the old man's forehead, and he immediately fell into the lake, dyeing the blue water red. Hua! Everyone was in an uproar. Who was this person? He was so daring, killing someone in front of an old Emperor Lord. He was truly arrogant to the extreme. Madman! A half-step Almighty walked on the waves and took large strides forward. He opened his mouth and spat out a cauldron that pressed down like a black mountain. Pa! The cauldron was shattered by the man in the straw raincoat on the small boat with a single tap of his finger. The broken pieces of the cauldron fell into the lake like sand. A weapon interwoven with Tao and truth was easily shattered by someone just like that. This person is too powerful. What kind of background does he have? Everyone was terrified and their hair and bones went cold. A cry rang out. The half-step Almighty couldn't help but fly forward. He stepped on the surface of the lake, splashing water everywhere. One could see that he was struggling violently, but he couldn't resist and was sucked onto the small boat. The man in the straw raincoat reached out with one hand and grabbed him by the neck. His other hand was still behind his back. Everything was very casual. Ah! The great step powerhouse cried out in fear, as if he had encountered the most terrifying thing in his life. His hands and feet left the ground as he struggled in midair. Pooh! With a soft sound, the half-step powerful being's head shattered. Blood and brain matter flowed out at the same time, soaking into that powerful arm. However, the man in the raincoat did not feel any disgust at all. Plop! He gently loosened his grip, and the corpse fell into the lake, dyeing a large area of the water red. The headless corpse floated in the lake, and no one dared to look at it directly. Now no one could remain calm. They all backed up. What kind of person was this, strangling a half-step supreme being to death with a single hand? His methods were shocking. He's that existence from the ancient tomb, and he's here again. Someone cried out in fright, finally recognizing who it was. It was the mysterious person who had appeared after Yi Fan shot down the 18 stone mountains. However, even now, no one realized that this was the will of a deity. Not everyone was like Duanda and the old blind man, their knowledge so varied. The small boat broke through the water. Its speed wasn't fast, but it was intimidating. The mysterious male stood there with his hands behind his back. His sleeves were dyed in blood and brain matter, but he didn't seem to care at all. Swoosh. In the heavens, an emperor lord from Central Continent and South Ridge's warlord took action at the same time. They each formed a magical imprint and pressed downwards. Hong. Heaven and earth erupted. Blue water overflowed into the heavens. They respectively produced a great imprint and a great bell. They were formed from divine force and had innate patterns interweaved on them. Central Emperor imprint. Southern demonic bell. Everyone cried out in alarm. Even though it was hurriedly struck out, it was still constructed from the natural laws of an unmatched expert. It was incomparably terrifying and could easily kill ordinary powerful beings. Chi. The divine will raised its head and stood there with its hands behind its back. It didn't make any other movements. 2 streaks of demonic light shot out from its eyes, drawing out a long trajectory. It was cold and beautiful. Dang. In the sky, the southern demonic bell rumbled, and then it quickly cracked apart. An enormous black hole was blasted open, and then it disappeared without a trace. Gotcha. The Central Emperor imprint was like this as well. Streak after streak of cracks appeared. As if a bone had been bitten by a wild dog. It broke apart and shattered, disappearing into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Who is he? What kind of person is he exactly? Everyone cried out in alarm. Could it be that the Eastern Wasteland's Mad Elder came? There were some who suspected that there was only this type of saint in the present world. Otherwise, who else would have this type of method? Just the 2 streaks of light that swept out from its eyes destroyed the natural laws and order created by 2 peak-level figures. It was just too horrifying. Divine will, he is a divine will. Finally, an old monk from the western desert recognized what kind of creature it was. His white eyebrows moved as he chanted Buddhist scriptures. Divine will. Many people were confused. However, those who understood all had pale faces and shivers run through their bodies. How could there be something like this in this world? Central Continent's 4 exceptional emperor lords were all moved. They couldn't help but back up. They never expected to see this type of creature. Did a deity really appear in this world? Otherwise, how could a divine will be born? The Southern Mountains warlord didn't know if he was happy or worried. At this moment, the other cultivators finally understood what a divine will was. This was a type of creature that was born after an ancient deity died. It could be called a devil. Let's see what methods they have to break through it. Duanda backed up as if he didn't care. The old blind man tossed out another tortoise shell and performed a divination on the lake's surface. Head east, then south, the most auspicious. The barbarian didn't believe this swindler from the bottom of his heart. However, when he saw Yi Fan and Zhu Yuqing follow him, he also followed. As soon as they left, the raincoat male on the small boat released dark light like a black sun. It was incomparably terrifying, and then it transformed into a black hole. At this moment, it was unknown just how many people cried out in alarm. They couldn't help but fly forward, but their bodies split apart halfway. The small boat's black hole devoured everything. Heads, broken limbs, and torsos were dripping with blood, covering the sky. This was simply a scene from hell on earth. In a split second, over 100 people were torn apart, and all of them entered the black hole. The dark light receded, and the black abyss disappeared. The divine will appeared on the small boat again. There were quite a few bloodstains between his lips and teeth, and there were even some small white bones on his clothes. He swallowed over 100 people in one gulp. Many people almost fell limp onto the ground. These were all experts above the dragon transformation realm, and not a single one of them was weak. In the end, they were all swallowed in one gulp. There really were deities in the past. He is a devil born after the death of a deity. This was a supreme devil. He stood here with an unrivaled momentum. No one could contend against him, and going up would only result in death. After killing over 100 experts in one go, everyone was stunned. Even the supreme experts became silent, and they all felt a chill. Unless the crazy old man comes or invites a few archaic kings, no one will be able to contend against him. Unfortunately, the crazy old man's whereabouts were unknown, and no one knew where he went. As for the archaic kings, there was no need to even think about them. Those ancient creatures were similarly a great threat. Amitabha Buddha. An old monk from the western desert chanted the name of an ancient emperor. He stood out and said, "My Buddha is merciful." In the past, an ancient Buddha had encountered the divine will, and he left behind a method to subdue the devil. Everyone was shocked. The divine will the old monk spoke of was incomparably mysterious and terrifying. It had always been an existence of legends. Yet there were actually people who had encountered it before. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The Western Desert's inheritance was ancient, and it was broad and profound. An ancient Buddha had actually subdued this supreme devil. Divine monk, hurry up and use the method to subdue this devil. An emperor urged. We need to work together and chant our Buddha's rebirth mantra together. The old monk spoke. A cold snort sounded. This was the first time this devil had spoken, and it made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an icehouse. Cold air gushed out from their pores, and their bodies began to tremble. This type of voice sounded as if it came from the depths of hell. It made people's souls tremble with fear. Namo Amitabhaya, Doda Jia Duoyi, Duo Di Ta Amitba. At this time, the divine monk from the western region began to chant. He sat cross-legged in the air with a dignified appearance. Buddhist light curled up behind him, and it was as if an ancient Buddha had been reborn. Everyone, chant together to subdue the devil. An emperor shouted. Pull out all negative karma, and rebirth in the pure land of Thurni. Everyone chanted together, and the rebirth mantra resounded throughout the Great Lake. One could clearly see light flying out from everyone's body. They linked together and pressed down on the devil. This devil didn't take action, and it was clear that he wanted to resist the rebirth mantra. He revealed a cold smile, and even though he was in human form, he looked incomparably sinister. The Buddhist divine mantra is indeed extraordinary. It can really stop that devil. Dongfang Yi was shocked. On the side, feeling sentient held a Bodhi branch with a compassionate expression. Buddhist light shone from his mouth as he chanted another type of ancient scripture. It was precisely the Great Compassion Mantra. His voice wasn't loud, but it resounded between heaven and earth. She descended like a bodhisattva. Her clothes were as white as snow, and the golden lotus imprint between her brows shot out streaks of auspicious light. It combined with the rebirth mantra, and made the Buddhist sound even greater. Not far away, the devil's body trembled. His eyes shot out two streaks of cold light without the slightest bit of human emotion. The Buddhist light pushed the small boat away. The ancient Buddhist scriptures are truly wondrous. Duanda was astonished. He didn't think that he could truly suppress that devil. Everyone had endless potential. There were some scriptures in the Buddhist scriptures that could allow ordinary people to display some special divine abilities. The rebirth mantra was one of them. When the people of the world worked together, they could eliminate gods and devils. However, if it was used in a single confrontation, it would be a bit weak. It needed to be supplemented by other ancient scriptures in order to strengthen it. Does the Tao Gate not have similar ancient scriptures? If there were divine texts, wouldn't it be even better if we chanted them together? Yi Fan said to himself. Humph. The old blind man didn't like hearing this. He shot him a sidelong glance and said, The Tao Gate doesn't like to create sections. Today, I will also chant one to subdue the devil together. Don't tell me you are going to chant a fortune-telling technique? Dongfang Yi didn't believe this swindler, and always felt that he was a swindler. Accumulating yang to become a god, there is form within the god. The form is born from the sun is born from the moon. Accumulating in to form, there is spirit within the form. The old blind man sat on the lake's surface and chanted the scriptures. Immediately, a group of people couldn't help but chant along with him. The old man was quite sharp. He understood the meaning of the scripture after hearing it. He wanted to transform this devil that was born from Yin. Tao light flowed on his body, making him look like a golden body Tao ancestor. The origin of the heart is clear. One illumination destroys everything. The battle of Qi is unyielding. 10,000 senses in one breath. Observing all things with one heart. The old blind man sat in the void and became more and more indistinct. It was as if he was transmitting his voice from outside the world. This is the legendary expiation scripture. The expressions of many supreme experts changed. They were all extremely astonished. The expiation scripture wasn't an ancient scripture of the great human emperor, but it also had extraordinary uses. Even though its fighting strength wasn't great, it could purify all living things. When the expiation scripture appeared, more and more people joined in and chanted together. There seemed to be an indescribable power drawn over from the entire world. Roar! That devil let out a loud roar. He turned into a streak of black light and disappeared from his original location. The Buddhist light and this indescribable power naturally restrained him. Everyone, don't stop. Otherwise, everyone will die here. This devil can kill his way back at any time. A supreme expert transmitted his voice. In fact, there was no need for him to say this. Everyone already couldn't stop. Once the expiation scripture appeared, even the rebirth incantation was somewhat suppressed. When two scriptures were chanted at the same time, the latent divine energy within everyone's body rushed out endlessly. It was difficult to stop. This great lake was bright and resplendent. Many people were immersed in a strange state as they continuously chanted scriptures. Turns out everyone has such powerful and terrifying divine energy. Yi Fan was in a daze. He didn't sink into it. Swoosh. At this time, those supreme experts all moved. They rushed up the heavenly stairway and headed towards the heavenly passage. They weren't immersed in the expiation scripture either. Motherf ****. These old fellows let others chant scriptures while they themselves went to seize the great emperor's divine treasury. Dongfang Yi was indignant. We can't fly up. Yi Fan frowned. At this time, only the supreme experts weren't shackled and could fly. The others couldn't climb the heavenly stairway. At this time, the blind old man opened his eyes and calmly withdrew from the strange state of chanting scriptures. He casually divined and the tortoise shell made a sound. We can also go up. It all fell on him. After divining, he pointed at Duanda. Fatty Duan cursed and said, "You old man, you only know how to swindle and talk nonsense. Damn Fatty, don't dawdle. If you go one step later, everything will be snatched away." The blind old man glared. It was a far cry from the ethereal temperament he had when he was chanting scriptures just now. You swindler. Fatty Duan's eyebrows flashed brilliantly. A star river flew out and hung on the heavenly stairway, carrying them up calmly. Is this the treasure of the legendary celestial river Taoist? But he died 20,000 years ago. This divine object of an invincible king was buried underground with him. The blind old man's eyes widened and said, "You actually stole the ancient tomb of the celestial river king." "Don't stare at me. I accidentally fell into a hole and picked it up." Duanda felt a little guilty and then indignantly said, "This old man's treasures were all stolen by some bastard. Now I'm seriously lacking treasures." Yi Fan, the barbarian. Fatty Duan cursed again and again, but the two of them didn't dare to say anything. They let the victim keep cursing for fear that he would notice. They finally climbed the heavenly stairway and walked up into the sky, arriving at a place where all things were born. Here, the spirit chi was like water, almost liquefied. Spirit herbs were everywhere, and vegetation was abundant. Unexpectedly, there was a pure origin forming, and the process could be clearly seen. This is an archaic heaven and earth. The few of them were all shocked. Be careful. Since there is a deity's consciousness, this place is most likely an ancient land where a deity is buried. The blind old man reminded. With a cry, A golden light streaked across the sky. That's a three-legged golden crow flew over. At the same time, Yifan's expression changed. He saw Grand Preceptor Xiao and Xiaoji flying over the mountains in the distance. This is a world within a world. It's very small, but not very big. We must find the ancient coffin where the deity is buried. Duanda gritted his teeth. Chapter 586. Inside this small world, plants flourished, spiritual medicines were everywhere, tides surged, and large amounts of innate spiritual essence existed. This was an archaic heaven and earth. I finally know why the archaic races were so powerful. The era they lived in was just like this, spiritual essence like water, so they definitely improved at lightning speed. These ancient trees towered into the clouds, growing for tens of thousands of years without dying. If they were in the outside world, they would have long dried up. Dongfang Yi and the others couldn't help but be shocked. This was a spirit world like the archaic one, full of mysterious auras. Within this world within a world, all types of strange things could be seen. However, there was one thing that was strange. Ancient trees couldn't transform, and strange beasts couldn't cross tribulations. There was a type of mysterious formation pattern that suppressed everything here. There were incomparably powerful beast kings, but there were no humanoid ancient demons. This small world. Yifan was lost in thought. He felt his entire body relax, his pores and bones relaxing, easily entering a state of Tao comprehension. The laws of the outside world had changed, not suitable for divine physiques to cultivate, so one could only defy the heavens. However, this place was different, preserving all of the archaic laws and order, harmonizing with his flesh. The immortal Tao is often blessed. The ghost Tao is often vicious. High and pure, beautiful. Sad songs clear in the sky. Only wishing for the immortal Tao to succeed. Not wishing for the human Tao to be poor. Yifan casually recited. After saying this, even he himself was startled. This was a flash of enlightenment. This small world made his mind clear, and the Tao realm accompanied it. This truly is a good place. Cultivating here for a year is equivalent to 10 years of cultivation in the outside world. Duanda rubbed his hands, his eyes burning with passion. He actually wanted to collect this small world. Unless an ancient saint came, no one else could collect a small world. The old blind man shook his head regretfully. This is a pond formed from spiritual essence. The barbarian sighed in admiration. Right in front of them was a pond that was less than a square meter. Multicolored light curled up. Essence energy surging. Multicolored light overflowing. Beautiful and auspicious. It was formed from the liquefied essence energy of heaven and earth. There were a few origin blocks beside the pond that had transformed into translucent crystals. Apart from this, there were many spiritual medicines growing beside it. This is an abnormal source. We saw its evolution process. The others were all shocked. Then they searched around excitedly. If they could find the divine origin pool, then that would truly be a priceless immortal burial, because the divine origin liquid could allow one to seal themselves and live forever. To those below the great emperor realm, this was an indirect way to attain immortality. Even the supreme ancient royal clans survived this way. Divine origin liquid. Fatty Duan cried out in fear, and immediately pounced over. There was a small puddle of water under a towering ancient tree. It was only the size of a fist. Divine light surged up and illuminated the entire ancient tree with a resplendent dark green color. Several people surrounded over, clicking their tongues in wonder. With the passing of the archaic era, this type of divine origin liquid had long become a legend, not something they could see at all. I can make one of your fists or two of your eyes immortal, said Yifan with a smile. Fatty Duan chuckled non-stop. He took out a small cauldron and carefully sealed the divine origin liquid inside. He used a profound secret technique to add 81 layers of seals, afraid that it would freeze immediately. Continue searching. Who knows, we might be able to find a divine origin lake. Duanda wasn't satisfied and wanted to obtain an even greater harvest. Unfortunately, they knew that this was impossible. Even in the archaic era, divine origin liquid was still extremely rare, something that could only be discovered and not sought. Ow! A roar sounded from the distance. The magnificent mountains and rivers were all swaying, and countless spiritual trees and leaves flew about chaotically. The leaves flickered with green light, and the fragrance of spiritual medicines released multicolored light as they swayed about. Motherfucker, that's a dragon. The old blind man's eyes rolled back in shock. His black eyeballs spun about, becoming brighter than anyone else's eyes. 8 or 9 li out, within the majestic beautiful mountains, a dragon leapt into the air. It was over 200 jong in length, and green scales flickered about. Its head was high, and its divine horns were forked like a forest. The barbarian's eyes burned with passion as he said, I ate a wild dragon before. They said it was just a flood dragon. Could it be that I am fortunate enough to see a true dragon today? An old monk and 2 supreme powerhouses were subduing the dragon. The 3 of them joined hands to fight it, yet it was only a draw. The battle was incomparably intense. That is a flood dragon. It has already proven its Tao as an ancient beast king, and is even on the verge of breaking through. It is suppressing 3 peak human experts, truly powerful. The old blind man finally determined. On the other side of the sky, flames overflowed into the heavens. There was a fusang tree that towered into the heavens, and there was a crow's nest on top of it. A 3-legged golden crow streaked across the sky and fought with the 2 emperors. The golden bird's body looked as if it was cast from gold, and the divine flames almost burned half of the sky until it collapsed. There are treasures everywhere here. At this moment, the old blind man's eyes were sharper than anyone else's. 2 green lights shot out, and just like a wolf, they looked through the crow's nest on the fusang tree. There are 3 eggs inside. Although they are not real golden crows, if they are properly cultivated, they will become incomparably powerful divine birds. He wanted to borrow the only magic treasure left behind by the celestial river king from Duanda, Star River. He wanted to steal a golden crow egg and cultivate it into a bird king as a mount. Needless to say, once such a golden crow grew up, it would be even more powerful than a sacred master. It was incomparably precious, and no one would not be tempted. However, stealing the egg now was tantamount to taking chestnuts from the fire, and it could easily put one's life in danger. Are you going to lend it or not? The old blind man rolled his eyes. The one who wants to borrow the treasure is a master. Let me tell you, it doesn't matter if you die, but you must return my Star River. Don't lose it. Duanda reluctantly lent it to him. Voila! The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a Milky Way. It spread out in an instant and brought the few of them to the fusang tree, following it. Old faker, you brought us up. Everyone, please help me. I can't get close to that ancient tree alone. The old blind man apologized. Everyone, at hashtag yen%. Everyone wanted to kick him, but he had already flown high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the branches of the ancient tree. It was too late to retreat. This ancient fusang tree was half a head taller than the surrounding mountains. It towered into the sky, and its whole body was pale gold with endless flames burning. This ancient tree is a rare treasure that can be refined into a fire divine treasure. Duanda drooled. It's not the real fusang divine tree. This is a similar fire tree king. According to legend, the real fusang tree is in the immortal world, where the immortal ancient golden crows reside. Even immortals are helpless, the old blind man said. The fire tree king's pale golden leaves rustled, and the blazing flames were difficult to resist. All of them had to use their magical powers to resist. There were 3 golden eggs in the nest. They were not very big, only the size of a human head, but they were flowing with powerful fluctuations of divine power. Every egg was like a golden fireball with a frighteningly high temperature. Even from a distance, one would feel a burning sensation all over their bodies. I will only take 1 divine egg. I won't end the bloodline inheritance of this divine bird. The old blind man chanted a Tao name with a compassionate expression. You are clearly an egg thief, yet you are still acting like this. The barbarian was disdainful. He had originally wanted to take one of the divine eggs, but now he felt embarrassed. No, there is a supreme treasure in this nest. Duanda cried out as soon as they got close. The others also felt a peculiar aura. It was sacred, auspicious, and vast. There was a pure source of power flowing through it, making the entire nest empty. It was extremely peculiar. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The spirit mouse in Duanda's sleeve cried out incessantly. It was a descendant of the treasure-seeking mouse. Although its blood was thin and it couldn't reach divinity, it could still sense something at such a close distance. They landed on the nest and almost fell to the ground. A boundless power surged, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Divine object. They finally discovered the abnormality. At the center of the nest, there was a bone under the 3 golden eggs. It was extremely ancient and flowed with a faint golden brilliance. The bone of a saint. The indestructible saint bone. This is a saint bone left behind after transforming into the Tao. They all cried out in alarm. Even if ancient saints died, their flesh and blood would remain forever. However, some saints were unwilling to leave behind their corpses and would dissolve themselves. However, there would occasionally be 1 or 2 of the hardest bones left behind. Those were the most powerful parts of their bodies, and they could not be erased even after transforming into the Tao. This is the arm bone left behind by a saint after transforming into the Tao. It is a priceless divine object. If it is refined into a weapon, the results will be unimaginable. They were all moved and took action at the same time to grab it. Even the tranquil enlightened being couldn't help but brandish his Bodhi branch, causing green leaves to flicker. However, no one could be faster than Yi Fan, because he grasped the rose symbol art. He immediately grabbed it in his hands. At this moment, his entire body trembled. The saint bone contained unmatched power, making his mind tremble. Brother Yi, give this saint bone to me. I owe you a life. Barbarian said solemnly. Duanda and the blind old man also clamored. They were willing to pay any treasures in exchange for it, such as the Star River, Tortoise Shell, Divine King Weapon, and so on. This saint bone is too important to me. Dongfang Yi pleaded solemnly and explained some of the situation. He came from a savage ancient forest in the Central Plains. The wolf-tooth club in his hand was originally a supreme divine object, but unfortunately, it was heavily damaged after a world-shaking battle in ancient times. To repair it, he needed a divine object like the saint bone to refine it. Don't tell me this wolf-tooth club was originally a saint weapon. Duanda and the others were shocked. Barbarian didn't reply. Instead, he looked at Yi Fan and said, "In a while, I'll help you seize the ancient scriptures. I have my own ancient heavenly technique, so there's no need for other methods." Yi Fan thought about it. He had the myriad chi cauldron. Even though the soul saint bone left behind by the ancient saint was powerful, and could be called a priceless divine object, it still couldn't compare to his cauldron, and wasn't of much use to him. At this moment, he directly handed over the saint bone to Barbarian. He knew that in the future, he would definitely have a great help. Barbarian was incomparably excited and said, "In the future, as long as the saint's laws are engraved on it, this wolf-tooth club will be completely repaired." The eyes of the blind old man and Duanda burned with passion, but they were still quite careful. They didn't kill each other and didn't rob it. "Don't be disappointed, I'll give you a golden crow egg." Yi Fan smiled and handed over a scorching hot golden divine egg to the blind old man. "This is what I wanted to take in the first place." The blind old man rolled his eyes. There's a green copper plate here." Barbarian squatted down and took out a piece of rotten copper plate from the crow's nest. No one knew how long it had been here, as it was mottled with green rust. On the green copper plate, the rust couldn't hide the densely packed engravings. The surface was engraved with small characters like a heavenly book, and there was actually a flow of Tao rhythm. "Brother Yi, take a look." Barbarian handed it over to Yi Fan. Chapter 587. It was a piece of scrap copper. It was as thin as paper and mottled with green rust. It was engraved with tiny characters the size of flies. They were densely packed and flowed with a mysterious aura, like traces of the Tao. Duanda's eyes straightened and shot out 2 frightening rays of light. He pounced over like a wolf to snatch the scrap copper. Bang! Yi Fan and the barbarian attacked at almost the same time. At such a close distance, their bodies collided. There was a loud boom and the crow's nest shook violently. Duanda grunted and fell back. His hands were bleeding and the web between his thumb and forefinger was torn. Bright red blood gushed out. In this world, not many people could compete with Yi Fan and the barbarian in terms of physical strength. Even the divine dynasty's overlord would be at a disadvantage in such a confrontation. Duanda's hands were only bleeding and did not turn into meat paste. This was enough to show how strong and terrifying he was. His physical body was very strong. What do you mean? Dongfeng Yi widened his eyes and stared at Duanda. At this time, he handed the scrap copper to Yi Fan. I just want to take a look. Duanda ignored his injuries and looked extremely excited. He still rushed over without a care for anything. His eyes stared at the scrap copper without blinking. His eyes were deep as if he wanted to see through it. He almost immersed his mind in it. Others might not know, but Yi Fan knew what was going on. That year, in front of the Eastern Wasteland's Demon Emperor's tomb, the green copper block appeared. It was ordinary and Duanda missed it. At this moment, Fatty Duan stared at the green copper block. He must have thought of many things. That was why he wanted to take it and see what it was. At the same time, Yi Fan also thought of something. Could it be that this scrap copper had something to do with the green copper block in his body? He held it in his hand and studied it carefully. The barbarian held the wolf-tooth club in front of him and glared at Duanda. He was on high alert. This is... Yi Fan's expression changed and he was shocked. He stared at the densely packed small characters and frowned. What do you see? Let me take a look. Duanda's breathing became rapid. What does it say? Blind old man also came over and stared at the green copper block. Zhu Yuqing also walked forward. Her beautiful eyes were filled with divine splendor as she stared at the ancient bronze plate that was covered in green embroidery. I don't know a word, Yi Fan said. They were all waiting for him to continue, but they didn't expect him to say something like this. Let me see. Old Blind and Duanda stretched out their hands at the same time, but Dongfeng Yi blocked them with his big stick. Unless you are an archaic creature, there is no way you can recognize it. This is the most ancient divine text. Yi Fan shook his head. Yes, Yi said he of green da of as possible. As of old man of as a fire of green of as fire of as he is as of. This is. Dongfeng Yi didn't stop them. They looked at each other and stared at the copper block. This was the archaic divine language, a language used by tens of thousands of ancient races. It was rumored that it was created by the ancient deities, and it was the most ancient language used by all races. Duanda finally had the chance to touch the copper block and murmured, "It's not green da." He was a bit absent-minded. Then he said with grief and indignation, "There was once a supreme treasure in front of me, but I f*** king. Sigh. This fatty is possessed." Barbarian curled his lips. Yi Fan cursed silently. This damned fatty couldn't forget it. It seemed that missing out on the green copper block had greatly affected him. At this moment, blind old man's eyes were wide open. Duanda didn't want to snatch it, but he wanted to make a move. Yi Fan retreated cautiously and didn't want to let him look. I'm just taking a look, not trying to snatch it. Oh right. Why do I find you familiar? Are you my client? I sold you the immortal burial diagram before. Yi Fan rolled his eyes and said, You old swindler, you said it was the only copy but in the end, you printed over 1,000 pieces. How many people have you cheated? Who cheated people? I guarantee it's the real deal. Otherwise, how could you find this place? Blind old man dawdled as if he wasn't a profiteer. The others were speechless. All the immortal burial diagrams in the world were sold by him. It could be said that apart from a few great powers, everyone here was his client. Sentient feeling suddenly said, An item from the primordial era that has been preserved to this day must have supreme symbols engraved on it. Otherwise, even a peerless treasure would return to dust. This is immortal tears green gold. Duanda was puzzled. He stretched out his chubby hands and wanted to snatch it. Blind old man was no exception. Yi Fan was speechless. These two were comparable to the Black Emperor. They wanted to snatch the treasure away from him. This really is immortal tears green gold. It's the same divine material as the immortal tears pagoda left behind by the Western Empress. Moreover, there are supreme divine symbols engraved on it. They finally confirmed that this piece of scrap copper was extraordinary and not as bad as it looked. Motherfucker, he really is a wastrel, too much of a wastrel, using immortal tears green gold to make a page. How can others endure this? Even the great emperor might not be able to gather enough divine objects to refine his own sacred weapon. Duanda shouted. Too extravagant. This is the legendary immortal tears green gold. In the present age, only the Jade Lake has a piece. It's impossible to find another piece after forging it into the Western Emperor Pagoda. Blind Old Man was also distressed. However, even though they said this, they continuously moved forward to memorize the divine characters on the paper. Now, without thinking too much, everyone knew that to dare to use immortal tears green gold as a piece of paper to record these characters was definitely priceless. These characters were absolutely extraordinary. Ouch! Damn! Duanda and Blind Old Man cursed at the same time. They felt a sharp pain in their heads and retreated, revealing expressions of shock. There are supreme divine symbols on this immortal tears green gold paper after all. Using divine will to memorize these ancient characters is extremely difficult. The two of them said. Yi Fan stared at it for a long time, but couldn't recognize a single character. Even though he knew that this was an immortal treasure, he couldn't read it. He could only stare helplessly. Western Desert. There are people on Mount Meru who can recognize archaic divine characters. Feeling sentient spoke. She was extremely quiet, and her voice carried a bit of magnetism. It was extremely pleasant to listen to. Mount Meru was an otherworldly and incomparably mysterious place. Many people believed that there might be a living ancient Buddha there, but no one dared to barge in. If I have the chance, I will definitely go to Mount Meru to ask for guidance, Yi Fan said. Right now he couldn't go even if he was beaten to death. Sakyamuni had already retreated from Western Desert and became a taboo figure. Yi Fan also came from the other side of the starry sky. If he was discovered by someone from Mount Meru, who knew what would happen? In the future, kidnap an archaic creature and have him read it out. Dongfang Yi spoke valiantly. He treated powerful archaic races like chickens and ducks. Yi Fan felt that this piece of green copper was too rare and felt embarrassed to accept it. This is too precious. An ancient saint passed away and left behind a single sacred bone. It has been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, but is still indestructible. It can be said that it condensed all of his profound mysteries, and is an exceptional divine object. You didn't hesitate and directly gave it to me. Feel free to accept this piece of green copper as well, Dongfang Yi said. In the end, the two of them put it away. They were both satisfied and incomparably excited. This wolf-tooth club will definitely become a weapon of a saint in the future, and it will definitely be extremely powerful. After all, it contains the entire essence of a saint, Duanda muttered. The immortal tears green gold paper is full of uncertainty, but in the future, it might be able to translate an immortal scripture. The old blind man hugged the divine egg and muttered. The five of them left the crow's nest. They were afraid that the adult golden crows would see them, so they slipped away and appeared in another mountain range. Another puddle. It's the divine origin liquid. Duanda cried out in surprise and threw himself down. It had to be said that this damned fatty's luck was very strong. This time, he discovered a puddle of water that was about a square foot in size. It was formed from the divine origin liquid again. The divine light was resplendent and illuminated the surrounding ancient trees into a bright green like jade. With so much divine origin liquid, I can smear a layer on the surface of my body. I think it can seal me for 10,000 years. If I sell it to those holy lands, I can definitely exchange it for an imperial divine weapon. The old blind man's eyes turned red and he said, "Don't you know about tombs? Hurry up and find where that god is buried and dig out that coffin as soon as possible. Otherwise, if those emperors and demon lords get there first, we won't be able to get anything." Duanda calmed down and stared at this small world in a daze. Why do I feel that every place is suitable for burying people? As expected of the immortal graveyard. This small world wasn't big, but it would be tiring to dig out every mountain. Yi Fan went forward and used the heavenly origin divine technique to observe the terrain. He searched for the dragon vein, locked down the universe, and peered into the mysteries of heaven. He wanted to find the immortal graveyard. This world within a world is even more mysterious than the reclining immortal diagram outside. He frowned and stared at a mountain ridge in the mountain range. Look, doesn't that look like a reclining immortal diagram? Everyone's eyes flashed. The more they observed, the more they felt it was similar. The shrubs were lush, and spirit waterfalls poured down. It was as if there was a bloodbath and the corpses of immortals were strewn across the mountains. He should be buried there. Yi Fan provided the diagram of the world. Duanda quickly made a deduction. Next, it was up to him to find the tomb. The 5 of them were excited. They summoned the starry river and turned it into a waterfall. They leaped over the mountains and appeared in front of this strange mountain ridge. They stopped in their tracks. It's as if a heavenly scar was embedded here. The old blind man sucked in a breath of cold air. The shape of this mountain range was very strange. It looked like the corpses of immortals, but it flowed with the aura of the heavenly path. As soon as they approached, they seemed to hear someone chanting ancient scriptures. The sonorous voice of the great Tao was vast and mysterious. It seemed as if it descended from the 9 heavens and drilled into everyone's ears. However, no one could hear it clearly. It was very restless. It is indeed a mysterious and unfathomable place. Sentient feeling spoke. The Bodhi branch in his hand flowed with green light. Let's take advantage of the fact that the emperors, demon lords, and divine monks are still searching in other places to enter and obtain the immortal graveyard. Dongfang Yi urged. Duanda circled around the mountain ridge and climbed up a withered cliff. He said, "We can't force our way through this mountain. Otherwise, there will be a great calamity. Let's enter from here." There was an ancient cave on the withered cliff. It was the mouth of the immortal lying on the ground. It led to the depths of the earth vein. As soon as they entered the ancient cave, their expressions changed. Their divine force was greatly suppressed. There was a supreme pressure coming from the depths of the earth vein that made them want to kneel on the ground. An aura comparable to an ancient emperor. It's similar to a resurrected sacred weapon of the extreme path. Yi Fan had experienced the battle of the northern divine city. At that time, there were people who wanted to kill divine King Jiang, and even borrowed the sacred weapon of the extreme path. He personally experienced the process of the resurrection of 2 weapons of the extreme path. It almost destroyed the surrounding tens of thousands of li. There must be the corpse of an ancient deity here. Fatty Duan could be considered an authoritative figure in the field of necrology. He made such a judgment. Deities. All kinds of signs indicate that they might really exist in this world. We are about to see them. The old blind man muttered. The will of a deity had already appeared. If there were no deities buried here, then it really couldn't be explained. Everyone was very excited. Perhaps they were about to witness a miracle. Chapter 588. The few of them followed the cave on the cliff and went deeper into the earth veins. From time to time, they would find source blocks on the ground, illuminating the entire ancient cave. Drip. Water droplets fell from the walls, flowing with 5-colored light. When they landed on the ground, they were clear and pleasant to listen to. It was as if a wonderful melody was being played, making the ancient cave seem even more peaceful. Yi Fan and the others walked through the cave that was flickering with light. They found it hard to calm down. The majestic aura from the depths of the earth veins made it hard for them to breathe. If nothing went wrong, it should be the corpse of a god, but it was even more powerful than an awakened holy weapon. It was like an ocean surging, making one's soul tremble. Walala. The sound of iron chains swaying could be faintly heard. In this dark and gloomy cave, it was especially frightening. It was like the sound of ghosts from hell, as if there was a devil trying to break free from its shackles. Woo-woo. After walking a few more miles, the wind howled and blew from other forks. Yin energy attacked them, and those forks were pitch black like an abyss. They didn't investigate, and they couldn't pay attention to it. Only the heavens knew what was in those pitch black forks. Right now, they were only heading towards the main vein that was glowing. Kacha. Along the way, they would see a few source blocks that were attached to the walls. When they were broken off, they would make a clear sound and swirl with multicolored light. It was to the extent where they dug up a few pieces of divine source. They shone with resplendent brilliance, illuminating the entire ancient cave, making it seem like a dream. This ancient god really knows how to choose a place. If we dig this place up, we will find quite a few source blocks. This is a precious treasure land. The aura in front of them became stronger and stronger, making them feel pressured. It was as if they were facing a demonic mountain that reached into the clouds. Their hearts palpitated, and they felt like they were suffocating. If this continues, we might not even be able to get close to the god's coffin. I'm afraid that even if we are far away, our bodies won't be able to handle it and will crack. Gods. Even the ancient emperors and ancient emperors were confused. They didn't know if they truly existed, but now, they were about to witness a miracle. In front of them, there was an ancient tree blocking their way. It was shocking. This underground world actually had such a towering ancient tree. Under the illumination of the source blocks, it was dark green, tender, and full of vitality. However, a few people felt a dangerous aura. Roar! A blood-curdling scream that made people's scalps go numb rang out. It was no different from the howl of an evil spirit. In just an instant, it made people's hair stand on end. Xiao! A black figure darted over like a demon, ferociously pouncing at them. It brought with it an evil wind, and a ferocious aura assaulted their faces. Devil ape. Duanda was shocked. His face was snow-white as he staggered backwards. Everyone's expressions changed, and they all backed up. This was a ghost ape that was a zhang in height. Its entire body was covered in black scales that flickered with dark light. A bitter, baleful aura lingered about it. Its two eyes were incomparably resentful, as if it had met its mortal enemy for 10 lifetimes. Its iron hook-like claws stretched out, wanting to rip open the stomachs of the few of them. This is a creature born from the ancient tomb. It is extremely difficult to deal with and extremely dangerous. Duanda shouted loudly, reminding everyone. Clang! Duanda took out a metal seal, which pressed down like a mountain. But under the sharp claws of the demonic ape, sparks flew everywhere, and it turned into metal powder. It should be known that every item on Fatty Duan's body was a rare treasure, but they couldn't withstand a single blow from the demonic ape. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Ew! The demonic ape let out a mournful cry, like a ghost escaping from hell. It once again rushed over. If it were an ordinary person, it would have scared them to death. Buzz! Dong Fangyi made his move. He held the sacred bone left behind by an ancient sage. A touch of golden light flowed as he fiercely swung it out. Ah! The demonic ape screamed miserably. It was extremely dexterous. With a schwa sound, it retreated as fast as a ghost. It seemed to be afraid of this golden sacred bone. There really is such a thing in this world. It's a demonic ape. Damn, if we really fought, it could even tear apart a top powerhouse. The old blind man was shocked. This is the third time I've seen it. The first 2 times were in the ancient tombs of the Emergence King and the Celestial River King. I almost died. Duanda still felt some lingering fear. The demonic ape looked extremely ferocious. Its black scales flickered. It stared fiercely at the sacred bone, and did not dare to move forward for a moment. Then, it suddenly let out a long cry, like the cry of an owl. So. Not long after, 4 more demonic apes rushed out of the ancient woods. All of them were 10 feet tall. They looked fierce and cruel as they surrounded the few of them. Legend has it that these are the corpses of an ancient top powerhouse. With 5 of them coming at once, we are in danger. The old blind man gnashed his teeth. The few of them retreated together. The demonic apes did not dare to attack. They were very afraid of the sacred bone's arm, and kept roaring in a low voice. If we wait for too long, they will definitely attack. This is not good. Yi Fan frowned. Duanda gritted his teeth and said, "They forced me to use my trump card." He took out an ancient copper lamp. It was dark, but the flame never went out. When he opened the lampshade, an inexplicable aura suddenly spread out. The flame was extremely soft and sacred, illuminating the ancient woods with brilliance and light. The lamp was not very dazzling, but its light could penetrate every inch of space. There were no shadows to be found, and a sacred aura filled the air. The 5 demonic apes retreated in fright and cried out incessantly. They were angry and afraid, so much so that their bodies could not help but tremble. This lamp. The old blind man was shocked. He stared at it and said, "The oil in this copper lamp Could it be taken from the body of a saint? When these words came out, the others were shocked and revealed expressions of disbelief. That's right, the shell of this lamp is nothing, but the oil inside is refined from the body of an ancient saint. It will never go out and can be used to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Duanda admitted that he brought this out from the tomb of Hell King. When he first saw it, he was so shocked that he could not sleep for 3 days. When the saint's oil lamp appeared, the 5 demonic apes retreated in fear. The light and the smell emitted by the lamp made them feel fear from their souls. They did not dare to stay for long. In fact, the arm bone left behind by the saint was even more precious. It was just that it was too restrained and did not release a supreme holy aura. Thus, it was not as effective as this exceptional oil lamp. Don't put away this lamp. Who knows what will appear in front of us? I'm always worried that the will of a god will appear again. The old blind man was worried. In the outside world, thousands of people are chanting the rebirth mantra and the expiation scripture. Endless divine light has sealed the heavenly stairway. Can the will of a god come in? That's hard to say. There will most likely be other paths. After exchanging a few words, the 5 of them became nervous. They were afraid of encountering that true unparalleled demon. Who in the present world could subdue him? Walala. The sound of iron chains swaying in front of them could be heard clearly. It made them shiver with fear as if they had arrived in hell. A black river flowed silently and calmly, cutting off the path ahead. It was like a black abyss that almost swallowed one's mind and soul. It was very calm without any wind or waves, not even a splash. However, it was so black that it made one's heart palpitate. After looking at it for a long time, one's soul would be shattered. It really is. Truine water. Normally, if one could obtain a small gourd of water, it would be regarded as a treasure by cultivators. However, there is a river here. These people were all stupefied. At the same time, they were horrified. This place was too strange and terrifying. After arriving here, their divine force was suppressed even more. Duanda's Star River couldn't even fly, unable to cross over. I fear that even the central continent's peerless emperor wouldn't be able to fly here. There was an iron chain above the Black River. It swayed with walala sounds. It was pitch black like ink and flickered with specks of light as it connected to the other shore. Are we going to cross the river by climbing the chain? We can't climb over. Look, there are creatures on this iron chain. These people looked carefully, and they all felt a chill run through their bodies. There were actually quite a few corpses wrapped around the iron chain. When their eyes opened and closed, they would release a lush green radiance. Ancient strange corpses. They are experts that came from the later generations and not people from the archaic era. They died here. Upon closer inspection, one could see that this iron chain was quite special. It was known as soul-pacifying iron, a type of rare treasure that naturally attracted corpses. It could prevent corpses from rotting. It was unknown just how many years had passed. There were no less than 10 corpses wrapped around the iron chain. Every single one of them was extremely frightening. From their clothing, one could tell that they had existed for an endless amount of time. They are all peerless characters. Otherwise, their corpses wouldn't have gained sentience. How do we go over? These people were troubled. Suddenly, a white bone boat slowly floated over and drifted to the shore. It was constructed from thousands of snow-white skulls, causing people to feel a sense of dread. This must have been created by the will of the gods. Otherwise, the gods of the ancient era wouldn't have made these frightening things. Get on the boat. We have the sage's oil lamp, so no evil can invade. Even if there are strange creatures in the lunar true water, they wouldn't dare to invade. The 5 of them didn't hesitate too much. They boarded the white bone boat and floated towards the other shore. During this process, the ancient lamp in Duanda's hand flowed with auspicious radiance, illuminating the bone boat. Splash. As soon as they reached the shore, huge waves surged in the river. A dorsal fin appeared, and a blood-colored creature that resembled both a dragon and a flood dragon sank into the water. To be able to survive in the lunar true water, this creature most likely has a terrifying origin. Yi Fan and Dongfang Yi were both astonished. Their physical bodies were very powerful, but they didn't dare to say that they could enter and exit the black lunar true water like this. Hurry up. I feel that those emperors, demon lords, and divine monks are about to arrive. We must obtain the ancient scriptures and immortal treasures before them. Even though they wanted to speed up, they couldn't because the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Even though they took out all kinds of ancient treasures to protect their bodies, it was as if they were moving through a swamp. Is it the powerful aura of the corpse? Or is there an extreme holy weapon suppressing this place? They felt that their bodies couldn't hold on any longer. This kind of pressure made their bones feel like they were about to break. We've arrived. Look, it's an immortal ground in front of us. They arrived at the deepest part of the earth vein, and finally saw the immortal graveyard they were looking for. Endless immortal energy assaulted their faces, making them want to ascend with multicolored light. In front of them, flowing multicolored lights overflowed. This was a vast heaven and earth with tens of thousands of large dragons spiraling about. Endless brilliance lingered about, and the immortal energy was hazy. There was a huge pyramid-like platform there. Of course, it didn't have a pointed top, and the top was extremely flat. It was completely constructed from 5 colored jade stones. This tall platform was tens of thousands of zhang tall. The jade platform was a step-by-step, and one could reach the top from anywhere. Endless immortal energy was hazy, and it was as if they arrived at the immortal realm. It's tens of thousands of zhang tall, but this is the depths of the earth vein. There must be some profound mysteries of the spatial laws. The tens of thousands of zhang tall jade platform was incomparably grand. Primal chaos surged, immortal energy pervaded the air, and over 10,000 large dragons coiled about. It was extremely majestic. We've finally arrived at the immortal graveyard. Look, there is a coffin at the top, most likely a deity is buried inside. Their divine power was pretty much sealed, but their divine senses and spiritual awareness were still there. They felt that kind of pressure. An ancient coffin was lying on top of the tens of thousands of zhang tall jade platform, and it seemed like it was going to crush the ages. If we can open the ancient coffin, we will be the first people to see a deity since the ancient times. Chapter 589. The 10,000 zhang tall jade platform ascended step by step. Dragons and phoenixes soared, primal chaos swirling about. Even though everyone knew that this wasn't real, they were still shocked. The azure dragon and divine phoenix were extremely realistic. There were over 10,000 of them formed from immortal energy, adding a mysterious aura to the 5-colored jade platform. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to see anything even if they looked up. After all, the 5-colored jade platform was tens of thousands of zhang tall. However, everyone's divine eyes were like lightning, piercing through the clouds and mist, vaguely seeing it. Above, there was a coffin that was old and ancient, releasing endless vicissitudes. Even though it was less than 3 zhang long, it seemed to have endured endless eras, storing all of the years. What great changes, what boundless great earth, what boundless starry sky. None of it could compare to a corner of the coffin. It seemed to have condensed the past, present, and future, passing through millions of years. At this point, no one could safely pass through. Their bodies were about to break apart. Their entire bodies were in intense pain, and even their bones were cracking. On this 5-colored jade platform, there was a boundless terrifying pressure that surged like a tide. It was vast and mighty, making one's body feel like it was going to collapse. Had the extreme Tao of the great ancient emperors revived? This was what everyone was wondering. This type of matchless pressure had only appeared during the Battle of the Northern Divine Region City. No cultivator could resist it. Could it be that it was released by a corpse? Just how terrifying of a power did it have when it was still alive? They couldn't help but feel horrified. Right now, they were not far from the 5-colored jade platform, unable to take another step forward. All ancient treasures were useless. At this time, everyone's divine force was severely suppressed. Even though they could still use magical power, it wasn't as smooth as before. At this point, Yi Fan and Dongfang Yi were undoubtedly the most suited to this environment. Their bodies were even stronger than divine lords. Even though their divine force was weakened, their fighting prowess didn't decrease. This ancient coffin might have existed since the archaic era. Whether or not there were deities in this world would be revealed today. The coffin wasn't placed horizontally on the 10,000 zhang jade platform, but instead floated in the void above, suspended within the primal chaos and immortal energy as if it had a life of its own. It's over, we can only stop here, unable to take another step forward. What should we do? Dong Fangyi said. The 10,000 zhang tall platform was right in front of them, yet they couldn't approach it. The aura descending from above was difficult to endure, as if their bodies and souls would be destroyed. A group of small fries even came here, not knowing the difference between life and death. A young man's voice sounded. He walked over with his hands behind his back. Trash, who are you talking about? Dong Fangyi licked his lips. This was a sign that the barbarians were about to attack. He raised the big stick in his hand. Don't be rash. This is a powerful being. The old blind man stopped him. A bunch of trash. This young man looked over in disdain. He slowly walked over, bringing with him an oppressive pressure. Yi Fan and the others felt that something wasn't right. This was a powerful being whose temperament wasn't up to standard. He didn't take them seriously at all, and wanted to clear this place. Uncle. At that moment, another voice rang out. A middle-aged man approached this place with great difficulty. It was obvious that the 10,000-meter tall jade platform was giving him a great deal of pressure. Yi Fan cried out in his heart. This was bad. The Xiao family's people had arrived. It was the half-step almighty Xiaoji who had tried to kill him several times. Yi Zhaotian. When Xiaoji arrived, he immediately spotted Yi Fan. His eyes widened, and he let out a roar as he prepared to pounce at Yi Fan. He's the one who killed Mingyuan. The young man's expression immediately darkened. He looked down at Yi Fan and said, Are you going to cut yourself, or are you waiting for me to do it? Yi Fan snorted coldly. He didn't say anything. His steps were light, and he glided over like an immortal towards the 10,000-meter tall jade platform. He was moving forward against the strong pressure. In an instant he arrived in front of the jade platform. At this place, his divine power was suppressed even more, and it was very difficult to use it. Little Yi, let's see where you can go now. Xiaoji walked over with an eerie expression. He was like a cat playing with a mouse. He didn't hurry and approached Yi Fan. Xiao Yinxing was Grand Tutor Zhao's blood brother. He looked very young, but this was not his actual age. With his hands behind his back, he didn't seem to care at all. He walked over and looked down at Yi Fan. Kneel down yourself. Little dog Yi, let's see how you can survive this time. Xiao Ji's expression was sinister. With one step he arrived in front of Yi Fan. With the 8 trigrams purple copper cauldron in his hand, he slammed it down. At this moment, Yi Fan didn't show any fear. Instead he revealed a mocking expression. He calmly made an embracing mountain seal with his left hand and slammed it forward. This wasn't the seal technique of the past, but the flawless secret technique he obtained from the precipice of the savage world. This was the earth seal of the 3 seals of heaven, earth, and man buzz. The power was extreme and incomparably ferocious. It was as if a piece of earth was pressing down. This left hand filled the sky, terrifying beyond compare. Xiaoji sneered. He was a half-step almighty. How could a dragon transformation realm cultivator be his opponent? The purple copper cauldron in his hand flowed with purple splendor as it pressed down. However, he immediately felt that something was wrong. His divine power was not flowing smoothly, and he was severely suppressed in this place. He actually couldn't activate his weapon. He suddenly became vigilant. This wasn't what made him feel uneasy. His opponent's strength was far inferior to his, so he should be suppressed even more. However, his opponent's hand seal wasn't restricted. Once the embracing mountain seal appeared, it was as if the earth was in the sky. It was heavy and imposing, suppressing everything. A large black hand slammed down. Dang. In front of the 10,000 zhang jade platform, everyone's Dao power was suppressed, and they couldn't smoothly use it. However, Yi Fan's physical body was strong, and this was pure physical strength. Embracing mountain seal. Yi Fan's left hand was like a black peak as it struck the purple copper cauldron. A rumbling sound rang out, and with a crack, the copper cauldron cracked and fell to the ground. Behind him, everyone was shocked. A weapon interwoven with the laws of order was destroyed just like that by his physical body. Just how strong was his physique? Retreat. Xiao Yunxing shouted. He rushed over with a step, activating his overflowing magical power to block. Yi Fan's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. The embracing mountain seal in his left hand continued to shake, and a black shadow of a great mountain appeared, pressing forward. Xiaoji shouted and did his best to retreat. He pushed out both hands to block the black embracing mountain seal, but he was powerless. Pooh! His hands immediately turned into a bloody pulp, crushed by the black peak. Then his arms, like tofu, were brushed by Yi Fan's left hand and also shattered with a pop. Blood and bone fragments flew everywhere. Behind him everyone was shocked. However, Xiao Yunxing's magical power finally surged over and blocked Yi Fan's attack. Bang! There was a huge tremor, and Yi Fan fell back. Xiaoji used this opportunity to stagger back. His arms had disappeared, turned into a bloody pulp, and no longer existed. In this place where immortals are buried, everyone's divine power was suppressed. Yi Fan relied on pure physical strength to seriously injure a half-step cultivator. Ah! Xiaoji screamed. He was going crazy and couldn't believe all this. With his strength, no matter how many Yi Fan came, he could kill them. But now this was the result. In just one exchange, his arms were destroyed by his opponent. He was angry, ashamed, angry, and annoyed. The pain made him sweat profusely. Xiao Yunxing's face was as calm as water. Although he looked like a young man, his power was comparable to a sect leader. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning as he rushed over. Swoosh! Yi Fan was even faster. He ascended the sky in 9 steps and rushed to the jade platform's 18 steps. He felt endless pressure pressing down from that height. Here he stopped. His right hand moved, and marks of the Tao appeared. He formed the man-ruler seal. At this moment he was like a sovereign of the human race. He looked down on the world and the vast earth with a domineering attitude. This was the man-ruler seal. Once it was displayed, a person's temperament would change. He was like the king of the human race, standing in the clouds and looking down on all beings. Boom! Yi Fan formed the seal. With a loud sound he staggered backwards. Although he was shaken, there were no injuries. On the other side, Xiao Yunxing's expression changed. He was an almighty, but his overflowing mana was not flowing smoothly, so he couldn't kill his opponent. Again. Yi Fan climbed up the 9 steps and shouted. Not good. For the first time, Xiao Yunxing felt the seriousness of the situation. The opponent's physique was abnormally strong. Even stronger than an almighty like him. It was beyond his expectations. In this place, the mana was suppressed, and the strength of the physique was fully displayed. If he climbed to the top of the jade platform, it was hard to say who would live and who would die. Trash, come up and fight! Yi Fan sneered. Xiao Yunxing's expression darkened. Without saying a word, he climbed up the jade steps. A cultivator from the dragon transformation realm was shouting at an almighty. This caused the people below to be stunned. This was truly awe-inspiring. Ah! Below, Xiaoji shouted. After losing both his arms, he was in great pain. Seeing this scene, he was furious. What are you shouting for? The barbarian walked forward with his wolf-tooth club. He was fierce and stared at the half-step almighty. You! Xiaoji almost died of anger. His strength was unfathomable, and he was respected wherever he went. But today he was being looked down upon. However, he knew Dongfang Ye's background. He was a barbarian from some ancient tribe. His physique was extremely abnormal. If they fought in this god-forsaken place, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. What happened? At this moment, a clear voice was heard. A spirited old man arrived. It was Grand Preceptor Xiao. Beside him was an old man. Father, you are finally here. Xiaoji spat out a mouthful of blood, drenching his clothes. Without saying a word, the barbarian rushed up the jade platform. He would definitely be at a disadvantage if he stayed below. He had to imitate Yi Fan and rely on his physique to climb up. Bang! Above, Yi Fan's hand formed the human ruler imprint. His black hair danced about crazily. He fought a great battle with Xiao Yunxing, but he was still unharmed. Suddenly, he fought against an almighty being. The people who had just arrived were all shocked, especially Grand Preceptor Xiao and the others. Their expressions continuously changed. At this moment, the 4 emperors of the Central Plains, the demon lord of the southern mountains, and the divine monk of the western desert all arrived. They all revealed strange expressions. Forget it. Grand Preceptor Xiao waved his hand and made Xiao Yunxing retreat. The two barbarians of the younger generation could rely on their physique to fight against almighty beings on the Jade platform. If two of them were killed here, it truly wasn't worth it. So lively, a few more sect masters arrived. They were all great figures whose might shook the world. Some of them were cultivators that gave the 4 great immortal dynasties headaches. They came from the 100 sections. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He saw a few familiar people. He had seen them at the Jade Lake Feast of Peaches. For example, the old sect master of the Central Plains Yin Yang sect. He was over 3,000 years old, and was a living fossil-level character. At this moment, apart from Yi Fan's group, there was no one from the younger generation. They were all world-shaking sect master-level existences that looked down on the boundless earth. These people all came. It was clear that there was going to be a great battle. Even the flesh and bones of the ancient saints were world-shocking divine objects, let alone the ancient deities. The floating ancient coffin on the 10,000 zhang jade platform was a priceless immortal treasure. No one would let it go, and there would definitely be a bitter struggle over it. At this time, everyone dispersed and began to ascend the platform from different directions. They walked up the jade stairs. These people are truly well prepared. They brought so many super forbidden artifacts. The old blind man was astonished. Duan sighed and said, "They have engraved a portion of the laws of the ancient saints. Yin Yang mirror, heaven flipping imprint, southern demon bell, and middle emperor cauldron. With so many super forbidden artifacts, they can make it to the 10,000 zhang jade platform. We've already come this far. Don't tell me our efforts will all go to waste?" Dongfang Yi was unwilling to give up. He took out the saint's golden arm bone. The old blind man poked Duanda and said, "Little fatty, don't hide anymore. You have a lot of treasures on you. Hurry up and take one out. We can't let them ascend the jade platform first." "Old bastard, you have great treasures on you. Take one out and it will be enough to protect us," Duanda said. The two swindlers began to wrangle. In the end, Duanda became anxious. He took out the saint's oil lamp and placed it together with Dongfang Ye's golden arm bone. "Old bastard, hurry up and offer your treasures." The old blind man chanted an incantation. An ancient shield flew out, and also placed it on the saint's arm bone. To be more precise, it was a tortoise shell. Enlightened being didn't say a word. He stretched out the Bodhi branch and placed it in front of them. Immediately, boundless life energy surged out and shocked everyone. Yi Fan thought for a moment, and took out the rotten copper piece. He crossed it with the other artifacts and immediately, an indescribable Tao rhyme flowed out. There were divine patterns carved on the immortal tears green gold paper. These artifacts weren't the weapons of the ancient saints, nor were they replicas. However, some of them were relics left behind by the saints. When they were put together, they flowed with an indescribable aura. They advanced step by step, and were actually able to temporarily block the pressure from the jade platform. When they reached 5,000 feet, these artifacts couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. The few of them found it difficult to move forward. The pressure from the divine remains covered the sky and earth, wanting to tear them apart. It was difficult to endure. What a pity. The only saint's bone left behind by the ancient saints has been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. It's a peerless divine object. It's just that it didn't have the corresponding formation patterns carved on it. Otherwise, it would be able to protect us. Isn't my saint's lamp the same? It's a true divine material, but it doesn't have the corresponding law imprints. What do we do? Can't we go up? They stopped at 5,000 feet, halfway up the jade platform. It was difficult to go any further. Even Yi Fan didn't dare to take the risk. Crack. Cracking sounds came from other places. The supreme forbidden artifacts were cracking, and many people had no choice but to stop. Hey, something's not right. There are still some major forces moving forward. They must have some unknown divine objects on them. Let's go all out. I must get the relics of the ancient gods. Duanda clenched his teeth and finally took out his ultimate treasure. Swoosh. With a flash of light, a broken bowl appeared above his head. Thousands of strands of black light fell down and protected the few of them. After we go up, I will use the secret technique of tomb study to change the sky and earth and steal the coffin of the god. You must cooperate with me, Duanda warned. Once the broken bowl appeared, it isolated the supreme pressure. It possessed a mysterious power that made everything within 3 feet calm without a single ripple. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, they went all the way up. Although there was a terrifying aura, their footsteps weren't stopped at all. They slowly reached the top of the jade platform. Trash. Someone sneered. It was Xiao Yinsheng. He looked young, but he was a top expert. Grand Tutor Xiao and the people of the Yinyang school gathered together and reached the top first. It was unknown what kind of divine object they used to resist the pressure of the god. On the high platform, dragons and phoenixes soared and ancient coffins floated up and down. Several groups of people had already come up, and immortal energy lingered in the air. Chapter 590. Most of them were from the central prefecture, but there were also some from the western desert and the southern mountains. All of them used their own methods to make it to the top of the platform. At this moment, Yi Fan and the rest stood out. No matter what, they could not be considered as strong cultivators, but they managed to make it to the top with a broken bowl. This bowl is not bad, Xiao Yinsheng said sinisterly. He stretched out his hand to take the bowl away. There was an endless pressure here. If the broken bowl was taken away, the few of them would be turned into dust in an instant. Their souls would be destroyed. Above Xiao Yunxing and the rest, there were more than 10 forbidden weapons. They combined together and blocked the pressure. At this moment he was fearless. Yi Fan waved his right hand and lightly flicked upwards. The man-ruler seal appeared naturally. It was like thousands of mountains swaying at the same time. It pierced forward and blocked the endless Fa towards the big hand. Boom! After a huge tremor, the two of them retreated at the same time. Everyone was shocked. The strength of Yi Fan's physique had exceeded their expectations. On this jade platform, everyone's Fa was sealed. Those with strong physiques had the absolute advantage. Everyone, this is a treasure. Maybe there is a saint's law imprint inside. Xiao Yunxing's eyes were sinister as he stared at the broken bowl. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone looked over. Yi Fan and the rest immediately became the focus of all kinds of gazes. Many people revealed strange expressions. Without a doubt, this was very disadvantageous to Yi Fan and the rest. If there was a fight later, many people would pay attention to them and fight for the bowl. Once the few of them lost the protection of the broken bowl, their souls would be destroyed. Xiao Yinsheng wanted to use others to kill them. Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi and the rest were furious. They stared at the few of them. They really wanted to smash the forbidden weapons above their heads and let them have a taste of what it felt like. Unfortunately, Xiao Yunxing and the old leader of the Yinyang cult had gathered many powerful cultivators. If they really wanted to fight, their strength was too weak. Before this bowl is lost, I will kill you. Yi Fan stared at Xiao Yinsheng and said calmly. He had just entered the dragon transformation mystery realm not too long ago, and was nothing in front of these people. However, the uniqueness of this place gave him the right to say such words. Many people felt that it was absurd to threaten a supreme being like this, but they also felt apprehensive in their hearts. If they were killed by him, it would really be too unjust. Xiao Yinsheng sneered. There was nothing more to say now. Once they got off the platform, he would kill Yi Fan with lightning speed. At this moment, everyone's gazes converged onto the coffin once more. This was the true focal point of their fight, a supreme immortal treasure. Why can't we move the coffin? Duanda was anxious. He carried the broken bowl and walked on the jade platform. He had long laid down the coffin locking technique, but it was ineffective. This is the ancient coffin of a deity. How can it be moved by ordinary strength? Your burial studies are completely useless, so don't waste your strength. The old blind man said. The coffin was ancient, rising and falling in the void. There were true dragons, divine phoenixes, and others formed from immortal energy, vivid and lifelike. There were thousands to tens of thousands of them, winding about here. Everyone gasped. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the ancient coffin was actually exuberant with life force. Its vitality was incomparably exuberant, even more abundant than everyone's spiritual essence. What is going on? The ancient deity still hasn't died? The coffin floated up and down, not all that stable. When it descended, everyone discovered an abnormality. There was actually a tender leaf growing on the coffin's lid. It isn't that the deity hasn't died, but rather that the coffin hasn't dried up yet. A meter-long branch grew out from the coffin's lid. It was verdant and glistening, and there were a few leaves on it. The exuberant spiritual essence was precisely released by it. How could this be? This should be a coffin from over 1,000,000 years ago. After such an endless amount of time, how could it produce a tender shoot? This is a coffin carved from a stalk of divine wood. Southern Mountain's demon lord revealed the mystery. At this moment, there wasn't a single person who wasn't moved. They were all shaken up. Divine trees and undying medicines were things that could only be discovered and not sought after. Ever since the archaic era, almost all of them had been destroyed. However, there was someone who carved a coffin from an undying tree. In their eyes, this was simply a reckless waste of natural resources. It was truly too wasteful. I understand now. The deity is unresigned, wishing for eternal life. There were some great powers who were horrified. They thought of a few ancient legends. At this moment, everyone was shaken up. They thought of a few secrets. Legend had it that heavenly deities used undying wood as a coffin, allowing them to remain undying through the ages. One day, they might be able to revive. In this world, only the undying medicine and undying tree could exist forever. They wouldn't be destroyed by the passage of time. A coffin carved from undying would naturally maintain some of its characteristics. Within the rare ancient texts that existed in this world, there were some records stating that for the sake of being undying, deities would find an undying tree to bury themselves in before they died. However, how many undying trees could there be in this world? Only 1 or 2 deities had done this type of thing, because there was simply no way of doing it. Of course, no one believed these types of records. From the ancient times until now, there were only legends and no deities descending into the world of mortals. The theory of no immortals had long become the consensus of most people. However, today they saw a coffin carved from an undying tree. Everyone was shaken up. Without a doubt, this was subversive. It proved that some of the ancient texts' records might be true. Endless years ago, even before the archaic era, perhaps immortals really did exist. This is Tao Comprehension Ancient Tea Tree. Finally, someone recognized the material of the coffin. On that tender branch, there were a few leaves that were sparkling like agate. Their colors and shapes were all different. Too extravagant. While everyone cried out in alarm, they also released a breath of relief. The Tao Comprehension Ancient Tea Tree was still alive, an undying mountain not extinct. One could imagine that as early as the archaic era, there was someone who cut off an undying tree to carve a coffin for himself. However, he left behind a divine root. After endless years passed, the Tao Comprehension Ancient Tea Tree already recovered. Meanwhile, this coffin didn't decay either, still retaining a strand of vitality. Even this coffin is a treasure. Everyone thought of this problem. After this coffin was dismantled, not only was it a divine object for refining weapons, it was also a precious treasure for comprehending the Tao. This ancient coffin was too extravagant. From past until now, perhaps only 1 or 2 deities had done something like this. Others didn't even need to think about it. Swoosh. Someone took action. An expanse of multicolored mist flew out, wishing to seize the initiative and pull down the coffin. Everyone was shocked. There wasn't the terrifying aura they had imagined, no destructive fluctuations descending. This was a bit illogical. The ancient coffin carved from the undying tree steadily descended onto the jade platform. It was divine auspicious, and incomparably peaceful. Something's not right. This tremendous pressure and exceptionally terrifying aura isn't released by it. Could it be that there is something else? This platform was extremely vast, and there was a mortal mist and chaotic energy swirling about. Everyone's first impression was the strongest, so they didn't search other places at all. At this time, a divine monk from the western desert's eyes were like torches. He stared at a hazy area and said, Amit Ba Buddha. A corpse. Everyone was horrified to discover that the source of the terror wasn't related to the coffin carved from the undying tree at all, but rather on the other side. There, multicolored light flowed about. It was unknown just how many years it had existed for, but there was an ancient corpse sealed within. This piece of ice was extremely special. Even though there was cold energy, it wasn't bone-piercing. 5 types of brilliance flowed about, releasing astonishing vitality and vitality. However, this type of auspicious aura was completely scattered by the corpse within the ice. It was as if he stood at the peak of the endless ages, overlooking the past, present, and future. Everything crawled beneath his feet. Is this an immortal corpse? Everyone was stupefied. They didn't fight over the coffin, and instead stared rigidly at this corpse. On the 10,000 Zhang Jade platform, the unmatched heavenly might that rippled out in all directions originated from him. He was the source of all power. At the same time, everyone noticed something strange. This piece of ice's shape was quite similar to the ancient coffin, as if it was originally placed within the coffin. Everyone was moved inwardly. There was no reason for it to be just a piece of ice. Perhaps it really was originally in the coffin. Everyone quickly thought of this possibility. The ice was hazy. Everyone used all types of exceptional forbidden artifacts to protect themselves. They floated above their heads, resisting the tremendous pressure as they walked forward to observe this departed deity. It's not a corpse, there are no flesh bones. Everyone was stupefied. When they got closer, they finally saw the figure within the 5-colored divine ice. They all revealed expressions of confusion and shock. This wasn't a complete corpse, but rather a piece of human skin. It was dyed in 5-colored blood, and flowing with terrifying fluctuations. How could it be like this? Long purple hair, smooth skin that flickered with precious splendor. Even now there was still luster. There was a crack on the back, the flesh and bones peeled out from this place. The blood that was dyed in was extremely dreamy, greatly different from the human races. There were a total of 5 colors, brilliant and dazzling. Is this a deity from the archaic era? Where did his flesh go? Why is there only an outer layer of skin left? Before the ancient era, there were immortals. Is this proof? Everyone crowded around, all of them shaken. Regardless of whether he was a deity or not, this skin was priceless, comparable to a great emperor's holy object. It was because this type of fluctuation was too terrifying. However, not a single person dared to act blindly without thinking. This immortal skin was almost comparable to the aura of a revived extreme Dao weapon, crushing everyone until they were about to collapse. Even though they used all types of divine objects to protect themselves, it still wasn't enough. They actually felt like they couldn't hold on any longer. Is this really immortal skin? Could it be the skin of an extreme great emperor? There is a line of ancient characters here. Suddenly, someone released a cry of alarm. They discovered a line of characters on the other side of the solid ice. They were written in iron hooks and silver strokes, bold and powerful, as if the great Tao of heaven and earth was embedded there. At this moment, everyone's expressions were extremely brilliant. These characters greatly impacted everyone's thoughts. The general idea was that there was a latecomer who wished to borrow the ancient coffin to sleep and bury himself, and that they had offended him. Even borrowing a coffin. Many people were speechless. Borrowing a coffin from a deity, could it be another deity? That's not right. These are the human race's ancient characters. Before the archaic era, they were all divine characters. It can't be this type of character. Someone cried out. Everyone woke up. Just now, they were too engrossed and forgot about this gargantuan abnormality. The human race's expert borrowed the coffin of a deity to sleep and bury himself. Could this be an ancient great emperor? Everyone's fine hair stood on end. Their minds were highly concentrated as they looked towards that ancient coffin. Someone was sleeping peacefully inside. These characters are like the heavenly Tao, and they vaguely feel a trace of familiarity. Where have I seen them before? Correct, they seem familiar. They have definitely circulated in this world before. It was just a hurried glance. Everyone's minds were shaken. Who exactly was this? They didn't immediately take action against the 5-colored divine ice, and instead arrived before the coffin carved from the undying tree again. They prepared to open this ancient coffin and take a look. This is the imprint of the latecomer. Everyone saw a few indistinct symbols, and they were all shocked. This represented that person's identity. Chapter 591. The ancient coffin was lying on the ground, and there was a half-meter-long branch growing out of it. It was indescribably demonic. One had to know that it had existed for millions of years, yet it was still alive. The chaotic mist swirled, and the immortal mist circulated. The coffin didn't move at all, and there were some blurry imprints on the side wall. Many people's expressions changed. Shwa. Everyone looked at the people from the Great Xia dynasty. Everyone was shaken, and they were filled with indescribable shock. This was the symbol of their race. It's the Grand Emperor of the primordial era. Someone said this name with a trembling voice. Everyone's hearts trembled. No wonder when they found those ancient words on the ice. The faces of the Great Xia dynasty's royal family changed. The so-called Grand Emperor was their ancestor. No wonder I felt those words were familiar. I've seen them in the Grand Imperial Hall of the Great Xia before. Someone suddenly realized. The Great Xia dynasty was one of the 4 great immortal dynasties in the Central Plains. It was one of the most ancient and terrifying top powers. Its ancestor was a human Grand Emperor. The Grand Imperial Hall was the residence left behind by that ancient Grand Emperor. Although it was empty, later generations and sect leaders still had the chance to pay their respects. Although the imprints on the coffin weren't clear, they could tell that it was a blurry human-shaped imprint, and on his back was a dragon. It was unique, and only the ancestor of the Great Xia had this imprint. Later generations treated it as the symbol of the immortal dynasty. Why is the Grand Emperor here? Everyone was shocked, and they looked at the people from the Great Xia dynasty. How many Grand Emperors could there be? A human Grand Emperor didn't reunite with his people in his later years, but came here alone, borrowed a coffin from a god, and buried himself here. This matter made people feel evil, and there was an indescribable strangeness. Why was it like this? The Grand Emperor, the mystery of his life and death, and no one knows. It's actually here. Someone stared at the people from the Great Xia dynasty. When the 2 words Grand Emperor were mentioned, they trembled. No one didn't fear this name, even though it had been countless years since he left the world. Ancestor. According to the records, he left alone in his later years, and no one knows where he went. I didn't think he would come here. The Great Xia Emperor sighed. Everyone was a little dizzy. An ancient Grand Emperor personally founded the immortal dynasty and ruled millions of miles of land. He was invincible, and he was one of the strongest since ancient times. Couldn't they even find a burial ground? Couldn't they even find a piece of burial ground? However, everyone felt relieved in the end. This was a coffin carved from the undying tree. There were legends of eternal life, and apart from deities, no one else could obtain it. The Grand Emperor had snatched the burial ground of a deity and occupied the nest of a magpie. When this deduction was made, everyone was incomparably shocked. Not only this coffin, but also this place. Of the Grand Emperor. The Grand Emperor was also this. Of Grand Emperor must also had the Grand Emperor. Ancestor, this unfilial descendant has come to welcome your distinguished self home. An old imperial uncle choked with emotion, using his purple golden dragon robes to wipe away his tears. After the shock, people they, and that, and they and of, everyone revealed strange expressions. Not to mention that the corpse of a great emperor was a supreme immortal treasure that could be refined into an extreme sacred weapon. This coffin carved from the undying tree was also extremely rare. The Tao comprehension wood was a treasure that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. This is my Great Xia's ancestor. Fellow Taoists, you won't make things difficult for us, right? The Great Xia Emperor was majestic and imposing. He wore a 9-dragon crown on his head as he asked in a heavy voice. No one responded. From an ethical point of view, taking away the ancestor's corpse was something that should be done. There was no way to stop them. However, this corpse was not ordinary. It was a priceless immortal material that could be refined into an unrivaled emperor weapon. It was hard to find in this world, and there was no one who wouldn't be tempted. The atmosphere was a bit tense. No one said anything. The people gathered here were all powerful figures who could look down on the world. Not to mention the great figures from the 100 sects. Just the other 3 great dynasties of the central continent could be compared to Great Xia. Apart from this, there were also the Southern Mountains Demon Lord and Warlord, as well as the Western Desert Divine Monk. Which one of them wasn't a representative of a great power with terrifying origins? In the past, when the Grand Emperor walked the world, he was invincible and lonely throughout the ages. What kind of majesty was that? All of us wanted to see his face. That's right. Sigh at the endless years, how many great emperors could there be? We didn't have the fortune to see them. If we were fortunate enough to see the Grand Emperor's true appearance today, it would be worth it even if we died. Someone broke the silence. The others all agreed. Great Xia's people were in a difficult situation. As long as the corpse in the coffin was exposed to the light, there would definitely be a bloody battle. The ancestor's corpse must not be desecrated. Great Xia's old uncle's white brows trembled as he shouted in a stern voice. That's right. The ancestor is a great emperor of the human race. How can we disturb him by opening the coffin? The Great Xia Emperor's black hair danced about chaotically. His eyes were like lightning. A sect master said, "These words are wrong. We all admire the unrivaled bearing of the great emperor of the past, and worship him with a pious and reverent heart. How can this be considered desecration?" The atmosphere became a bit tense again. There was more or less a hint of a storm about to arrive. The corpse of a great emperor was enough to make people fight until blood flowed like rivers. However, no one dared to make the first move to open the coffin. Not only were they afraid of the others, they were also afraid of the deceased great emperor. The legends he left behind were too many. The Grand Emperor shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. He created the Grand Emperor Scripture, an unrivaled ancient scripture. Among them, the offensive scripture, Imperial Draconic Qi, was unparalleled in the Central Prefecture. It was faintly the #1 scripture in the current era. It was said that in terms of offense, the only one that could compete with it was the fighting formula of the 9 secrets. Unfortunately, it only appeared occasionally, and was almost lost in the inheritance. The Grand Emperor was a legend. When he walked in the mortal world, he was comparable to deities. Some people said that he could go against the heavens and slay immortals. He was an extraordinary, unrivaled character. Back then, his offensive power caused the entire world to tremble. He was unparalleled in the world. Once the Imperial Draconic Qi appeared, no one in the world could compete against him. The Grand Emperor overlooked the world and left behind an indelible and glorious mark in the history of the human race. Even though he had died, people were worried that he still had some tricks up his sleeves. They were afraid that the moment the coffin was opened, a destructive disaster would occur. This wasn't an impossibility. The people of the Grand Xia Empire frowned. They understood that it was extremely difficult to bring away the entire divine coffin. All the sect masters in the world wouldn't agree to it. All right, we will open the coffin. Our Grand Xia will only take away the remains of the founder. The coffin will be left for everyone. The Grand Xia Emperor directly stated. Hua! A commotion broke out at the scene. Even if they were all supreme experts, they couldn't remain calm anymore. After the coffin was opened, there might be a bloody battle. Everyone took a few steps back. The Grand Emperor is revered by all races since ancient times. Not everyone can see his dragon face. It's better for those who have no business leaving to avoid blaspheming the great emperor. The old sect master of the Yinyang sect, Wang Yangzhan, spoke. Some people nodded in agreement. They knew what he meant. They wanted to clear the scene. Anything left behind by the great emperor in the ancient coffin was a treasure. With so many people, there was simply not enough to go around. Now, after forcing some people away, only the supreme powers remained to discuss the distribution and ownership of the immortal treasures. Grand Preceptor Zhao's group stood together with the Yinyang sect. Xiao Yunqing had a smile that was not a smile. He stared at Yi Fan and the others and said, "If you leave early, you can still live for half a day." "What do you mean?" Yi Fan stared at him indifferently. Everyone here knows their background. Only the few of you don't know your background. Xiao Yunxing was calm and unruffled. He stared at Yi Fan and the others with a hint of disdain. Then he said casually, I think it's necessary to drive away these people who can't see the light and can't be seen in public. When such a supreme expert spoke, some people immediately nodded in agreement. They thought it was necessary to drive away some people. Duanda, Dongfangyi and the others were all angry. The blind old man also snorted and rolled his eyes. Xiao Yunxing said indifferently, in this place, everyone is a supreme expert. They are all people with great identities. You few ants should leave quickly. Even the half-step supreme experts stopped at the foot of the platform. No one followed. A cultivator from the dragon transformation realm, like Yi Fan, was too conspicuous. Yi Fan stretched out a finger. He did not have any respect for the supreme experts. He pointed at his nose and said, Who do you think you are? Xiao Yunxing's eyes were filled with killing intent. He really wanted to slap Yi Fan to death. However, his divine power was restricted in this place. He said coldly, Everyone here is a leader-level figure. There is no place for you to stand. Hurry up and get lost. We have a meeting here. Who do you think you are? Yi Fan sneered. Xiao Yunxing's face darkened. He said, Small fry, you are looking for death. Fellow Taoists, how about we ask them to leave? This bowl is not bad. He once again encouraged everyone to stare at Duanda's bowl. If it was taken away here, Yi Fan and the others would definitely be killed. Some people had already seen that this bowl was not ordinary. In an instant, many people were tempted. Let me see how powerful a green onion like you can be. No one expected Yi Fan to suddenly make a move and take the initiative to attack a powerful being. Buzz. He swung his palm directly toward Xiao Yunxing's face. The wind was like thunder, and the void was distorted. Everyone was stunned. This young man was too reckless. He dared to slap a supreme expert so rudely. It was a complete humiliation. After all, he was only a dragon transformation realm cultivator. Attacking a supreme expert like this was a blatant disrespect. Xiao Yunxing's expression changed. He had roamed the world for so many years. There had never been anyone who dared to slap his face. He backed up, his hands moving about. Even though his divine force was restricted, the flow not all that smooth, there was still a sea of essence energy surging, interweaving into an expanse of natural laws in front of him. It was like a five-colored rain of light. This was the embodiment of his Tao skills. Boom! Yi Fan's palm landed on his light screen. The platform shook, and both of them took a few steps back. What is this kid's background? He can resist a supreme expert's ocean-like Tao with his physical strength. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Everyone present was a hero. After the shock, they did not show too much expression. They could only discuss like this. You're just a green onion. And you want to ask me to leave? I'll fight you with only one hand. Yi Fan hooked his finger at Xiao Yunxing, trying to provoke him to attack. Little bastard. Xiao Yunxing's face was ashen. Everyone present was a peerless supreme expert. In front of everyone, he was humiliated and looked down on by a nobody from the dragon transformation realm. How could he accept this? Boom. Even though his divine power was not flowing smoothly, he still forced himself to increase it. The mysterious light in front of him was like a raging sea. The laws interweaved, and a forbidden weapon appeared above his head. Fatty, follow me. Yi Fan pulled Duanda and asked him to help protect his body. He raised his battle strength to the peak of his current state. Kaboom! Yi Fan took action like a human-shaped wild dragon. With a raise of his hand, the void collapsed. His hands slapped out, as if they could pull up mountains and split apart peaks. Valiant and unstoppable. He had been patiently waiting until now. Now that he had found such an opportunity, he would not let it go. He pointed at the sky and struck down. Kaboom! The light screen in front of Xiao Yunxing cracked, and the laws kept collapsing. After all, his divine power was sealed. Although he could still use it, it could not be compared to his usual power. Bang! He was sent flying. He could not block Yi Fan, who was like a beast. The impact was huge and terrifying. Fatty, follow up. Yi Fan shouted. He asked Duanda to continue to protect him. He formed a seal with both hands and struck forward. Mountain embracing seal. He held a mountain in his arms and pushed it outwards. His palm was as black as ink, and an ancient demonic mountain pressed down. Bang! Xiao Yunxing's expression changed. He attacked passively. His right hand interweaved with laws to block. However, the divine light was not as strong as usual. It was penetrated in an instant. Yi Fan used his hand to form a mountain stamp and pierced through Xiao Yunxing's palm. Blood immediately spurted out of Xiao Yunxing's palm. Ah! Xiao Yunxing screamed and quickly retreated. His right hand was completely deformed. His bones were broken. Yi Fan chased after Xiao Yunxing like a ghost. The black mountain seal on his right hand did not stop. It continued to attack and smash down fiercely. Puff! Blood spurted out. Xiao Yunxing's right arm was smashed into meat paste. Bone fragments and flesh splattered everywhere. Everyone was shocked. What kind of body type was this? Even the body of a supreme cultivator could not withstand it. In a close combat, he suffered a great loss. At this moment, Yi Fan used the secret art of the ancient celestial dynasty, the celestial court. He struck out a palm that was impossible to dodge. Slap. Xiao Yunxing was slapped hard on the face. His lower jaw was cracked. A long stream of blood flew out. Everyone was shocked. An almighty being had been slapped by a cultivator from the dragon transformation secret realm. This was simply a fantasy story. It was like a lion being tripped by an ant. This was simply unrealistic and illogical. However, the reality was that it really happened. This powerful cultivator from the Xiao family suffered a great loss. His jaw was almost broken. There wasn't a single person who wasn't dumbfounded. This was too unexpected, and they didn't know what to say. Son of a bitch. Xiao Yunxing's lungs were about to explode. His lower jaw was cracked. It was very difficult for him to speak. It was like he was eating a salted duck egg. Son of a bitch. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He quickly approached Xiao Yunxing. Duanda was very cooperative. He kept the broken bowl moving forward and protected Yi Fan's body. Slap. Yi Fan slapped Xiao Yunxing's face again. It was still the secret art of the celestial court. It was strange and impossible to defend against. It was as if the slap came from the sky. Xiao Yunxing was stunned. He was slapped the second time. It was a loud and clear slap. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth for more than 2 meters. Half of his face was almost slapped off and almost deformed. Ah! At this moment, Xiao Yunxing almost went crazy. He was a powerful cultivator from the Xiao family, but he was humiliated like this. You piece of onion. Yi Fan followed up and spat out these words. Chapter 592. Xiao Yunxing was slapped by a cultivator from the dragon transformation realm. He was completely stunned. He roared like a wounded beast. Yi Fan followed up and pressed his right hand down. This time, it was aimed at the center of Xiao Yunxing's eyebrows. He wanted to cut open his head. Xiao Yunxing raised his left hand to block. If the center of his eyebrows was broken, his divine sense would be destroyed. In that case, even if he was a peerless cultivator, he would not be able to survive. At his level of cultivation, even if his limbs were broken, he could regrow them. The only thing that could not be injured was his divine sense. Once the soul imprint was destroyed, the person would no longer exist. Bang! What Yi Fan unleashed was still the mountain embracing imprint, advancing courageously. His right hand was pitch black like a mountain peak, shattering the laws formed from interweaving divine force, attacking inside. Crack! Xiao Yunxing's left hand spasmed and twisted. His left hand was severely fractured. The pain made his face contorted and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Puff! Yi Fan's right hand turned into a black mountain and kept pressing down. It was a pure physical confrontation. Xiao Yunxing's palm and fingers were finally broken and turned into a pile of meat paste. How strong was the body of an expert? But in front of Yi Fan it wasn't enough. It was smashed apart by his peak physical strength. Ah! Xiao Yunxing screamed. He leaned back to avoid the attack that was going to cut open his head. Yi Fan's right hand pressed down, almost touching his forehead. Xiao Yunxing's soul almost left his body. He did not care about his face anymore. He fell to the ground and rolled on the ground. Bang! Yi Fan took 3 steps forward. He swung his right leg and smashed it down with great force. Crack! This kick was extremely powerful. The sole of the foot landed on Xiao Yunxing's chest. More than a dozen of his ribs were broken. Puff! Xiao Yunxing opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, all his internal organs were broken. The kick almost went through his chest. Bang! Yi Fan continued to move his leg, and this time he didn't hold back at all. He stepped on his forehead, and it was obvious that he wanted to smash his skull and kill him. All of this happened in an instant, so fast that no one could stop it. Everything happened in an instant. Stop! Someone at the side shouted loudly. Grand Preceptor Xiao had over a dozen forbidden weapons above his head. His hair stood on end as he pounced over like an old lion. Bang! Yi Fan was unmoved. His right foot stomped down hard, aiming at the center of Xiao Yunxing's eyebrows. If it landed, even a peerless almighty would die. Pooh! At this critical moment, Xiao Yunxing spat out a mouthful of Xiantian blood essence and turned it into a Qilin shield. Yi Fan roared and used all his strength to stomp down. With a loud bang, he stomped on the blood shield, causing the platform to shake. It was easy to imagine how much power he used. The blood-colored Qilin shield shattered into pieces, and then exploded with a bang. Yi Fan's foot's power was mostly blocked, but it still fell in the end. Dong! Like a muffled drum, a part of Xiao Yunxing's head was deflated. It was stomped down by Yi Fan, but it was not cut open in the end. It was a bloody mess. At this time, Grand Preceptor Xiao arrived. He waved his hands, and a beautiful mountain and river painting appeared. He wanted to take Yi Fan in. Bang! Yi Fan flicked his finger. This time, he formed the Man-King seal, and with the posture of the ruler of the human race, he forcefully shook the mountain and river painting. Boom! Yi Fan's physical body was unparalleled. And although Grand Preceptor Zhao's mana was suppressed, he still had the ability to move the sea. With a violent tremor, both of them staggered back. Go to hell! At this time, behind Yi Fan, the barbarian who was also protected by Duanda's broken bowl made his move. He swung the big stick in his hand. On the ground, Xiao Yunxing was shocked and angry. He quickly rolled away to avoid this shocking attack. Clang! The barbarian's physical body was also very terrifying. The wolf-tooth stick could almost pierce through the sky, and it caused the jade platform to shake violently. If it was not the resting place of the gods, it would have already become a pile of ashes. Bang! Xiao Yunxing avoided the first attack, but he could not avoid the second one. With a scream, both of his legs were smashed by Dongfang Yi, and it was a bloody mess. You dare! Grand Preceptor Xiao was furious. Seeing that the barbarian's big stick was about to swing toward the center of his brother's eyebrows, he did his best to attack. However, Yi Fan blocked him and did not let him go forward. He kept colliding with the mountain and river painting. His fingers cracked the sky, and the ancient painting was almost shattered. Swoosh! The people of the Yin Yang school made their move. A powerful person spat out a waterfall and went forward to save Xiao Yunxing. Otherwise, he would definitely be buried under the barbarian's wolf-tooth stick. At the same time, the old leader of the Yin Yang school, Wang Yangzhan, personally made his move. He pressed forward to deal with the people in front of him. Originally, he was the one who said he wanted to clear the place. Now that his ally was in trouble, he naturally had to establish his might. This was a living fossil-level existence. He was over 3,000 years old, and everyone was afraid of him. His speed was not very fast, but it was quite oppressive. With his hands behind his back, he glanced at the people with the corner of his eye. That kind of attitude of having everything in the palm of his hand made people feel intimidated. He looked down at the people and stretched out his right hand to grab the broken bowl in the air. He wanted to grab it and make these people lose their protective items, causing them to die a violent death. It could be said that he indeed had the capital to be so conceited. As a living fossil, even a top saint was not his opponent. Humph! The old blind man snorted coldly and slapped out with his right hand. It also contained a mysterious and terrifying power of laws, and it was not weaker than the old leader of the Yin Yang school, Wang Yangzhan. Bang! The two collided, and a whirlpool of divine power appeared. It was indescribably strange, and even time and space seemed to have changed. It was a scene of chaos. In the surroundings, everyone was shocked. Many people had their divine power sealed when they came here, but the living fossil-level Wang Yangzhan still had this kind of method. As expected, he was a level higher than others. And that unremarkable old blind man had actually blocked his attack. Just now no one thought highly of him. They did not think that he was an otherworldly expert. "It's you, the second greatest bandit of the north," Old Man Tian lied. Wang Yangzhan revealed an expression of disbelief. "You are not dead yet. If you are not dead, how can I die?" The old blind man laughed mischievously. Whoosh! Both sides quickly separated and retreated. They were both very afraid of each other, and no one dared to rashly attack again. Xiao Yunsheng was rescued, but it was quite miserable. Both of his arms were smashed into meat paste by Yi Fan, and both of his legs were smashed by the barbarian. Especially his forehead, a part of it had collapsed, and Yi Fan's shoe print was clearly imprinted. This kind of humiliation made him crazy, and the look in his eyes was incomparably resentful. The Tai Huang is the emperor of the human race, and he is respected by all. As a member of the human race, why can't we look up to him? Do you think of other people as alien races, or do you have disloyalty in your hearts? Yi Fan put a big hat on the people of Yin and Yang. Many people were destined to be classified into the ranks of those who wanted to clear the place, and after hearing these words, they all agreed and echoed. The scene was in chaos, and the Xia Imperial Lord walked out of the crowd and said, "We will only take away the body of the ancestor, and we will not touch the others. Now open the coffin." After the conflict just now, no one dared to act rashly. The seemingly weakest group had 2 barbarians, and there was also the second greatest bandit of the north. This was beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, Yi Fan and the others also had a strange look in their eyes. They had never thought that the old blind man's background was so great. Chi chi chi, beams of divine light shot out, and the imperial draconic chi was injected into the imprint on the ancient coffin. The coffin lid made a sound, and a gap slowly opened. Boom! The primordial chaotic chi rushed out, and the sound was like a clap of thunder. Everyone quickly retreated, looking at the ancient coffin nervously. This was the burial place of an ancient emperor, and no one could be sure if he had left behind a backup plan. Everyone was very nervous. The primordial chaotic chi dissipated, and the coffin lid silently floated up, revealing everything inside. Everyone rushed forward together. It was completely empty. It was actually an empty coffin. There was no corpse, and there was no trace of the Tai Huang. What's going on? Where is the body of the Tai Huang? Why is it an empty coffin? Where did the body of the ancient emperor go? Very soon, people found a human-shaped imprint at the bottom of the coffin. This was the figure of an ancient emperor, and it was branded on the bottom of the coffin. Did the Tai Huang transform into the Tao? He melted himself into heaven and earth. No, this is a type of great Tao imprint, and not a trace of transforming into the Tao. At this moment, people were incomparably excited. This was a Tao imprint left behind by a great human emperor. What kind of profound mysteries were contained within? They didn't even need to think to know that it was a supreme ancient scripture. Where did the Tai Huang go? This was everyone's question. Suddenly, someone pointed at the coffin wall and said, "There are words on it. Undying Heavenly Emperor." Someone read, but he was soon interrupted. Murderous intent erupted here. At this moment, these people finally couldn't bear it anymore. If they wanted to fight over the ancient coffin, they had to take it for themselves. Not only was it the Tao imprint of a great human emperor, but there seemed to be other secrets as well. "Don't act rashly, you will destroy the imprint," someone shouted. Once this coffin broke into pieces, the imprint on it would no longer exist, and no one would be able to obtain it. This old man already said that all unrelated people should leave. Yin Yang Sect's Wang Yangzhan brought up the old matter again. Southern Mountains Demon Lord, Central Continent Emperor, Western Desert Divine Monk, and the others came forward, forcing many people away. "And you guys hurry up and leave." Beside Wang Yangzhan, a great expert berated Yi Fan and the others. His expression was cold, and he was fearless. "Have you forgotten the pain just now?" The old blind man sneered. This place isn't for just anyone. When Wang Yangzhan said this, life and death energy appeared above his head. Red and black energy curled up, and it was as if a clear sky had descended, suppressing everyone. Every great expert felt suffocated. An ancient saint's weapon. Many people's faces turned pale. Even the Holy Lord-level figures felt apprehensive. They had never thought that someone would bring out a saint's weapon, and they would definitely be able to sweep through everything. That kind of power wasn't something a human could resist. In an era where saints rarely appeared, this kind of weapon was practically unrivaled under the heavens. Is this the legendary yin-yang mirror? When everyone thought of this weapon that was almost like a legend, their expressions all changed. This was a sacred weapon that had been passed down through the ages. It had been passed down in the world for more than 200,000 years, and it had never been destroyed. It was one of the most terrifying ancient saint weapons. Not every saint could refine a weapon that was on par with their own cultivation level, because the materials needed were too difficult to find. It was just like how the great emperor found the phoenix blood scarlet gold, the source energy of all things, and the immortal tears green gold. Weapons refined by ancient saints with ordinary materials could exist for at least 10,000 years, and at most 100,000 years, they would be obliterated under the passage of time. Only supreme saint weapons refined by peerless divine objects could exist for a long time. They were called the sacred weapons, and they were difficult to find in this world. No, it's not that sacred weapon. It doesn't have the invincible energy to destroy all things. It's an ancient mirror that the Yin-Yang sect copied 50,000 years ago. Although it came from the hands of a saint, it wasn't forged from a peerless divine object. After tens of thousands of years, it's already half destroyed. However, it still has a very powerful saint's energy. Other weapons definitely can't resist it. Everyone retreated, and many people's faces were pale. They knew that they definitely couldn't compete with the Yin-Yang sect. Although the people of the Yin-Yang sect were fearless, they didn't dare to be disrespectful to the people of the Eternal Celestial Dynasty. The Eternal Celestial Dynasty was the inheritance of the great emperor of the human race. However, they didn't pretend to be polite to Yi Fan and the others. Xiao Yunsheng, who was standing with them, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Get over here! Old blind man, my damaged saint weapon, even in this special place that suppresses divine power, is enough to kill all of you." The old sect master of the Yin-Yang sect, Wang Yangzhan, said casually, "For the sake of the legendary old man, I will let you go. However, these people must die." He stared at Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi Duanda, and then locked onto the broken bowl, wanting to take it for himself. The jade platform suddenly quieted down. Everyone knew that even a saint weapon that had long been damaged by the passage of time could still kill many peerless masters. "Fatty, give me your bowl." Wang Yangzhan was cold and merciless as he demanded the protective treasures of these people. At this moment of life and death, Duanda's expression changed unpredictably. One moment he was gritting his teeth, and the next moment his eyes flickered. "You insects are all dead." Xiao Yunxing gritted his teeth and said with incomparable hatred, "Damn Fatty, hand over the bowl quickly." "Fuck, do you really think you can beat me?" Duanda gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. The broken bowl above his head released a terrifying aura. Crack. The broken bowl cracked, and tens of thousands of black lights rushed out. An ancient pottery lid was revealed, floating in the void. There was an eye-catching ghost face imprint on it. It looks very familiar, very similar to a legend recorded in an ancient book. I remember the ghost face. That is the imprint of the heaven-devouring great emperor. This pottery lid is a sovereign weapon. The ancient heaven-devouring evil jar is the extreme Tao weapon of the eastern wasteland. Heavens, the long-lost magic jar lid has finally appeared. Many people were horrified and couldn't help but take a step back. This made people's hair stand on end. A broken bowl actually contained half an extreme sovereign weapon. Don't be afraid. Half an extreme weapon can't be revived. Unless a saint comes, no one can activate it, and it can't display the immortal power of a great emperor. Then go and try. Even if it can't display the emperor's power, it can still suppress the ancient saint's weapon. The jade platform was in an uproar. Not a single person wasn't shocked, and they all retreated. Yi Fan was also tongue-tied. The most important part of the ancient heaven-devouring evil jar that the Black Emperor couldn't forget was actually in Duanda's hands, hidden in the broken bowl. You dare to show off in front of me with a broken mirror? Duanda raised his head and said calmly. You guys are finished, you have completely offended me. In the future, I will dig up your ancestors' tombs, and leave your cemetery for my grandson to dig. Chapter 593. There was no need to explain his valiant life. Fatty Duan's way of threatening people was different from others. He talked about digging up people's ancestral graves, and then he talked about digging up people's mausoleums. Everyone was speechless. They had never seen such a person before. They had seen vicious words, but they had never seen someone threatening them with dead people. Digging up your family's graves just because of a disagreement? Who could stand it? Acting alone, this kind of revenge made people dizzy. Damn, what was the background of this damn fatty? This was what many people were thinking, and they were muttering in their hearts. However, when they calmed down, they were even more frightened. Half an emperor weapon was hanging in the air, and the pressure almost suffocated them. Great Emperor Vicious could be said to be the most stunning person since ancient times. There were too many legends about him, and it was hard to summarize all of them. Above Duanda's head, on the lid of the heaven-devouring devil jar, the ghost face imprint had tear stains, but there was also a smile, and there was sunshine in the sadness. Tears blurred the smile. Perhaps this was the life of Great Emperor Vicious. It was a reflection of his or her heart, and perhaps no one could understand it. It was such a childlike scrawl that made everyone shiver. Thinking of this great emperor's life and methods, there was no one who wasn't in awe, and they couldn't help but retreat. Why does he have an emperor weapon? This was the question of many people. Although half an emperor weapon couldn't be awakened and couldn't unleash its unparalleled immortal might, it wasn't used to deal with ancient emperors. Ordinary might was enough to sweep away the people in front of him. What's there to show off with that broken mirror of yours? At most, it can be used by women to dress up. Duanda walked forward with his fat belly. Above his head, the lid of the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar let out thousands of black lights, as dense as a curtain of rain. Everyone retreated. Half an emperor weapon wasn't something to scare people with. Since ancient times, there were only a few. Once an emperor weapon was activated, even if it couldn't be awakened, it could still kill in all directions. Who could stop it? Try shining that broken mirror at my handsome face. Let me see if I've become more handsome. Duanda walked forward with the lid on his head. The leader of the Yin-Yang sect, Wang Yangzhan, had a look of bad luck on his face. The others also felt that they were extremely unlucky. It was as if they had stepped on dog shit when they went out. This wretched fatty was too unlikable. Do you think I'm easy to bully? If this Lord Fatty doesn't show off his might, you'll really think that I'm a sick cat. Fatty Duan dawdled, looking at this and that. Finally, he stared at Xiao Yinsheng, whose forehead was flattened by Yi Fan, and said, Fuck, didn't you just tell me to get over here? Now get over here. This immoral fatty. Many people cursed inwardly. The way he spoke was too shameful. He belonged to the type of scoundrel who only knew how to hit people's faces and curses. Xiao Yunqing's face turned green from anger, but there was nothing he could do. He was truly afraid that this damned fatty would attack. If he took out half an extreme Dao Emperor armament, anyone would faint. And that old white hair, didn't you want the bowl? Why don't you continue to fight? Duanda stared at Wang Yangzhan again. The leader of the Yin-Yang sect felt like he had eaten a dead mouse. He was extremely annoyed. He didn't know what this fatty's cultivation was, but there was an old blind man inside. With the cultivation of a living fossil, this lid could definitely kill everything in its way. Boom. Duanda was never one to suffer losses. Just now he had been scolded for a long time. At this time, he took out half an extreme Dao weapon and pressed forward. An ancient aura spread out. The lid of the heaven-devouring evil jar turned into a black hole, swallowing everything in the world and pressing down. Xiao Yunqing didn't say anything. He continued to climb up with his broken leg. With more than 10 forbidden weapons, he directly jumped down from the 10,000 zhang high platform. Wang Yangzhan used the broken ancient mirror to wrap a few supreme experts. He turned into a beam of light, and also retreated several hundred zhang away from the central area. The half-extreme Dao Emperor armament was hazy as if it had a life of its own. The ghost face imprint on it was actually flowing with tears. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. According to legend, the lid of this evil jar was refined from the head of a ruthless person. It was the essence of the Emperor armament. Some people said that the ghost face imprint was drawn when the great emperor was young. That was the happiest time of his or her life. From then on, he or she was the enemy of the world, and was very unhappy and sad. Even if he or she was unrivaled in the world, the deepest impression he or she had was that short childhood memory. Thus, it became his or her unique mark, and was branded on the devil lid. Damn it, come and help me. This lid is about to suck me dry. Duanda transmitted his voice. Yi Fan and Dongfang Yi came forward and transferred some divine power to him. Meanwhile, the old blind man transmitted his voice. Don't try to be brave. This emperor armament consumes a lot of energy. It is enough for us to protect ourselves. Those people are the masters of this land. It is impossible to suppress them all. Clang. Not far away, a set of golden battle armor appeared. It flickered with light that shot into the sky. It appeared beside Emperor Gu Hua. It was in the shape of a human. It held a golden holy sword in its hand, and carried a golden divine bow on its back. It actually had the fluctuation of life. The exceptional divine armor was spiritual. It was a sacred weapon that had been passed down through the ages. It was forged from divine objects and could exist forever. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. He had seen this divine armor before. The Gu Hua imperial court had used it in front of the ancient desolate forbidden land for the sake of picking the undying divine medicine. Worthy of being the ancient divine dynasty, they actually brought along a flawless divine armor. Many people gasped. It was shaped like a human. Golden divine light was dazzling as if it was a living ancient deity. It made people feel reverence from the bottom of their hearts. They couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship it. Hong. Divine power surged violently. It was full of vitality. A sun and moon appeared beside the southern mountain demonic lord. They were dazzling. The sun's will moved. It was as if a dragon was crying in the 9 heavens. It was dazzling and illuminated all things. The moon's will moved. It was as if a phoenix was crying in the 9 netherworlds. Its clear splendor was like water as it overflowed heaven and earth. The sun and moon wheels were like the true sun and moon in the sky. This was also a sacred weapon that had been passed down through the ages. It could remain undying and had long since developed life fluctuations. It was something that was rarely seen in this world. Swoosh. On the other side, Buddhist light rushed into the heavens. A meter-tall pagoda appeared above the head of a western desert divine monk. It had a total of 7 floors and was built from stone. However, it could suppress all things in this world. This was the weapon of a bodhisattva. Not only was the pagoda made from earth-splitting immortal stone, a rare divine object, the bodhisattva had left behind 7 sariras. They were all sealed within the pagoda, 1 for each floor. This made this 7-layered pagoda an immortal sacred weapon. Moreover, its power was terrifying beyond compare. There weren't many weapons that could compare to it. It was one of the supreme sacred objects of Buddhism since ancient times. 3 true ancient saint weapons appeared at the same time. Moreover, they were all well-known divine objects in the human race's history. No one wasn't moved. At this point, many people consciously retreated. There was simply no way to fight over these weapons. It was because a single saint weapon was enough to sweep through them. In the end, Great Xia, Ancient Hua, Juli, the Divine Prefecture, the Southern Mountain Demonic Race, the Western Buddhist sect, Duanda's group, and more than 10 great powers arrived. The others all retreated. The great powers that possessed 3 saint weapons, as well as Duanda's group, stood at the very front. No one objected or said anything. Right now, strength was everything. People carefully studied the words on the coffin for fear of missing a single word. It was because this was left behind by the Grand Emperor. It recorded an astonishing secret. The original owner of this coffin was actually the immortal Heavenly Emperor. He was a supreme existence from the archaic era. In the hearts of the 10,000 ancient races, he surpassed deities. The immortal Heavenly Emperor really exists. A divine monk from Buddhism was moved. The human race had long since lost the inheritance of the archaic past. Only bits and pieces were recorded. Everything had disappeared in the long river of history. The immortal heavenly emperor was a mysterious and ancient existence that even the archaic kings had to prostrate themselves in worship. No one would have thought that this so-called deity was actually him. Everyone looked towards that piece of five-colored divine ice. There was a piece of human skin inside. The aura flowing out of it was comparable to the awakening of an emperor weapon. It was unbearable. Heavens, that's the immortal heavenly emperor's human skin. If the archaic races knew about this place would definitely become their divine land. If those ancient creatures knew that the immortal heavenly emperor's corpse was buried here, the world would be thrown into chaos. All the archaic kings would move out and hurry over here. This was definitely a heaven-piercing secret. The deity worshipped by the 10,000 ancient races was actually buried here. He wasn't an illusion but had truly existed before. He's the immortal heavenly emperor. People found it hard to calm their astonishment. They couldn't stop the great waves in their hearts. An existence from the ancient times, a legendary deity. The races of later generations all prostrate themselves in worship. There has never been any conclusive proof that he existed. Yet today we've actually seen him. Everyone sighed in admiration. Only the immortal heavenly emperor from countless years ago would have such a grand method. He chopped down the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree and used it as a coffin for himself. He existed in the distant archaic era and had no enemies. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was rich, and the undying medicine could be found. Only he could do all of this. And the Grand Emperor was truly capable. He moved the immortal heavenly emperor out and entered the coffin to sleep. Why was there only a skin left of the immortal heavenly emperor? Where did the Grand Emperor go? Why did he disappear? Unfortunately, there were no more records on the coffin. There were only a few lines of text that explained the origins of the original owner of the coffin. In the end, we still can't prove that immortals exist in this world. Everyone sighed. After knowing the origins, they didn't know if they were relieved or disappointed. Even though the immortal heavenly emperor surpassed deities in the hearts of the archaic races, he was still an unrivaled ancient emperor in the end. He was only deified and not an immortal or a deity. Did immortals exist in this world? Now these great figures were all at a loss. All signs pointed to the fact that they didn't exist. Suddenly, someone took action. They began to fight over the ancient coffin and the world-shocking immortal treasure. At the bottom of the coffin was a diagram left behind by the Grand Emperor. This was a great Tao imprint, and there was no one who wouldn't be moved. Duanda didn't join in on the fun. He shook the heaven-devouring demonic jar and turned it into a black abyss. He immediately collected the coffin lid. This was the Tao Comprehension wood. It couldn't be exchanged for any divine source. Only things that are in my hands are truly mine. Fatty Duan was quite satisfied. While others were fighting over the Tao diagram, he was the first to seize the most practical and priceless divine object. If one cultivated on top of this coffin, they could easily enter the Tao Comprehension realm. Even if they cut off a small piece and sold it, it would still be priceless. Someone activated their divine force, but they couldn't crack the coffin carved from the immortal tree. In the end, the Southern Mountain Demon Lord pulled out several stone nails and tore open the outer coffin. Those are the stone nails refined by the immortal heavenly emperor. They haven't been destroyed even after the endless archaic era. They must be immortal treasures. Everyone's eyes turned red, but the 8 stone nails all fell into the Southern Mountain Demon Lord's hands. No one could seize them because he held the ancient saint's weapon, the sun and moon. No one dared to approach. The outer coffin's wooden board was seized by others. In the end, it fell into the hands of the ancient Glory dynasty and the Western Desert divine monk. One side had the peerless golden divine clothes, and the other had the Bodhisattva's stone pagoda. No one could contend against them. The others were all anxious. They fought over the small coffin and the Grand Emperor's great Tao imprint. You can take the coffin, but leave the bottom. No one is allowed to damage the Tao imprint left behind by the Grand Emperor. Otherwise, don't blame my great Xia for being ruthless. The great Xia Emperor spoke. They didn't hold the ancient saint's weapon, but they were still calm and collected as they swept their eyes over everyone. Why? It belongs to whoever can obtain it. Some people were unconvinced, representing the thoughts of all the great powers. That was left behind for my great Xia by the founding ancestor. If you don't agree, then just take action. The great Xia Emperor shouted coldly. At this time, a resplendent light appeared above his head. Boundless heaven and earth fluctuations shook outwards, and many great powers almost collapsed onto the ground. Following that, a dragon cry rang out. A dragon sword flew out as if it could collapse the heavens and tens of thousands of worlds. The dragon head sword edge had 9 clawed sword patterns, and the dragon tail turned into a sword hilt. Even if 10,000 suns gathered together, they still wouldn't be as brilliant as this sword. Pooh! Some great powers couldn't withstand this pressure. Even with forbidden treasures protecting their bodies, they still coughed up blood and retreated. It was difficult to bear. The extreme emperor weapon, the Tai sovereign sword, had appeared. The people of the great Xia divine dynasty had actually brought it here. The dragon cry resounded through the ages. It was like an eternal light, hanging above the great Xia emperor's head. Everyone almost wanted to bow down and worship it. At this moment, everyone was silent. The Tai sovereign sword had appeared and suppressed the heavens. Who could resist it? It had unparalleled offensive power. Hee hee. Suddenly a bone-chilling laughter rang out. Not far away, a demonic figure stood there, staring at everyone with cold eyes. The divine will had appeared again. Everyone felt a chill from head to toe. The so-called divine will must be the embodiment of the evil side of the undying heavenly emperor. This was a demon. Unless a saint appeared, no one could defeat him. Luckily, the Tai sovereign sword is here. The Tai sovereign sword could almost collapse the myriad worlds. It turned into a heavenly dragon, spiraling in the air. Endless brilliance illuminated the sky, purifying every inch of space. Boom! Suddenly, there was another rumble. The sky shook, and an ancient scroll flew out from the head of the imperial lord of the Jiuli divine dynasty. It floated in midair and covered the sky. Heavens, this is the Jiuli painting, the ultimate emperor weapon of the Jiuli divine dynasty. This ancient scroll contained all things in the world, including the 3,000 great worlds. It could suppress and refine everything, causing some almighty experts to retreat and cough up blood. In one day, 2 flawless ultimate emperor weapons appeared, shocking everyone. No one would have thought that these 2 ancient divine dynasties would take out the immortal treasures left behind by their ancestors at such a critical moment. The Tai sovereign sword and the Jiuli painting faced each other. They didn't try to suppress the demon, but instead wanted to fight for the Tai emperor's great Tao imprint. When 2 ultimate emperor weapons fight, everything within tens of thousands of miles will be destroyed. Not to mention this place, even the immortal world will collapse, blind old man said. We have no choice but to protect ourselves. Boom! He opened his mouth and spat out a jar. It was extremely simple and ordinary, nothing special could be seen from it, but it was extremely intimidating, making one shiver in fear. Boy, let's work together. Blind old man patted Duanda's shoulder. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the ancient sky-devouring devil jar of the 7th great bandit of the northern region, Tu Tian. It had been borrowed by the 2nd great bandit, and was about to merge with the devil lid. Boom! A monstrous emperor's aura surged. No one activated it, but the devil jar merged on its own, shocking everyone. They heard a sigh. Heavens, this devil jar was refined from vicious body. Don't tell me it has his soul. In the distance, the divine wills were so shocked that they took a few steps back. One could imagine the pressure after the jar merged. It was as if an ancient emperor had come back to life. Vicious' entire life was filled with enemies. Her ultimate emperor weapon has merged again. Will she come back to life? During this process, only one person remained calm, and that was Yi Fan. He held the Bodhi bead he obtained from ancient Mars, and held the enlightenment tea in his mouth. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the Tai Emperor's great Tao marks in the coffin, constantly comprehending them. Rumble! Thunder rumbled in the sky, shaking the jade platform. Thick bolts of lightning struck down, followed by a boundless sea of lightning. Damn, Who's crossing the tribulation? Which bastard is it? Who triggered the heavenly tribulation at this time? Everyone's expression changed, and they couldn't help but curse. In the end, everyone saw the lightning strike down on Yifan. He had comprehended the Tao for a short time, and now he was going to cross the tribulation. Chapter 594. This time, Yifan really didn't want to trick anyone. The heavenly tribulation came naturally, and he didn't deliberately plan or trigger it. Not long ago, he had experienced 81 ancient heavenly dragon lightning tribulations. This kind of heavenly punishment was rare, and it allowed him to break through to the great circle of the first transformation. And now, he had the Bodhi seed in his hand, the enlightenment tea in his mouth, and the heavenly mark left by the Grand Emperor. He was already about to enter the second transformation, and now he had a breakthrough. The arrival of the heavenly tribulation was too abrupt. Everyone was a bit confused, but when they realized what was happening, they became resolute and decisive. Like a flock of white geese jumping into the water, they leaped off the 30,000-meter high platform in unison. What a bastard, going through the tribulation at this time. Is he trying to kill everyone? Let the doomsday heavenly tribulation descend and mercilessly strike him to death. Everyone was cursing, but they were incomparably resolute. Every single one of them left without looking back, resolutely jumping down without the slightest bit of delay. Because if they didn't leave, they might not even be able to leave behind ashes. If one person went through the tribulation alone, they would drag everyone else down with them, and suffer the heavenly punishment corresponding to their own strength. They weren't ordinary people, but a group of supreme Holy Lord level figures. Every one of them corresponded to a boundless heavenly tribulation. With so many people going through the tribulation together, just the thought of it was frightening. Especially since there were several ancient saint weapons here, and even 3 extreme Tao Emperor weapons. If these ancient weapons were drawn here, it was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be. If one Emperor weapon resisted the heavenly tribulation, then it was likely that an ancient Emperor-level apocalyptic heavenly punishment would descend. In that case, let alone the people present, even this world would be finished. The extreme Tao Emperor weapons would definitely be fine. They had already gone through the tribulation with the ancient emperors, and there was no power in this world that could harm them. But the others were different from the immortal mansion world. They would definitely be destroyed, and nothing would be left. Everything within tens of thousands of miles would be turned to ashes. I've seen wicked people, but I've never seen someone so wicked. Why is he going through the tribulation now? Is this bastard crazy? Even if he wants to self-destruct, he shouldn't drag so many people down with him. Everyone was scared away. Like dumplings being thrown into a pot, they jumped down from the jade platform. Their divine power was suppressed and they could not fly. Some people fell until their faces were bruised and swollen. However, they didn't care about this at all. They took to their heels and ran. They couldn't care less about the so-called demeanor of a peerless expert. All of them fled for their lives. Someone wanted to snatch the coffin left behind by the god before he left, but he found that Yifan had already sat in it. He sat cross-legged on the marks left by the Tai Huang imprint, and began to comprehend the Tao. Many people were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. No one dared to take him along with them. If they did, they would be tying themselves to the heavenly tribulation. There were extremely great figures who were furious beyond belief. They wanted to use the ancient saint's weapons to kill him, but the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar was rising and falling. It was as if an ancient emperor had revived, about to crush the endless heavens. Everyone could only retreat. That bastard. Why is his ass so valuable? Motherfucker. He's actually sitting on the Grand Emperor's imprint. He's truly goddamned. This isn't over yet. We'll talk about it after he transcends the thunder tribulation. Even though the people were unwilling, they could only flee. You really are an ancestor. You didn't transcend the tribulation earlier or later, but chose this time. The blind old man couldn't stay calm either. He rubbed his hands and rolled his eyes. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. There's not enough time. You should transcend the tribulation yourself. Duan De kicked the ancient coffin away from the devil jar. Brother Yi, I'll give you this sacred bone left behind by a saint to defend yourself. The barbarian threw over a golden arm bone. Then the group also fled without a trace. Otherwise, if the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar underwent the heavenly tribulation here, it would be extremely troublesome. This world wouldn't even be left with ashes. Crash. After leaving the range of the extreme emperor weapon's protection, Yi Fan took out an ancient scroll. It was sparkling and sparkling as if it was forged from the essence of the sun and moon. However, it was extremely soft. It was square in shape with a length of 1.5 meters. When it was spread out, stars would occasionally flash on its surface. It was light and auspicious. This was the immortal treasure obtained from the chaotic dragon lair, the resting place of the ruthless. Until now, Yi Fan still didn't know what it was. However, he couldn't care so much at the moment. He could only use it to resist the terrifying pressure of this place. Back in the ancient era, the monkey's father, Emperor of Fighting, had already collected it. Countless years later, it fell into the hands of the ruthless emperor. It was definitely not an ordinary item. Sure enough, as soon as the scroll appeared, it immediately resisted the peerless energy fluctuations coming from the human skin in the 5-colored divine ice. Although this ancient scroll didn't have any powerful aura, it could isolate the outside world from the undying heavenly emperor's human skin. It's not an extreme emperor weapon. It's more like a map. Yi Fan was astonished. After the undying heavenly emperor's aura flowed over and entered the immortal treasure, a blurry star field appeared on it. Boom. However, he didn't have time to think about this. The heavenly tribulation had arrived and covered the sky and earth, drowning the entire platform in an instant. Yi Fan walked out of the ancient coffin and sat cross-legged at the side. He stared at the markings on the bottom of the coffin without blinking. The Bodhi seed in his hand was boiling hot, helping him to comprehend the Tao. The divine tea leaves in his mouth made his heart calm down. His spirit, essence, and energy were highly concentrated. His body and divine sense had reached the state of being one with the world. At this moment, he was in a state of Tao comprehension. He could clearly see the supreme sovereign scripture. At the bottom of the ancient coffin, there was a human-shaped mark that seemed to have come back to life. It was like a human emperor from ancient times had returned against the heavens. On its back, there was a huge dragon on the spine. It raised its head and let out a roar. It was vivid and lifelike as if it had pierced through the past, present, and future. The entire picture was filled with Tao marks, but Yi Fan only stared at the huge dragon. This was the thing he needed the most, the mystical art that corresponded to the dragon transformation secret realm. Just like the Western sovereign scripture from back then, he only saw 5 Tao marks. There wasn't a single word or sentence, but it recorded the most original mental cultivation method. It was the same in front of his eyes. This was an ancient scripture that the supreme sovereign scripture found fault with in his later years. He made some changes to it and ultimately left it in the coffin. Boom. The endless sea of lightning struck down. Yi Fan remained unmoved as he bathed in the lightning tribulation. He comprehended the ancient scripture that had transformed into a tornado. There was nothing but a huge dragon in his mind. His heart was completely empty. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The endless sea of lightning turned into a vast expanse of white, then purple, then scarlet. Lightning of all colors flashed incessantly. Looking from afar, that place was completely submerged. This was an ocean of heavenly tribulation. The terrifying sea of lightning was vast and mighty, destroying everything. Those big shots stood in the distance and were all indescribably amazed. A cultivator from the dragon transformation secret realm could actually attract such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. It was truly inconceivable. At least there aren't any ancient sages' weapons undergoing the tribulation, and there aren't any extreme emperor weapons participating in it. Otherwise, all of us wouldn't exist. On the 10,000 Zhang Jade platform, Yi Fan took out the cauldron and accepted the baptism of the lightning tribulation together. Only then could the laws interweave and evolve into a sacred weapon. Regardless of whether anyone outside could see through the sea of lightning, he had no choice but to do so. He wanted the myriad chi cauldron to evolve, so it had to go through the tribulation together with him every time. This time, there weren't 81 terrifying ancient heavenly dragons, but it was still quite terrifying. All kinds of huge lightning struck down continuously, mixed with chaotic heavenly thunder. Lightning flashed, heaven and earth shook, and brilliance shone in the sky. If the 10,000 zhang jade platform wasn't the resting place of the ancient emperor, it would have long been struck into pieces. Yi Fan's mind was calm as he stared at the huge dragon at the bottom of the coffin. His eyes shot out two dragon-shaped light beams that connected to the Tao marks. His eyes were misty for a moment and empty for the next. A heavenly dragon was dancing in his eyes, disappearing and reborn again. In the end, his eyes reflected two huge dragons and nothing else. At the same time, his spine exploded like a dragon's roar that shook the sky. This process lasted for several hours. The tribulation never stopped. Yi Fan tried his best to resist, but he also continued to comprehend the ancient scriptures. Boom! With the last thunder, heaven and earth finally returned to clarity, and the tribulation stopped. The tribulation of a small realm was not as terrifying as the tribulation of a big secret realm, but it was still quite frightening. Moreover, it was many times larger than the tribulation of others. In the distance, everyone was horrified. Seeing that everything had stopped, everyone rushed forward, wanting to reascend the 10,000 zhang high platform. However, the bright heaven and earth once again descended a thunderstorm, and a sea of lightning once again drowned that place. Boom! The tribulation appeared again, destroying all things. What's going on? Why is it continuing again? God, this is really a monster. There weren't many people like this in the ancient times. He has advanced another realm, and is going through consecutive tribulations. People were shocked to find out that Yi Fan had gone through 2 tribulations in a row. When the tribulation stopped, did you see anything? That was the myriad chi cauldron. That's right, that is the myriad chi cauldron. Thousands of layers of heaven and earth chi fell down. So he is that kid from the Eastern Barren Territory. Everyone was dazed for a moment, but then they realized that only he could cause such a powerful tribulation to descend. Yi Zhaotian, Yi Fan, Wang Yangzhan roared in anger. His white beard danced in the wind. The saint and saintess of the Yin-Yang school had been killed by Yi Fan, which made this supreme school lose face. Moreover, during the Saturn Peach Festival, Yi Fan had led the heroes into the nest of 10,000 dragons and killed his successor, the Yin-Yang vice sect leader, Yi Fan from the Eastern Barren Territory. Xiao Yunxing's eyes flashed as he clenched his fists tightly. So it's this kid. Duanda touched his nose. He couldn't help but think of some past events. Of course, the one that left the deepest impression was the time when he was bitten by a dog. In the end he muttered, "Damn it." Yi Fan had been studying the dragon transformation scripture, and had gone through 2 tribulations in a row. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, but he was very calm. This time, he had advanced to the 3rd transformation of the dragon transformation scripture. His power had increased tremendously. Finally, after another 6 hours, he had imprinted the dragon transformation scripture into his mind. He had completely comprehended the Tao and made it his own Xian technique. At this point, he had mastered the strongest scripture in the dragon transformation secret realm. Dragon transformation 3rd transformation. Yi Fan stood up. His heart was surging with excitement. He could feel an unparalleled power. The tribulation had not stopped yet. It continued to strike down on his body, but it was difficult to leave any burn marks. Instead, many patterns appeared on the myriad chi cauldron. These were innate divine patterns. The cauldron had interweaved its own laws, and evolved the Tao marks of the myriad chi cauldron. This was a type of transformation. At the center of Yi Fan's brows, a godlike little golden person sat cross-legged. It looked solemn and dignified. Its mouth was constantly swallowing and spitting out lightning. This was the transformation of the little golden lake between his brows. It took on a human form, and went through the tribulations. It was incomparably mysterious. Finally, the little golden person opened its mouth and inhaled. It swallowed the myriad chi cauldron. It went in and out as it breathed. It was incomparably mysterious. The cauldron had shrunk to the size of a knuckle. However, it was even more resplendent. It swallowed and moved along with the little golden person. It was inseparable from Yi Fan. Lightning curled around and continuously refined the little golden person and the little cauldron. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's corporeal body was fused with the sea of lightning. After a long time, Yi Fan let out a long breath. He spat out thousands of lightning bolts and looked around. The ancient coffin was not destroyed by the lightning. It was incomparably hard because it was carved from the immortal tree. It had the characteristics of immortality. God's will. Yi Fan was shocked. He looked around and found that the revered demon was standing below the high platform. His eyes were like knives as he looked at him coldly. He has his eyes on me. However, Yi Fan changed his mind and sneered. This demon was afraid of the tribulations. Otherwise, he would have already attacked. He looked at the five-colored divine ice not far away. He really wanted to take this immortal treasure away. However, the aura of the immortal heavenly emperor's skin was too strong. Without an extreme emperor weapon, it would be difficult to take it. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of years had passed. From the archaic era until now, that skin still had a sparkling luster. The hair was purple in color, extremely glossy. The blood stained on the human skin was brilliant and brilliant. Finally, Yi Fan raised his head and looked at the mountain range in the distance. There were many figures there. With his divine eyes, he could clearly see their expressions. Wang Yangzhan's face was ashen. The people of the Yin Yang school were all revealing their killing intent. They were all staring at this place. In addition, Xiao Yunsheng was also gnashing his teeth. The half-step expert Xiao Ji was extremely resentful and cursing. Yi Fan could even understand what they were saying through the shape of their mouths. He actually passed 2 tribulations in a row. How frightening. But he won't live. Once he comes down, I will grind his bones to ashes. Today, I will strangle this genius and destroy his body and soul. Surnamed Yi, I will pull out your tendons and pull out your bones. Light him up like a sky lantern. This was the resentful curse of the Yin Yang school and the Xiao family. Yi Fan thought for a moment. He carried the coffin and rushed down with the monstrous lightning tribulation. The deity's will was the first to feel something was wrong. He had never seen someone so arrogant while going through a tribulation. But soon he understood that it was coming for him. This revered demon was the first to move. He took off as fast as he could. He didn't have that terrifying majesty of a monarch looking down on the world. He was so powerful. If he went through the tribulation, it would definitely be earth-shattering. This world would be pierced through. Then the people of the Yin Yang school and the Xiao family were also frightened. They all started to run away. The others saw this and realized that things were not going well. This immoral brat is attracting the lightning tribulation to strike us. Chapter 595. Yi Fan jumped off the jade platform and chased after those people, stirring up a sea of lightning. Whoever saw it would feel dizzy and run away. The heavenly tribulation was like a boundless ocean. Lightning flickered, stirring up the 9 heavens and drowning the earth. It was incomparably terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the earth and rocks were scorched and the mountain peaks collapsed. The sound shook the sky and cracked the bones in one's ears. This was a scene of doomsday. It was boundless and boundless. The sea of lightning swept through everything, leaving nothing behind. Everywhere Yi Fan passed, the earth quickly turned into scorched earth. All life was extinguished and nothing was left behind. Even though this space suppressed divine power and made it difficult to circulate it, his feet almost didn't touch the ground. He moved as if he was flying and quickly chased after the divine will. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts poured down in torrents. If this was a normal day, not to mention him, even many powerhouses would find it difficult to escape death. This was the incarnation of the undying heavenly emperor's evil will. It was incomparably terrifying. However, facing the heavenly tribulation, this venerable devil didn't have the slightest temper. He ran like a frightened rabbit and didn't dare to resist at all. Legend had it that the divine will was the embodiment of the evil side of the gods. It would only be born after the main body died, and was difficult to erase. However, no one knew if there were gods in this world. Now it was confirmed that even ancient emperors could give birth to divine wills after their deaths. This was the best proof. However, this kind of entity had long since forgotten its past life. Now it was only an indescribable existence. Despite possessing powerful divine might, it was still a venerable devil in reality. If it was a true human that had reached this level of power, it could completely turn around and charge into the lightning tribulation to kill Yi Fan. However, the divine will couldn't do it. No matter how powerful he was, it was useless. That was because he was a devil born in defiance of the heavens. He was born after the death of gods or ancient emperors. He went against the great Tao of heaven and earth, and wasn't allowed to exist in this world. Normally, it would be fine, but once the heavenly tribulation appeared, it would inevitably be a powerful lightning punishment that could destroy a great world. As long as he triggered the heavenly tribulation, there was absolutely no chance of him surviving. His body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Thus, when he saw Yi Fan chasing after him, he no longer had the domineering air he had in the past. He scampered away. In the distant mountains, everyone stopped in their tracks. When they saw this scene, they were all a bit stunned. Even with an extreme Tao Emperor armament in hand, they might not be able to do anything to a deity's will. They never thought that at this moment, he would be chased by Yi Fan. I feel that even an ancient saint might not be able to suppress this devil. But he's so afraid of the lightning tribulation. Boom! The heavens and the earth erupted as the radiance of lightning flickered, and it swept through everything in its path. An expanse of mountainous terrain was blasted to the ground, and it became a barren land that was suffused with smoke and dust. Ow! The divine will released a great roar. His head of purple hair danced about chaotically, terrifying to the extreme. He was incomparably furious. Bang! He split the sky with his bare hands and drew out a space crack that was over 30 miles long, cutting off the path of retreat. He wanted to stop Yi Fan from chasing after him. In the distance, everyone felt their blood run cold. It was just a slash, yet it had such terrifying might. Anyone who went up would definitely be killed in a single strike. Honglonglong. Yi Fan chased relentlessly, because he had no other choice. If he didn't get rid of the divine will now, he would undoubtedly die. This devil had long locked onto him. When he was crossing tribulation, he stared rigidly at the ancient scroll he obtained from the primal chaos dragon nest. The greed in his eyes was undisguised. Not only did Yi Fan circulate the aspect technique, he even activated the all-secret technique, increasing his speed by 10 times. However, he still couldn't catch up to this devil. He was horrified. He truly didn't know just how powerful this devil was. However, right at this time, heaven and earth sensed something. A small portion of his lightning tribulation was actually split off, and directly hacked towards the divine will. Boom! Ow-ho! The sound of thunder rang out unendingly. The heaven and earth trembled, and the devil roared angrily. He was born from the extreme Yin energy, and was the embodiment of the great ancient emperor's evil will. He feared the descent of the heavenly tribulation the most. Chila. Light smoke rose from this devil's body like melting ice and snow. The extreme Yin energy emitted with chi-chi sounds, and his soul almost left his body for fear of provoking his own heavenly tribulation. On the distant mountain range, everyone was stupefied and speechless for a long time. Yi Fan chased after the divine will like chasing a dead dog. Who would dare to make a move against this devil under normal circumstances? Even if they had 10,000 lives, it still wouldn't be enough. Roar! The divine will released a loud roar and leapt tens of thousands of zhang into the air. Even though this place was sealed, it couldn't stop his supreme power. He immediately arrived on the high platform. This was because at this time, he felt a doomsday crisis. The great Tao of heaven and earth seemed to have sensed his existence, and the heavenly punishment was about to descend. Swoosh! He turned into a streak of black light, and rushed in front of the multicolored ice. He knelt down on the ground and kowtowed towards that human skin. He was only a strand of the extreme Yin evil will formed from the undying heavenly emperor's body, so he knew very well how terrifying the original body was. Hong! Heaven and earth were submerged. 10,000 tribulations descended from the heavens, surrounding the high platform. Right now, there was no such thing as a single lightning. That was a streak of heaven-connecting light that descended from the eternal unknown. It connected the heavens above and earth below, past and present, destroying everything. Heavens, 10,000 tribulations are descending. The world-shocking lightning tribulation that destroyed the divine will has appeared. It really is terrifying. This type of lightning radiance has merged into one. Even ancient saints would feel fear if they came. Who in the present world can stop it? Everyone cried out in alarm. It was unknown just how many years it had been since this type of heaven and earth tribulation had happened. They had only seen it in ancient records. The greatest sound was deafening. 10,000 tribulations descended, yet there was no sound. There was only endless destructive power that was going to shatter this world. Not good, this brat has provoked a great disaster. He triggered such a great lightning tribulation. Even if it killed the divine will, this small world will still collapse. Ooh. The sound of thunder finally rang out. It was as if the heavens were being split apart. 10,000 tribulations descended. Many people were overwhelmed with shock. They actually saw a heavenly fault, and there were humanoid creatures descending. In the distance, Yifan was alarmed. Last time when he was fighting against the 81 ancient heavenly dragons, he also saw the ancient heavens phantom. He never thought that the world would appear again today to suppress the divine will. Ow! On the high platform, the divine will roared loudly. It was filled with unwillingness and anger. Its body continuously trembled from the lightning radiance and became faint. That is, suddenly, everyone was shocked. The divine will knelt in front of the five-colored ice and continuously kowtowed. The human skin inside was actually flowing with a strange brilliance. It has been dead for countless years, at least over 1,000,000 years. A piece of human skin still has great Tao laws circulating around it. This is too terrifying. In the end, the divine will piously knelt on the ground. It didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It raised the five-colored divine ice above its head. What? The heavenly punishment of 10,000 tribulations is retreating. Is this the might of the undying heavenly emperor? He can command the heaven and earth. Even though he has been dead for so long, a piece of human skin still has such power. Everyone's expression changed. This was truly inconceivable. It was hard to imagine how powerful he was when he was alive. No wonder the 10,000 ancient races viewed him as an existence surpassing deities. However, even in such a short period of time, the divine will's body and soul were almost destroyed. Its body was in tatters and could scatter at any time. The heavenly punishment of 10,000 tribulations disappeared, and peace was gradually restored. This is the might of an ancient great emperor. Without reaching that step, one will never know how terrifying those ancient sovereigns and great emperors are. On the other side, lightning was still flashing and thunder rumbling. Yifan's heavenly tribulation had yet to pass. From a certain perspective, his lightning tribulation was many times more powerful than the heavenly punishment of 10,000 tribulations. That was because he had flattened mountain after mountain peak. Everywhere he passed, it was all scorched earth. Lightning radiance was everywhere, and the heavenly punishment of 10,000 tribulations disappeared as soon as it appeared. This bastard is coming for us. In the distance, everyone was startled and angry. Yifan had transformed into a blazing sea of lightning and was rushing over. Yifan estimated that time was almost up. He couldn't afford to waste any time now. He had to borrow the lightning to kill his way out. Otherwise, he would be blocked here by a group of peak characters. Stop him. The heavenly punishment is about to disappear. We can't let him take away the coffin of the deities. The ancient great emperor left behind an ancient scripture at the bottom of the coffin. We must stop him. His evil intentions should be put to death. He has attracted the heavenly tribulation to bring chaos to the divine land. We must kill him. He has the myriad chi cauldron on him. That is the embryo of an extreme emperor weapon. It is a priceless divine item. Many people were hiding, but Yin Yangji and the people of the Shao clan were doing their utmost to incite people to stop Yifan's footwork. Humph. Yifan snorted coldly. He couldn't hear it because he was too far away, but he had divine eyes and saw their mouths. He hated these two races. Boom. Above his head was a boundless sea of lightning. He rushed straight towards the Yin Yang sect and the Shao clan. They still wanted to kill him in this situation, so he didn't need to be polite. Far away from the Jade platform, after crossing the Tyne River, many people could fly. However, Yifan still chased after them. The Xing word formula was unparalleled in the world. This bastard is chasing us. Even the expressions of the supreme characters changed. Not to mention that there were some half-step supreme characters waiting outside and many supreme elders watching. Yi Fan was the first to chase after the Xiao clan. Xiao Yunxing and Xiao Ji had clearly said that they wanted to skin him alive. At this moment, he really wanted to kill these people. Don't panic. Come to me, Wang Yangzhan said. Red and black gas fell from his head. An ancient mirror floated up and down, suppressing this small world. His tribulation is almost over. I can use this broken ancient saint weapon to attack. Wang Yangzhan transmitted. This was a form of deterrence. Actually, he still didn't feel confident. Everyone gathered towards the Yin Yang sect leader to avoid the killing star. After being protected by the red and black gas, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After the tribulation is over, kill him. Everyone gritted their teeth. Take away his myriad chi cauldron, and turn him into a torch to light up the sky. Xiao Yunxing roared. His arms were smashed into meat paste by Yi Fan. Although he could regenerate with a thought, it was still a type of humiliation. I will pull out his bones one by one and slowly smash them. Xiaoji was also furious. As a half-step supreme character, he also suffered a great loss. However, Yi Fan wasn't afraid at all. He directly rushed towards Wang Yangzhan to kill these people. Isn't his tribulation about to be extinguished? Why does he still dare to come? At this moment, the small golden person in front of Yi Fan's brow opened its mouth and sucked in. Endless lightning was swallowed. With such resistance, the tribulation became much fiercer. Boom! Wang Yangzhan's heart jumped and he frowned. Then he ran as if he was flying. He didn't dare to take out the broken saint's weapon for fear of provoking the tribulation. Everyone was stunned. This living fossil actually ran away. He didn't dare to let the ancient saint's weapon go through the tribulation. The other supreme characters of the Yin Yang sect and some supreme elders, as well as the people of the Xiao family, immediately ran. However, Yi Fan's speed was too fast. After circulating the Xing formula to the extreme, he triggered the secret of all. He already had extreme speed, and now he was 10 times faster. He instantly caught up. These people weren't gods, so it was impossible for them to get rid of him. Boom! The sea of lightning descended, and many people were struck by lightning. However, they didn't dare to fight to the death for fear of provoking their own tribulation. They could only passively defend. Yi Fan focused on Xiao Yunxing and Xiao Ji, chasing them relentlessly. In the process, the supreme elders of the Yin Yang sect finally triggered their own tribulation. Screams could be heard. They had never experienced lightning tribulation in their lives. This was a tribulation exclusive to people with monstrous talent. At this time, they were facing the supreme heavenly tribulation, but they couldn't bear it. The 3 people who were caught up in it were struck into ashes not long after. The 3 supreme elders of the Yin Yang sect died. Xiaoji, where are you going? Yi Fan caught up and shot an arrow with the wand-slaying bow in the lightning tribulation. On the spot, he attracted a bolt of lightning and rushed over. Xiaoji resisted and triggered his own lightning tribulation. That was a heavenly tribulation that belonged to a half-step supreme being. It was quite fierce, and although he was doing his best to resist, he couldn't resist it in the end. However, he was unable to resist it in the end, and it wasn't long before a bang sounded out. Half of his shoulder was split apart, revealing ghastly white bone stubble and charred flesh. It was an extremely terrifying scene. Boom! The lightning descended again. Xiaoji couldn't hold on any longer. His sternum was split open, and his internal organs were shaken out. It was charred black, and he screamed continuously. Ye brat, I won't forgive you. Boom! Another great heavenly tribulation descended, and the body of the half-step supreme being Xiaoji was split open. His bones were charred black, but he still wasn't dead. Didn't you want to skin me alive? Yi Fan didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. Boom! 5 waves of lightning tribulation descended at the same time, blasting above Xiaoji's head. His head instantly cracked, and he died from the 5 lightning strikes. In the end, only a piece of charcoal was left of Xiaoji, and he completely died. In the distance, everyone sucked in a cold breath. This was the terrifying lightning tribulation. The heavenly Tao was merciless, and it destroyed everything. Ordinary cultivators didn't have to go through the tribulation at all, and they wouldn't encounter heavenly tribulation even when they died. Only a few outstanding people would have tribulations. And now, someone who had never gone through a tribulation personally experienced heavenly tribulation. This was an incomparably terrifying thing that made many people tremble. Xiaoji. Grand Preceptor Zhao's eyes were red, and his killing intent soared into the sky as he stared at Yi Fan in the distance. At this moment, Yi Fan was chasing after Xiao Yinsheng. This person had repeatedly blamed him and wanted to kill him. Naturally, he wouldn't let him go now. You bastard whose head was squashed by the door, stop right there. Hearing this, Xiao Yinsheng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. On the high platform, he thought that he could crush Yi Fan to death, but in the end his skull was flattened by Yi Fan's foot. At this moment, Yi Fan's words could be said to be a slap in the face, a curse, and a provocation. Xiao Yinsheng was so angry that his veins were bulging, and his hair was standing on end. You bastard whose head was squashed by the door. Did you hear me? I'm talking to you. Little bastard. Xiao Yinsheng was fuming with anger. If there was no heavenly tribulation, he would have rushed over and skinned Yi Fan alive. This is the monster from the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Zhaotian and Yi Fan are the same person, and they both have the saint physique. In the distance, everyone was shocked. A dragon transformation secret realm cultivator was chasing after a supreme being. This was indeed a spectacle. It's over. Xiao Yinsheng won't be able to live. The lightning tribulation has caught up with him. Chapter 596. The heavens tribulation was fierce. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts fell down, and finally caught up to Xiao Yinsheng. Shocking lightning radiance drowned out this region of space. Mountains collapsed. The earth caved in, turning into a scorched earth without the slightest bit of life. Swish! At the same time, Yi Fan took out the wand-slaying bow and shot out a golden rainbow. The endless lightning bolts flew forward and made the lightning punishment even more violent. Boom! Finally, Xiao Yinsheng triggered his heaven's tribulation. Lightning bolts covered the sky and the earth and poured down like a falling galaxy. There was a world-destroying aura. Everyone knew that Xiao Yinsheng was finished. Such a heaven's tribulation would kill him without a doubt. It was the earth, fire, wind and water tribulation. It was like the creation of the world. No, this heaven's tribulation is too big. This was a super heaven's tribulation. It didn't pass by in a flash. Instead, it came from all directions. Earth, fire, wind, and water were all moving. The central world was a piece of primal chaos. There must be too many heaven's tribulations today. The heavens are really angry. The tribulations will be more violent each time. Everyone was sure that Xiao Yinsheng was finished. Even a peerless demon lord wouldn't be able to resist it. The heavens tribulation was many times stronger than a normal saint lord's. Yi Fan was also shocked. This heaven's tribulation made his hair stand on end. Just one lightning bolt was enough to turn a large mountain into ashes and scorch the earth. He had seen the earth, fire, wind and water tribulations before, but they were nothing compared to this heaven's tribulation. The four elements surged and flowed with primal chaos, creating a small world. Boom! The sea of lightning boiled. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts flashed. It was so dazzling that nothing could be seen. Xiao Yinsheng roared. The first heaven's tribulation fell. All his treasures were destroyed. Not a single one was left. The second heaven's tribulation fell. His body was scorched black and his bones were exposed. The third heaven's tribulation came. Half of his body fell apart. His bones were black and his blood dried up. Just like that, after the eighth heaven's tribulation, there wasn't even a bone residue left. He was turned into dust by the earth, fire, wind, and water tribulations. This is bad. Yi Fan flew away. His heavenly tribulation was about to end. If he didn't leave now, it would be too late. However, this small world was very convoluted, and he couldn't find the exit for a while. At the same time, a powerful pressure rippled. The extreme Tao Emperor weapon was awakening, locking down space and slowly pressing down on him. Yi Fan's expression changed. The heavenly tribulation was about to disappear. The Central Plains' two ancient divine dynasties no longer felt any restraining fear. They began to take action to stop him from leave behind the supreme sovereign scripture. The countenance of the Grand Xia Emperor was extremely cold. No matter what, he would never allow anyone to take away the imprint left behind by the primogenitor. Otherwise, the ancient scripture would no longer be a secret, and someone could use it to create a second Great Xia divine dynasty. The final bolt of lightning vanished, and the heavenly tribulation retreated. Yi Fan's expression flickered. The exit was right in front of him, and yet there was a huge dragon in the air, coiling around it. Every beam of light it shot out was more resplendent than the sun itself. This was the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the Grand Sovereign Sword. It raised its head and let out a shrill cry, causing the heavens to tremble. Its attack power was unparalleled. Everyone trembled. The extreme Tao Emperor weapon was slowly awakening as the aura of an ancient emperor permeated the air. Even a group of supreme experts at the peak couldn't help but kneel. Yi Fan knew that it was impossible for him to take away the Grand Sovereign Scripture. This was the lifeblood of the Grand Xia Divine Dynasty, the source of their inheritance. No matter how great the price they had to pay, they couldn't allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders. Not far away, another terrifying aura arose, and it instantly caused the entire world to tremble. The Nine Dawn painting was an extreme Tao Emperor weapon that could seal ancient times and suppress the 3,000 great worlds. Its defensive prowess was unparalleled. Within it, there were mountains and rivers, boundless rivers and seas, incomparably majestic. The aura of an ancient emperor was extremely oppressive. It was rumored that there were two holy spirits that could contend against emperors in the past, yet they were all reduced to ashes. Yi Fan's lips twitched. His scalp went numb and his heart trembled. How could he escape now? The heavenly tribulation was gone. A strand of immortal might from the extreme Tao Emperor weapon was enough to turn him into ashes. Even if he had the Ro incantation, it wouldn't be enough. In such a range, there was no way to escape. The extreme Tao Emperor weapon could even suppress worlds, let alone him. Yi Fan, Yi Zhoutian, let's see where you can escape to. Grand Preceptor Zhao's expression was frighteningly cold. The Yinyang sect leader also stared at Yi Fan as though he was looking at a dead man. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he closed in step by step. Boom. On the other side, the heaven-devouring devil jar had awakened. Boundless imperial might flowed, and the world-shaking ruthless man seemed to have been reborn. An indescribable aura pervaded the air. The weapons of the ancient heavenly emperors have awakened. Everyone was nervous. The heaven-devouring jar was the most mysterious. It had been split in half for a long time, and almost no one knew how powerful it was. Plop! In the distant mountains, some supreme elder-level characters couldn't help but kneel down. They couldn't withstand the pressure from the three emperor weapons. This wasn't anything shameful, because even many great figures couldn't take it anymore. Their bodies continuously trembled, and their legs continuously shook. Yi Fan rushed to the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar. To him, this was the only pure land. The people outside were all eyeing him covetously, staring at the grand sovereign scripture. Brother Yi, so you are that monster from the eastern wasteland. No wonder Yan Yunwan was struck dumb. Barbarian came over. Where's that big black dog beside you? Duanda's expression was somewhat unkind. The Black Emperor almost bit off his arm, and said that he wanted to take him as a human pet. Zhu Yuqing was dressed in snow-white robes and had beautiful hair. His expression was tranquil like a bodhisattva. He only nodded and didn't say anything. Hand over the Grand Tao imprint left behind by the Grand Emperor. Otherwise, the Grand Xia dynasty will go all out. They won't hesitate to fight with the Emperor weapons, Blind Old Man said. I'm really unwilling. It wasn't easy to obtain a complete and flawless ancient scripture. Yi Fan sighed. However, he knew that he couldn't keep it. This was the source of the Grand Xia's inheritance. Even if they had to sacrifice all their resources, the Grand Xia dynasty wouldn't allow it to be leaked. Moreover, there was the Jili painting next to it. The people from the Grand Xia dynasty were also eyeing it covetously. If they really fought, this world would be destroyed. The heaven-devouring devil jar was indeed powerful, but it was very difficult to fight against two emperor weapons at the same time. It was far from enough to rely on blind old man and the others. One had to know that there were many people on both sides who could maintain the two emperor weapons in a state of awakening. In fact, they could even truly revive them. Yi Fan pulled out a few stone nails, and then removed the bottom of the coffin. He tossed it out, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Clang! The Grand Sovereign Sword appeared. The heavens rumbled, and dragon roars shook time and space. Swoosh! On the other side, the Julie painting trembled and sealed the sky. It spread out and swept down, heading straight for the Grand Sovereign's scripture. Although the others were envious, no one dared to go forward. Once the two emperor weapons moved, anyone who went forward would be courting death. Under that kind of pressure, many top experts were less than ants. Brother of the Ninely dynasty, are you really going to force us like this? Someone from the Grand Xia dynasty transmitted his voice. The Grand Sovereign Sword and the Julie painting didn't collide, but faced each other across the air. At this time, everyone was incomparably nervous. Once the two emperor weapons fully awakened and collided, this world would collapse and cease to exist. Blind Old Man broke out in a cold sweat. He used all his strength to activate the heaven-devouring devil jar to protect himself. Otherwise, if the small world collapsed, apart from those protected by the emperor weapons, all the other experts would die. The Grand Sovereign Scripture is our race's secret. It can't be leaked. If Brother of the Ninely dynasty is willing to let go, we can consider dealing with the God's will together and seize the five-colored divine ice. There's still us, Fatty Duan said, reminding everyone not to forget that they also had an emperor weapon. If there were benefits, they also needed a share. There was a moment of silence. Everyone had different thoughts. At this time, Yi Fan's heart moved, because the exit of the small world had opened. The Grand Sovereign Sword was far away and was facing the Julie painting. He felt that it was time to leave. Yi Fan returned the golden arm bone to the barbarian, and then threw a large piece of undying divine wood to them. Then he flew away as if he was flying. The water was too muddy now. Most likely many people were thinking of him. After all, he had the myriad chi cauldron. Fatty Duanda might also be plotting against him. He felt that leaving was the best plan. Chase, don't let him escape. Wang Yangzhan was the first to chase. He knew that with 3 emperor weapons here, it would be difficult for him to obtain anything. It was far more worthwhile to kill Yi Fan and seize his sacred item. Hand over your life. The people of the Xiao clan also roared. Just now, a great expert had died, and it was all because of Yi Fan. They naturally wouldn't let him go. However, when they chased after him, Yi Fan's traces had already disappeared. He had obtained the dragon transformation ancient scripture that he wanted, so there was nothing else to care about. He used the travel formula to escape. In the following days, the 5 regions were shaken. God's will, undying tree coffin, grand sovereign scripture, 5-colored divine ice, human skin, undying heavenly emperor. These words became the focus of discussion. After Yi Fan left, he didn't know what happened next. There were all kinds of versions, but no one could say for sure. 3 emperor weapons clashed, God's will being destroyed, undying heavenly emperor's human skin appearing. All kinds of rumors were hard to determine. Some people even said that the immemorial kings were alarmed and rushed to ask for the undying heavenly emperor's human skin. The Julie painting, Grand Sovereign Sword, and heaven-swallowing pot were almost suppressed together. At the same time, something big happened in the eastern wilderness. Origin ancient mine spewed out mist for half a month. All the sacred grounds rushed over. This time, there were no great powers in the northern plains or eastern wasteland. It was all because of the disturbance in Origin ancient mine. The world was about to become chaotic. Everyone felt that the peaceful years were about to be broken. The 10,000 ancient races were about to appear. All kinds of immortal abodes were about to open. And the forbidden lands were becoming abnormal. These were all omens. The outside world was in an uproar. The people were all discussing this matter. Half a month later, the Yin-Yang sect that could be compared to the Divine Imperial Court in Central Continent issued an announcement that the entire world would be hunting down Yi Fan. Anyone who could provide any clues would be heavily rewarded. However, Yi Fan wasn't afraid at all. He stood out on the same day and warned the two great powers to immediately cancel the must-kill order, or else they would have to bear the consequences. The world was in an uproar. A little cultivator from the dragon transformation secret realm actually dared to speak, issuing a warning against the central continent's undying inheritance. Just how daring was this? The Yin-Yang sect was extremely decisive. The must-kill order was passed down 6 times, and their experts all moved out to find Yi Fan and suppress his soul. No one would have thought that Yi Fan's reaction would be even more intense. He threatened to kill the entire Yin-Yang sect's younger generation, making them not dare to choose a saint or saintess again. Moreover, unless all the young disciples roaming outside were called back, he would kill one if he saw one, and kill 2 if he saw 2. The whole world was in an uproar. This freak from the eastern wasteland had really grown up, daring to threaten an undying inheritance in central continent. If I can kill a Yin-Yang holy son, I can kill a second one. I can kill a Yin-Yang holy maiden, and I can still continue to kill. Yi Fan's clamor spread through a larger half of central continent. This was an undisguised provocation and threat, but everyone believed that he might really do it. In just a few days, the entire Yin-Yang sect was furious. Several tombs were dug up in the ancestral cemetery, and thieves had raided them. Chapter 597. The Yin-Yang sect's ancestral grave was dug up and visited by thieves. This was too much of a joke, shocking everyone to the ground. Many people's mouths twitched. After Wang Yangzhan received the news, he flipped over a table and smashed an ancient palace. Even his hair stood on end and white smoke came out of his nostrils. Which thief did this? This was too evil. They had seen vicious and evil people, but they had never seen someone so lacking in morals. Digging up graves, robbing the ancestral grave, who could endure this? It's definitely that fatty. The Yin-Yang sect master immediately thought of Duanda, and everything that happened that day. He almost went crazy. He originally thought that fatty was just speaking nonsense. Who would have thought that this fellow was so extreme and really took action? The outside world was in an uproar. Many people came out of admiration and went to the Yin-Yang sect's cemetery to take a look. This angered many of the sect's famous figures to the point where they almost killed someone. Don't get angry, just take a look and leave. Scram. You're already so old. Anger hurts people. Don't get angry. Scram. This brother really is a capable person. Look at that robber's hole. It contains the charm of the great Tao. Its aura is extraordinary. Scram. In front of the Yin-Yang sect's ancient cemetery, there would be people coming out of admiration every day. The people guarding the tomb were all cursing and cursing endlessly. They were so annoyed that they almost went crazy. Many people were quite unkind, pointing and making sarcastic remarks. Who did this? It's a bit too much. How can the Yin-Yang sect endure this? You can go and steal the things of the living, but you're robbing their ancestors' belongings. Many people were speechless. They really couldn't think of which deity did this. Their way of doing things made them feel dizzy. Of course, there were even more people who were laughing secretly. This type of person was so immoral that it was a bit cute. 3 days later, there was more news that the Shao family's ancestral grave had also been dug up. This made several great figures stamp with fury and chase down this person who liked to dig holes. The Yin-Yang sect is still the calmest. Even though it was robbed, they shouldn't be this impatient. It's easy for you to say that. This thief is too infuriating. Leave these words and leave. People were shocked to find out that the thief had carved a line of words in front of the grave. Stingy, there wasn't even a decent burial object, far worse than the Yin-Yang sect. When these words spread, not only did the Shao clan go crazy, even the Yin-Yang sect couldn't take it anymore. They chased after Fatty Duan all over the world, wanting to drag him out. It's definitely that damn Fatty. A group of people with toothaches, stomachaches, and stomachaches gnashed their teeth as they cursed, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't find the culprit, and they couldn't make a move. Speaking of which, their hatred towards Fatty Duan had really skyrocketed with a whoosh whoosh, practically almost placing him on the same level as Yi Fan. Damn you, I've never seen someone take revenge like this. This was the thought of a group of people who were gnashing their teeth in anger. They wanted to skin him alive. Indeed, all of this was done by Fatty Duan. He did as he said. and he didn't hesitate in the slightest. This was his temperament. He was never one to suffer losses. Moreover, revenge could not be delayed overnight. There was no such thing as 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He had even visited vicious training grounds and lost 9 lives. He even dug out the heaven-devouring demonic lid. What tomb did he not dare to rob? In Fatty Duan's own words, entering the Shao clan's ancestral grave was like walking on flat ground. It was nothing at all. People thought of everything that had happened recently, and felt that the Yin Yang sect had met with 8 lifetimes of bad luck. They had met 2 outrageous people. One was stealing graves to deal with the old, and the other was even more ruthless, threatening to kill their young. The grave robber has already stopped digging. I guess he's done venting his anger. That monster from the eastern wasteland definitely won't be merciful. He's extremely daring to go against the Yin Yang sect. I wonder what kind of storm will there be. The enmity between Yi Fan and the Yin Yang sect had already spread to the Central Plains. There was no way they could be merciful. He had killed many people from the sect, including the saint and saintess, but even the vice leader had died in the nest of 10,000 dragons. This was an irreconcilable conflict that wouldn't end until one side was dead. Especially since Yi Fan had a saint physique, the Yin Yang sect couldn't let him grow. Otherwise, he would pressure them to the point where they couldn't even breathe. Yi Fan left the immortal mansion world and entered Lu City with a different face. He saw that the Shao clan had returned. Then he went to the desolate hut and saw many suspicious people. Obviously, they were waiting for him. He wasn't afraid. With the Xing formula, he could go anywhere in the world. Not many people knew how fast he was. This was one of his trump cards. There was a great emperor who lived in seclusion in the desolate hut in his later years. It was most likely the Tai Huang. Yi Fan had already obtained the dragon transformation scripture, so he didn't care too much about it. He didn't go too far. He was in seclusion on a cliff 2,000 miles away from the Qishir Manor. He ate pine nuts when he was hungry and drank spring water when he was thirsty. The jade pieces broken. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. This was a formation pattern that the Black Emperor had carved for him. It could isolate heaven's secrets. Back then, the 2 ancient assassin dynasties, the mortal realm and hell, surrounded and attacked him because they had divination experts who could deduce his location. Not long ago, when he was crossing the tribulation, 3 of the jade pieces were broken. At that time, he was deep in comprehension and forgot to put them away. He only had time to protect 6 pieces. Yi Fan pondered. He didn't know if someone could deduce where he was because of this. If there was such an expert, he would most likely be in trouble. These days, I've been comprehending the Tao every day. Sitting in seclusion like this is useless. If they come knocking, I'll fight with them. It'll be a good training. Another half a month passed in a flash. A cool breeze blew, and the pine trees on the cliff rustled. The clear spring gurgled. Yi Fan sat under an ancient pine tree, his mind empty. Over the past few days, he had been silently comprehending the Supreme Sovereign Sutra, experiencing the profoundness of tempering the human body, like a great dragon. No wonder Great Xia's imperial draconic qi is unparalleled. It's closely related to the dragon transformation art. This is a very important source of power. The resurrection of the human body dragon, coupled with the circulation of the imperial draconic qi, would have a destructive power that could shock the heavens and earth. Yi Fan studied it seriously. Although he only had the mental cultivation method of this secret realm, and didn't have any offensive saint arts, it was enough. This was because he had the battle saint art. This secret could continue to evolve without end. As long as he could comprehend it, he would be able to get closer to the origin of battle. Now that the Supreme Sovereign Scripture Dragon Transformation art was in his hands, it could be said that its might and offensive power would increase because they both focused on offense. The resurrection of the human body dragon, 9 nirvanas, 1 leap to immortality. This secret realm of the dragon transformation art was not ordinary. Every time Yi Fan entered a meditative state, he would sit motionlessly for several days. His mind would often wander outside the cosmos. Yes, this secret realm was very wondrous. His divine sense transformed into a small golden person that controlled the human body dragon and rushed into the darkness. He then looked down at the earth and saw many strange lights and colors. Are those the souls wandering between heaven and earth? His divine sense was bewildered as he controlled the dragon in the sky. Swoosh! Suddenly, a dragon roar shook the sky. The dragon swooped down and entered his back. After that, a small golden person sat in the space between his brows. Yi Fan's heart was alarmed. He woke up and opened his eyes. In the distant mountains, a figure silently appeared. He stood with his hands behind his back, and was currently using his powerful divine sense to scan the entire mountain range, spreading through every inch of space. A supreme existence. Yi Fan was shocked. He had seen this person before. He was a peak character from the Yin-Yang sect. He actually found this place and found his traces. Little animal, let's see where you can run to. Very quickly, this powerful being with frightening magic power discovered him. With a wave of his big sleeve, he came down with a whoosh. Yi Fan teleported thousands of feet away. He left behind an afterimage on the cliff, and appeared on another mountain peak. Hua! His sleeves covered the sky, and in an instant, the cliff that was thousands of feet tall was sucked into his sleeves. As for the neighboring mountains, they collapsed. Yi Fan's expression changed. The Tao of a supreme existence was indeed terrifying. Once his magical power was unleashed, it could easily suppress and refine everything in the world. Junior, do you still want to leave? The supreme existence took one step forward, and the laws of heaven and earth shook. All kinds of Tao patterns interweaved, and turned into a golden path that extended towards Yi Fan. Great Tao connecting heaven technique. Swoosh! Like a beam of light, he arrived in the blink of an eye. His 5 fingers opened and 5 thick black lines shot out. They evolved in the air and transformed into a flickering cage that descended. This is the cultivation of a supreme existence. His physical body isn't as strong as mine, but his magical power is heaven-defying. He can evolve the laws and refine me. The light in Yi Fan's eyes dimmed. If it wasn't for the travel technique, he wouldn't have been able to break free. His footwork was dreamy and illusory as he teleported thousands of feet away. How did you find me? Do you really think you can escape? From now on, there will be no place for you in this world. We invited the godly diviner's disciple. No matter where you run, he can find you. Yi Fan was startled. As expected, it was because 3 of the jade pieces given to him by the Black Emperor were broken. He couldn't block the heaven's secrets anymore. At the thought of this, he turned around and left. Suddenly, another hand reached out. It was even bigger than a mountain and flew out from the desolate mountain range. It turned into a 5-element mountain and pressed down. Another supreme existence. Yi Fan's heart jumped. His footwork became complicated, and he flew out of the 5-element mountain like a shooting star. The people from the Shao clan are here too. 2 mighty figures and more than a dozen grand supreme elders appeared from all directions and surrounded them. If you chase me once, I'll kill one of your people. After saying this, Yi Fan dashed left and right. He was almost killed several times, but in the end, he disappeared into the darkness. His footwork. The 2 supreme existences withdrew their murderous intent and revealed serious expressions. On that day, news spread that Yi Fan had raided one of the Shao clan's territories and killed 3 experts of the 8th transformation of dragon transformation with one slap. 4 hours later, he broke into an ancient city of the Yin-Yang sect, and killed the city lord of the 9th transformation of dragon transformation before leaving. The central prefecture was different from the Eastern Barren territory. All the sects built cities to store dragon chi, and became pure lands for cultivation. Therefore, all the sects controlled ancient cities, and didn't choose spirit mountains or great rivers. The monster from the Eastern Barren territory has made his move. He is indeed not ordinary. 2 supreme existences went to kill him but couldn't catch him. He turned around and killed a few experts of the 2 sections. In the next half a month, the Yin-Yang sect and the Shao clan, 2 supreme existences, for half-supreme existences and 8 supreme elders, continuously chased after Yi Fan 5 times. In the end, he escaped and couldn't be suppressed. They only injured Yi Fan once, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Then Yi Fan counterattacked fiercely and destroyed 5 cities of the Yin-Yang sect, turning them into scorched earth. 5 people of the 9th heaven of dragon transformation were killed. Similarly, 5 areas of the Shao clan's territories were razed to the ground. Not even a blade of grass grew. Nothing existed anymore. Hiss. When the news spread, many people gasped. They felt that Yi Fan had really matured. It was very likely that he could fight all the way to the Divine Lord level and walk the path of great accomplishment. One had to know that this was a divine physique. He was the only person who had broken the curse after the Antiquity Age. If the whole world was his enemy and he continued to fight, he might really surpass the Divine Lord and become a divine king. After being chased by the Supreme Existences many times, Yi Fan gradually realized that the remaining 6 pieces of jade given to him by the Black Emperor were still useful. The other party couldn't find them accurately. Every time, they would search within a radius of 2,000 miles. With the divine physique, he won't be able to live. With the divination of marvelous mathematician, and the supreme existences of our sect personally chasing after him, he has nowhere to go. The saint of the Yin Yang sect led 18 young people out of the unique warrior mansion and participated in the operation to encircle and kill Yi Fan. This saint was naturally newly chosen. For the sake of their reputation, the Yin Yang sect forcefully used the dragon marrow to raise his cultivation level to the 4th transformation of the dragon transformation. One had to know that it was quite terrifying for a person at the level of a saint to raise his cultivation level to the 4th transformation of the dragon transformation. The Yin Yang saint had roped in a group of people in the unique warrior mansion. They were all outstanding talents. After learning that Yi Fan had appeared near the unique warrior mansion, they went to encircle and kill him. With 18 young experts following him, and the supreme existences of the Yin Yang sect in this area, he thought that he could chase after Yi Fan like a dog and boost his reputation. Indeed, not to mention those supreme existences, just him and the 18 young experts from the unique warrior mansion could definitely kill anyone of the same generation. The mountains were desolate, the vegetation was sparse, and wild beasts roared. This place was 2,000 miles away from the unique warrior mansion. The experts of the Yin Yang sect and the Shao clan were searching. The Yin Yang saint and the 18 young experts had also arrived. They were all saint-level figures, and each of them had extraordinary strength. In the distance, on a cliff, Yi Fan's eyes were like lightning. He saw their mouths and understood everything. A cold smile appeared on his face. Swoosh! In a flash, he leaped into the air and arrived on a mountain peak, blocking the path of these people. Yi Fan Yi Zhaotian, someone yelled. Are you here to kill me? Yi Fan looked down with a cold expression. That's right. We're here to kill you. We're chasing after you like a dog. The Yin Yang saint shouted. He did not believe that Yi Fan could fight against 18 outstanding existences from the unique warrior mansion alone. He believed that no one in the same generation could stop the 18 saint-level talents from the young generation if they joined forces. One had to know that there were monstrous existences among them. You've really found a lot of people. Yi Fan did not care. Everyone, let's kill him together. He has the source root of all life. The Yin Yang saint's eyes were malicious. He believed that as long as he killed Yi Fan, his position as the saint would be secured. You think you can kill me? The light in Yi Fan's eyes dimmed. He took a step forward and crushed the void with one foot. Boom. The Yin Yang saint soared into the sky and spat out an ancient treasure. However, he realized that a great path aura had locked onto him. Before the others could help, Yi Fan was already in front of him. Bang! Yi Fan's foot stomped down. It was extremely solid and penetrated the void. It crushed a few ancient treasures, penetrated through, and broke the arms of the Yin Yang saint. He descended from the sky, crushed 6 Dharma treasures, and destroyed a piece of nomological laws. He stomped on the chest of the Yin Yang saint, and stomped him down from the sky. It was extremely domineering and stomped on the ground. Ift. The Yin Yang saint coughed up blood. He could not believe everything. A huge foot stomped on him from the sky all the way to the ground. How domineering was this? But it did not belong to him. Chapter 598. The Yin Yang saint coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. A huge foot stepped on his chest, almost crushing his body. How humiliating was this? The moment he made a move, he was directly stepped on from the sky to the ground. His eyes were sinister, and he couldn't say anything. He knew that his position as the saint was gone, and his life was most likely gone as well. Although he wanted to kill Yi Fan, he could only think about it and grit his teeth. Stop! A total of 18 saints followed. Some shouted and took out their Dharma treasures to attack. One of them shook a purple jade bell, and a purple phoenix flew out to attack. Yi Fan used his finger like a knife and stabbed it into the sky. With a soft poof, the purple phoenix turned into ashes. Then he continued to attack, and the 8 Dharma treasures all shattered, turning into 8 streams of light and disappearing in the sky. Silently, a tall figure flew over from the mountains in the distance, reaching out a huge hand and slashing down. Boom! Laws intertwined, and the power of the Tao surged. The hand covered the sky, and the cliffs below kept banging. 8 cliffs all collapsed in a row. The huge hand was as black as ink, and like a dark cloud, it covered the sky, covering Yi Fan below. The ground below also sank dozens of feet, and it became a deep valley. Rumble! Rocks shot through the sky, and the 18 outstanding talents all retreated immediately, afraid of being involved. A powerful figure had made a move. Yi Fan carried the Yin Yang Saint and leaped 10,000 feet, crossing another 5,000 meters. After a few flashes, he appeared in the sky far away. He saw an old man in green clothes. It was a top expert of the Yin Yang sect. Put him down, this powerful figure said calmly. He stood on the mountain peak, and the wind blew, making his clothes flutter. He knew that the saint participated in this operation, and he was the one who agreed to it. He wanted to use this to lure out Yi Fan, but he never thought that he would be stepped on by this monster from the Eastern Barren Territory. This was a humiliation to the Yin Yang sect. The saint was their future hope, but in the end, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yi Fan, and was trampled half to death. This was equivalent to slapping their faces. You think I'll release him just because you say so? Yi Fan held the captive upside down, making it look like he was holding a dead fish. This is... Yi Fan, it's not too much to kill. You've gone too far. Figures appeared one after another in the wilderness. When they saw this scene, their expressions all changed. The saint child represented the face of the Yin Yang sect, but he was being carried around like a chicken. This was a merciless mockery and contempt towards the sect. Put him down. Otherwise, in the future, my sect will extract your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, eternally suppress the CI, and refine you for 1,000 years. Yi Zhoutian, don't push things too far. When Yi Fan heard these words, he burst into laughter and said, You've chased me all over the world, and you still have the face to say such words. Is it worth saying? Do you think I'll do it? It's a pity that you have a holy body, something that's hard to come by in 1,000 generations. I don't want to kill a genius like you. The top figure from the Yin Yang sect strode forward. Join my sect, and I'll spare you from death. Transform into the son of the sun, and all grudges will be resolved. The son of the sun, will you enslave him? Yi Fan smiled. The Yin girls and the sons of the Yin sect were all merciless killing machines, enslaved and controlled by others. Even now, these people were looking down on him, and even saying such things. They really didn't see him as a threat at all. Put the saint child down. Otherwise, you know that Master God Diviner's disciple has appeared. He can divine everything under heaven, and he can divine everything. There's no way you can escape. Master God Diviner's disciple? I'll definitely go find him. Yi Fan began to back up. Put the saint child down, and we'll protect your fleshly body and divine will. Transform into the son of the sect protector. A group of people appeared on various mountain peaks. Is making me the son of your sect a gift? Yi Fan raised the saint child of the Yin Yang sect, and then tossed him towards them. Someone tried to catch him, but the Yin Yang saint screamed. He was torn into pieces midway, burning fiercely, and then turned into ashes. Yi Fan killed the Yin Yang saint child in front of these people, turned around, and rushed into the distant sky. Chase! A supreme elder shouted, unable to restrain his anger. Another saint child had been killed, and it was done by the same person. He didn't need to think to know that he would become a laughingstock, and the news would spread to all the sections. This was too embarrassing. 2 generations of saints had been killed by Yi Fan. Was there anything more humiliating than this? Something like this had never happened in the past 100 years. Ha! Yi Fan laughed and said, I'm looking forward to your selection of the third saint child. Chase, don't let him escape. A half-step Almighty ordered. Usually, a junior wouldn't dare to speak to them like this, and now this little monster was provoking them again and again. There's no need to chase. An absolute formation has been laid out within a radius of 1,000 miles. This time, he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings, the green-robed elder of the Yin-Yang sect said. Yi Fan flew into the distant sky, and saw that the sky was dusky. Endless mist circulated, and the Yin and Yang Qi blended together, sealing off all directions. There are formation patterns imprinted on the mountains and rivers. He was shocked. This wasn't an ordinary formation pattern, or else it wouldn't be so vast, covering a radius of hundreds of miles. Yi Zhoutian, someone shouted not far away, and the 18 experts of the Qishir Manor appeared not far away. One of them shouted, and led the others to rush forward. Yi Fan didn't notice when he was dealing with the Yin-Yang Saint Child, but now he finally saw a monster-level character, wearing a loose robe that covered his short body. This was an 8 or 9-year-old child, fair and tender, and his eyes were full of spirit. It was strange to see him standing together with the other young people, because he was too young. This was the youngest monster of the Qishir Manor. He was only 9 years old, but he had reached the dragon transformation secret realm. When he entered the manor, he shocked a group of seniors. You want to kill me too? Yi Fan laughed. Don't laugh. The 9-year-old was very domineering, and his expression turned cold. You have quite a temper. Yi Fan laughed loudly. I said don't laugh, or I'll suppress you. The 9-year-old was quite arrogant, and pointed at Yi Fan. Little brat, go home and drink milk. I don't have time to coax a child. Yi Fan's mouth was a bit poisonous. Beside him, the other 17 almost laughed, but they all held it in. They knew that this child's background was frightening, and they didn't dare to offend him. Saint Body, how dare you be disrespectful to me? Come and kowtow to me, and I'll spare your life. The 9-year-old Wang Cheng shouted. He stood on a rock and raised his head high. Yi Fan had never seen such a domineering child, and he was stunned on the spot. This youth was even more arrogant than the little Peng King, and even more arrogant than Xia Jiuyo. Little brat, your parents have really spoiled you. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of them, and I'll smack your butt into 16 pieces. Yi Zhoutian, you won't be able to live. If you anger me, no one in this world can save you. The young Wang Cheng said coldly, and his emotionless expression didn't match his age. He leaped 100 feet into the sky, and when the others saw that he was about to attack, they all moved to the side in fear. Wang Cheng formed a dragon seal with both hands, and like a real dragon, he let out a resounding dragon roar. 9 azure dragons appeared, and they shook their heads and wagged their tails, ferociously pouncing at Yi Fan. Pung pung. Yi Fan sent out 9 palms, and every palm was filled with golden light. Golden blood qi surged, and it was like an ancient volcano was erupting, causing the expressions of the others to change. However, the 9 golden palms in the air didn't disperse the 9 dragons. The green dragon scales flickered, and the dragons' bodies were powerful like a steel wall, sweeping down. Who? Astral winds blew in their faces. The 9 azure dragons were vigorous and powerful, leaping thousands of zhang in a single leap. Some stretched out their claws, splitting open cliffs, some opened their bloody mouths, swallowing entire mountain peaks. There was also a divine dragon that swung its tail, and with a pung sound, collapsed a mountain range. Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't expect this 9-year-old boy to be so powerful, and he was so much stronger than the other saints. This child was so young, but he had already reached the 4th transformation of the dragon realm, and he was many times stronger than people of the same level. He could definitely kill people of the 9th transformation of the dragon realm. Yi Fan was shocked. No wonder he was called a monster. How old was he? His talent far surpassed those geniuses, and there was no way to compare. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens. The 9 dragons were made of flesh and blood, and their aura was powerful. With one claw, they crushed a mountain peak, and the people at the side gasped in shock. Pooh! The dragons breathed, and a green light fell. 4 to 5 mountains disappeared, and the area was scorched, turning into a barren land. Pa! Yi Fan's golden palm imprinted in the air, breaking a dragon in half. However, as blood flowed, the dragon reconnected its broken body and swooped down again. The other 8 dragons collapsed a mountain with their roars, and they all pounced down. The 9 dragons fought, swallowing the heavens and splitting the earth. Do you think you are invincible just because you have a saint physique? I was born to kill king physiques and saint physiques like you. The 9-year-old Wang Chong shouted arrogantly. His hands formed dragon seals, and he commanded the 9 dragons to fight. This monster is truly terrifying. He's only 9 years old. When he grows up, who would be able to stop him? A saint-level character at the side whispered. He is a person with great fortune. When he was young, he fell into a dragon cave and obtained great benefits. Some say he drank dragon blood, and others say he ate large amounts of dragon marrow. An expert from the Qishir Manor studied his physique, and he said he can live for at least 5,000 years. This is the most conservative estimate. I wonder what kind of immortal treasure he obtained after falling into the dragon cave. But at his age, this kind of temperament is a bit too much. There's nothing he can do. He has a big brother that everyone in the younger generation wants to avoid. Who would dare to provoke him? Yi Fan Yi Zhou, I don't care if you have a saint physique or an immortal physique. Today you are dead for sure. I will slaughter you 9 times over. Wang Chong shouted. Whoosh! The astral wind became even fiercer. The 9 dragons turned around, and like 9 mountains, they pounced down at the same time. 9 dragons devouring Emperor. Wang Chong formed a dragon seal and revealed a cold and emotionless expression. He used the 9 dragons to suppress Yi Fan, wanting to grind him to pieces. This is a sure kill technique of the dragon seal, 9 dragons devouring Emperor. It can kill people several realms above it. Everyone in the back gasped, and their expressions changed. He really is a person with great fortune. After falling into the dragon cave, he obtained so many benefits. Everyone was extremely envious. Brat, I don't have time to play with you. Yi Fan suddenly jumped up and charged at the 9 dragons. Pfff. An azure dragon was grabbed by him, and with a fierce pull, it was snapped. Blood rained down. It was simple, direct, and extremely violent. You have great fortune, and fell into the dragon cave. Today, give me everything you have. Yi Fan sneered. Pfff. This time he grabbed 3 azure dragons, and with a loud roar his hands shook. Blood spurted out, and the azure dragons were torn into 9 pieces. Wang Chong was shocked and angry. He formed a dragon seal and attacked with all his might. 9 dragons devouring heaven appeared again. Did you really get an immortal treasury from the dragon cave? It's very extraordinary. Let me take it for you. Yi Fan did not treat him as a child. He attacked fiercely, and his right hand turned into a golden heavenly steel, which pressed down. Bang! The golden heavenly steel smashed into Wang Chong's back, sending him into a pile of rubble. It's over. The saint physique is dead for sure. After beating Wang Chong, his brother will definitely come out. He is said to be the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. Who can resist him? Chapter 599. The golden heavenly steel smashed down on Wang Chong's back, smashing him into a pile of rubble. Huge rocks rolled about and dust flew everywhere. It was a complete mess. Swoosh! The 9-year-old Wang Chong had raised a stone forest to the ground. His clothes were in tatters, his hair disheveled, and his eyes spitting fire. He had achieved success in his youth, but he had never suffered such a loss. Yi Fan. His eyes were bulging, the veins on his forehead bulging, and his expression frightening. Although he was only 9 years old, he had a savage and ruthless expression. A wood dragon cries rose and fell. His hands formed dragon imprints, and a total of 18 azure dragons appeared. It was twice as many as before, and every single one of them was much thicker. They were like 18 mountain ridges stretching across the sky, and their imposing manner was oppressive. Bang! The 18 dragons were vast and majestic, and they lunged at Yi Fan at the same time. Even before they arrived, the earth was already fissured with hundreds of fissures. Each fissure was several li long, a frightening sight to behold. This scorched land seemed to be on the verge of caving in and ceasing to exist, an omen of the apocalypse. Little brat, you still haven't given up. As Yi Fan walked among the dragons, his every movement seemed to contain profound principles, as if he was interpreting a Taoist text. Squelch, squelch, with a palm, he smashed the head of an azure dragon into pulp. With a stomp of his foot, he snapped the head of another azure dragon, causing its bloody body to plummet from the sky. Yi Fan continued to attack with his golden palm, sending out 18 palm strikes to kill all 18 dragons, and then he began to advance on Wang Chong. Bang! Suddenly, Wang Chong opened his mouth and spat out a war chariot. It was only an inch tall, but it let out a deafening roar as it rumbled toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan's expression turned grave as he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Retreating to the side, he raised his hand, and a shiny steel ring shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Clang! The shiny diamond chakram struck the 1-meter-tall battlefield, but it was instantly sent flying with a shattering sound. This is... Yi Fan's pupils constricted. The diamond chakram was a treasure he had seized from the wavering light-shaking realm. It was interwoven with the principles of the Tao, yet it had been split in half by these two ancient carriages. Boom! That ancient battlefield quickly enlarged, reaching 3 zhang in length. There were true dragons carved on it, and it was entirely black in color. It surged over like a flood, carrying an endless and terrifying aura. Bang! Yi Fan's left and right hands respectively moved a sun and a moon, his entire body overflowing with golden light. The sun and moon were as large as millstones, rumbling as they moved. He was like a god patrolling the skies. The blazing sun and silver moon were like a waterfall, surging outwards, illuminating this entire space until it was sparkling. They both struck the ancient war chariot, creating a loud sound. Boom! The black ancient war chariot engraved with the true dragon stopped, but Yi Fan's arm was also a bit numb. This was the first time he was stopped by a magical treasure using his physical body. It was hard to imagine just how powerful this war chariot was. King-level war chariot. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This was a royal weapon, forged by a peerless king. It was a weapon that surpassed the divine lord level. It was no wonder that the diamond chakram had shattered so quickly. Rumble! The black ancient war chariot charged over again, its terrifying aura even more intense. It was like an ancient ferocious beast, emitting bursts of black light. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived. Yi Fan shifted 300 zhang to the side, but the war chariot was like a ghost. It rushed over in an instant and completely locked onto him. Like a flood, the black light engulfed the heavens and the earth. Boom! The aura of the king divine weapon was like a rainbow, sweeping away everything in its path. Rocks and cliffs were quickly turned into dust. If it was an ordinary dragon realm cultivator, they would have been crushed long ago. This was like the giant hand of a demon pressing down. This was the first time Yi Fan had faced such a weapon. Although his physical body was strong, after this ancient war chariot had awakened, it was interwoven with the brilliance of the Tao laws. He was unable to withstand it. He retreated 10 some li, and a mountain range beneath him was crushed by the war chariot. It collapsed into a cloud of dust. This ancient war chariot was unstoppable. This was a king divine weapon left behind by a peerless existence on the level of God King Jiang Taishu. Yi Fan, don't you have a peerless saint body? Today, I'll crush that body you're so proud of into meat paste in front of everyone, and turn you into a pile of mud beneath the wheels of this war chariot. Although Wang Chong was not very big, he had a rather ruthless personality. Standing on the black war chariot, he charged forward at high speed, his expression savage and his aura soaring to the heavens. A king divine weapon consumes an enormous amount of energy. How long can you use it for? Yi Fan faintly smiled. Not wanting to fight, he quickly retreated. I think it's enough to crush you beneath the wheels of this war chariot. Standing on the war chariot, he took out a small jade bottle and pulled out the stopper. Immediately, a fragrant aroma flowed out, and he poured a drop of liquid into his mouth. Inside were 10 some drops of dragon marrow, each as large as a grape. They didn't mix with each other, appearing like golden agate, sparkling and intoxicating. Many people felt that this youth's luck was too heaven-defying. In order to kill Yi Fan, he had casually used dragon marrow to replenish his divine power. Only the heavens knew how much he had benefited from falling into the dragon cave. Yi Fan had originally planned to wait until he had exhausted his divine power and could no longer activate the war chariot. But now that he saw that he wanted to squander dragon marrow, he decided not to delay. Clang! 9 weapons appeared at his side. A jade saber, a violet jade sword, a crimson jade spear, a black jade halberd, a white jade shield. 9 jade weapons, each less than 3 inches long, were warm and crystalline, and exuded an intimidating aura. Whoosh! Yi Fan gripped a 2-inch-long violet jade sword and charged forward. With a mighty slash, a violet light soared into the sky and cleaved the world in two. On the ground, rumbling sounds rang out. A great rift that was more than 20 li long extended into the distance, unstoppable. Mountains and barren ridges were all destroyed. Clang! The black war chariot came to a stop after being struck. Wang Chong's body trembled and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yi Fan switched to another jade weapon, his right hand gripping the 3-inch-long black jade halberd as he descended from the sky. Boom! The halberd cleaved through the black light and stabbed into the war chariot. Yi Fan calmly descended and stood on the chariot. What weapon is that? The war chariot was a king weapon that had been tested time and time again. Killing dragon transformation realm cultivators was as easy as tearing a painting. He hadn't expected to be attacked today, and at such a close distance. The black jade halberd was almost right in front of his eyes. Don't think that you're the only one with a king weapon. The war chariot is good, but it's not something you can control. Leave it to me. Yi Fan put away the 9 divine weapons and sent a golden palm forward. Bang! At such a close distance, Wang Chong couldn't dodge. He stretched out his small hands to block, but the web between his thumb and index finger was torn. Yi Fan was astonished. He thought that he would be able to shatter all the bones in the other party's body, but it was only a tear on the web between his thumb and index finger. My physical body isn't too bad. Let me give it another try. Yi Fan's palm turned golden in color, becoming even more resplendent. His entire body was like a 7-colored glaze, and a golden blood aura surged into the heavens. Pung! This time, Wang Chong screamed as blood spurted from his mouth. His arms were broken, and he was no longer able to block the attack. I'm really curious. How did you manage to train your physical body to such a level at such a young age? Yi Fan pressed forward. Behind him, the faces of the sages changed. It was rumored that he had drunk the blood of a dragon, and despite his young age, he possessed the invincible Vajra body. Even a divine monk of Buddhism had once praised him. Yet at this moment his bones were still broken by Yi Fan. It was impossible for him to withstand a blow from the body of a saint. This was truly shocking. Pa! Yi Fan's golden palm slammed down again. This time he used 80% of his strength. Wang Chong spurted a large mouthful of blood, and 7 or 8 of his bones were broken. You do have some skill. If it were a half-step supreme expert, they would have long been smashed into meat paste by me, but you can still persist. Yi Fan was praising him, but Wang Chong's face turned red when he heard these words. His blood boiled, and he was incomparably furious. He felt that this was a form of humiliation. My big brother will avenge me. At that time, you will die without a burial. Wang Chong's eyes were spewing fire, and he was unyielding. Pa! Yi Fan slapped his head and said, still so stubborn. Can your big brother compare to supreme experts? They can't even kill me. What are they? My big brother is known as the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. He can destroy you with one finger. Don't think that you can run fast. Even if you run to the ends of the world, I can still find you, the 9-year-old Wang Chong shouted. Pa! Yi Fan slapped his head again and said, I'll wait for him to find me. Now I'll deal with you first. Take out all the rare treasures. He began to openly plunder. He first snatched the bottle of jade marrow, and then knocked Wang Chong out of the chariot. With a flash of light, the ancient chariot turned 1 inch tall and appeared in his palm. He wiped away the imprint and put it away. Return it to me. That's my treasure. Wang Chong shouted in exasperation. Only at this moment did he seem like a child who had lost his beloved. Return your head. Yi Fan dragged him over and searched his sea of reincarnation, Taoist palace, and other places. He took out a pile of treasures. There were many rare treasures. There were more than a dozen ancient medicines that were more than 10,000 years old, and they could all be used to protect one's life. There were also 3 bottles of dragon marrow, and each bottle contained a dozen drops. They were golden in color, and one could tell with a glance that they were of superior quality. In addition, there was also a jade tablet with a true dragon seal carved on it. It was complicated and profound, and one could tell with a glance that it was a divine art that had not been passed down through the generations. One needed to carefully study and comprehend it. What a good child. You have so many treasures. I don't even know how to thank you. Yi Fan smiled. The ancient chariot was a king's weapon, and it was as precious as the 9 heavenly weapons. It had an inestimable value, and if it was put up for auction, even divine lords would fight over it. Its destructive power was frightening, and it was difficult to withstand. Dragon marrow contained shards of laws. When a cultivator in the dragon transformation secret realm comprehended the Tao, they could achieve twice the result with half the effort and had endless wondrous uses. The true dragon seal was on the same level as the embracing mountain seal and the human ruler seal. Yi Fan vaguely felt that there might be some kind of connection between them, and it was a precious secret art. Yi Fan, even if you kill me, you won't be able to live for long. Just you wait. My brother will suppress you forever in the underworld, and you will wish you were dead. Wang Chong shouted as he saw Yi Fan's hand pressing down. So young, and yet so violent. I better get rid of you as soon as possible. Yi Fan stretched out a finger and pointed at Wang Chong's forehead. Not good. If that person knows that we watched his brother die, he might attack us as well. Behind them, everyone's expression changed. Many people attacked, and all kinds of treasures were thrown at Wang Chong. Ding! Yi Fan casually picked up a 2-inch-long jasper saber from the 9 heavenly weapons around him and swept it in the air, producing a soft sound of jade. A jade-green saber light swept across like a blue ocean. The 11 magical treasures in the sky were all turned into dust and fell to the ground. Another 2 people screamed as they were cut in half. They died a violent death, and their corpses fell from the sky. He has a king weapon. We can't stop him. What do we do? Everyone paled. We've already done our best. His brother can't say anything, so we can't blame him. Some people quickly retreated. Yi Fan's golden finger pointed at Wang Chong's forehead. Even before it got close, the finger was already flashing with golden light. A crack appeared on Wang Chong's forehead, blood seeping out. His face was pale, and he could not move. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful energy surged out. 10,000 rays of divine light shot out of Wang Chong's forehead, as if the gate of the world had opened. Yi Fan quickly retreated. He sensed a dangerous ripple of energy, and he placed the 9 heavenly weapons in front of him. This was a very mysterious scene. A gate of the world had opened on Wang Chong's forehead, and an ancient golden chariot flew out. On it stood a tall figure, like a god or devil. It's him. Ancient Emperor Teng. How could he be at Wang Chong's forehead? Those saint-child-level figures cried out in alarm. They stopped in the distant mountains, all of them revealing expressions of shock. The golden chariot rumbled as it flew out. The figure on it had disheveled black hair, a face as sharp as a knife, and bronze skin. His entire body was shrouded in golden light, making him seem like a celestial emperor descending to the world. In addition, around him were 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises. They flashed with divine light, forming 4 images that revolved around him. This was simply a picture of a celestial emperor descending to the world, protected by the 4 images. Wang Teng's hair flew in the wind as he sat in the center of the chariot, radiating brilliant light, as if he were patrolling the heavens. Yi Fan was shocked. This person's aura was too powerful. Not even the older generation could compare. This was a powerful innate potential. The dragons and phoenixes cried together, the white tigers roared, and the black tortoise swallowed the sea. Dazzling golden light shone in all directions. Wang Teng stood on the chariot, unmoving, his eyes profound. It's really him. The expressions of those saint children changed. Wang Teng, known as the reincarnation of ancient emperor, was born in the northern plains. At the age of 15, he was already unrivaled among the younger generation of the northern plains. Now 10 years had passed, and almost no one knew what realm he had reached. Everyone said that he was simply the reincarnation of a great emperor, because his growth path was too similar to the great emperors in the history of the human race, perhaps even surpassing them. Anyone who understood his talent would be shocked to the point of feeling terrified. There was not a single person who wasn't horrified. If they were compared to him, they would feel that their own lives were a kind of tragedy. Moreover, this person had great luck. When he was in his teens, he had entered the world to gain experience, and came to the eastern wasteland alone. After just one trip, he obtained one of the 9 secrets and returned to the northern plains. This was only known by the outside world. As for what kind of ancient techniques he had grasped, no one knew. Even his clansmen didn't know. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. This person, known as the reincarnation of ancient emperor, was extremely mysterious and powerful. There was a heaven-defying aura that made people tremble. On the golden chariot, 10,000 rays of light shone, illuminating him like an ancient emperor. 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises protected him in the center. The 4 symbols actually flickered with terrifying lightning. This was a terrifying aura that could only be obtained after experiencing more than 10 heavenly tribulations.